Talking, now see for yourself some of the most unsettling images on the web.
There's something about a British narrator that I trust you. I don't know what it is, but I trust you. So already I'm hook, line, and sinker. Like, ghosts are fucking real, guys.
The Raffles Hotel in Singapore. 4 security cameras survey the area around the elevator.
Alright, so we got some security camera footage, which is normally not a good sign for legit ghost videos. So, and I have to point out, the quality of these videos, I can already tell. Let's just say not the best.
In the bottom right, for a second, a light appears.
So I saw a little flash of light there. I hope that is not the only proof that is offered in this video, because I'm getting a little bit nervous now. This music is like entrancing. Like, I feel like I'm doing drugs right now. Is this what vaping feels like? When you hit that vape though? When you hit that vape, did you guys hear me the first time? We just got 2 guys just chilling in the elevator, just really having a good time. Nothing spooky, nothing paranormal here. This just proves the existence of good friendship and bonds and love. Maybe there's a love interest there? I'm done. Music intensifies. Excuse me? Well, that was one hell of a reveal there. That was actually some swift editing there, but that is my point. It's editing. It is not real. It's really pretty damn creepy. Kind of got me good there, but is it real? No. No. This is somebody's grandma. She escaped the home and now she's in an elevator. There's no ghost there. That's grandma. Is that my grandma? Grandma? Are you in an elevator? Oh, okay. Yeah, that's her. There's just 5 seconds of her just moping about. Like, this is not only a grandmother, it is an intoxicated grandmother at that. My lord, the first one it's a flop. I'm hoping the second one will be better.
In the US, a man appears to have heard something in his house.
The video was starting to lose me, but this British man is back. And you know what? I trust him again. Grandma might have been a ghost after all. Okay, well, I can already notice a trend here, and I didn't want to make a deal out of it the first time, but there's only 3 pixels on my screen right now. There are legitimately 3 to 10 pixels on this screen. I just think it's funny, like, the ghost hunters go in with like an 18K cameras, and then all of a sudden you got Ron over here in his mom's freaking basement, and he's like, I think there's a ghost in this room. Good thing I got my camera. Oh wait, this is my potato. Same thing. And he catches the most compelling evidence that ghosts exist in the world. If you are new to watching ghost videos, all compelling evidence is caught on potatoes. Potatoes and toasters. The greatest ghost hunting tools. You can have your fancy ghost editing equipment. I got my potato.
In the corner, what looks like the figure of a child.
That really doesn't look like a figure of a child. It just looks like, you know what it looks like? A pixel. A singular pixel. Right outside the door.
The man goes back for a second look.
Of course he did. As if 1 pixel wasn't good enough, now you can get 2 pixels by catching it again. Typical frickin' Ron. Why is his name Ron again? I love how delayed his reaction is. It's like... So does that prove the existence of ghosts? No, it doesn't. There's one more clip in this video. I'm starting to have my doubts, but you know what? I have a feeling we're about to hear a British man's voice that's gonna reel us all back in. Why did I say it like that?
Gettysburg, USA, and a family focus on movement in the bushes. On the left of the shot behind the rock, there is apparently a 10-foot drop.
Alright, so they're in Gettysburg, one of the most haunted places on Earth, apparently. And of course, you know what they got. They always keep that thing on them. They got their potato, and they see some movement in the bushes. This ought to be good.
But whatever is moving beyond it got these amateur cameramen asking questions.
Emphasis on the amateur cameraman part. Look at, what are they look at how much he's moving the camera. Dude, imagine just seeing a ghost out in the middle of Gettysburg and not even holding the camera straight. I think there's a ghost in these woods. If we get a clear shot of this thing, we're gonna be rich. All I gotta do is hold the camera steady and point it at this ghost that's clearly there. This is gonna totally prove the existence of ghosts. Do you guys see it right now? Holy crap. Oh my god. Hi, welcome to my sketch comedy channel. Okay, yeah, I see some movement out in Gettysburg, whatever, 407, I don't give a fuck. Did this video prove anything? Absolutely not. I'm embarrassed. It was creepy, but this did not prove a lick about ghosts. They were all fake. That's a gag reflex, guys. That's no joke. You guys want to see some real proof that ghosts exist? Well, I'm about to make my own video and show you just how easy it is to make a video like this. The following video... Jesus Christ, that was the shittiest accent. The following video... Fuck, okay, I'm done. I'm done with the British accent. The following video shows undeniable proof, like sketchy business talk here. Yeah, so basically this glitch has provided code phrases that can be used by sketchy business people to talk about human trafficking. It's really kind of crazy. Now, I am not claiming that this is actually happening. I'm just saying that it could. And here's how. So here we have this base phrase. Ooh woo, ooh woo, ooh woo. That's what your girl be saying after I'm done with her. Oh. Yikes. Apology video coming soon. So basically we have this base phrase that can be sent to some sketchy business person in order to tell them that you're interested in human trafficking. From there, this phrase can be slightly modified to say other words and phrases that could be used to negotiate. So people who are dealing in the human trafficking business, there is no way in hell that they're going to be texting and emailing each other saying, hey, I would like to traffic some humans. No, there is not a single chance that they would ever do that. I mean, I'm assuming that shit's monitored. I'm assuming you would get flagged and you would probably get arrested. And that's just such damning evidence against you. There's no way nobody would do that. But now, thanks to this glitch, there's a code that is so non-ambiguous that nobody would ever think twice if they saw it. It just looks like gibberish. So in the way, it has created this kind of perfect coding language for sketchy fuckers. Like I said before, I'm not saying this is happening. I am not saying this has happened. I'm not saying this ever will happen. But the point of this video is to prove that it could happen. People really could truly use this for evil. So what I want to do is go on to Google Translate and see how many sketchy phrases that could be related to the business of human trafficking. And in the end, we'll see if there really is enough words and phrases there for this theory to even be a possibility. Let's see what we come up with. So I'm going to write all the words that we come across in this notebook, and at the end, we'll go over them all. Here we go. I'd literally type in one letter and we already have another phrase. No one can afford it. A taxpayer. A taxpayer. I'm not sure that one would be associated with this business. The rented man. Bro, we are 1 minute into this investigation and the rented man. Oh my god. Human trafficking, talking about the rented man. We can fill in the blanks on that one. I don't even have to say anything. A hired man's rent. Oh my god. This thoroughly has me concerned. A person owed to him. I don't want to believe this theory is true, but at the same time, I just can't. I just have a feeling. I just can't help it. And it's shit like this. How much money is it? I'm 5 minutes in. My list is already chock full. It's a big deal for someone to rent. In a way, a lot of these can be conceived as just innocent talk, an innocent phrase. But with the overlying theme of human trafficking, it makes all of these sound 100 times more sketchy. Like, this one doesn't even make sense. There is no question mark, but where does this question mark come in? How does it get there? Why would it just auto-generate to a question? That makes literally no sense. Look, here is another full-blown question mark, but it is clearly related to business and clearly could be used to talk about this sketchy stuff. So I was gonna overlook this one. It says, we will be able to make a lot of money to help you get your money ready. And at first I'm like, all right, that kind of seems sketchy, but at the same time, not really. But then I'm like, what if you add a comma after the you and before the get? Because then it reads, we will be able to make a lot of money to help you get your money ready. Could be talking about a business, could be saying, get your money ready to invest in this business because it's going to make you a lot more and help you in the long run. Maybe I'm reaching, but I still feel like I had to mention it. Money man. Fuck. That's what they call me in grade school, if you know what I mean. I am just kidding, I was broke. Still am. I feel like I should mention that. Still and most certainly broke. You have a low price rate. You're low cost people. Oh my god, I feel like it's so close to being just perfect evidence for this, but it's not quite there. You're low cost people. Just look at the last 3 words of that. Low cost people.
Oh my god. Oh my god, I have fucking chills. I have chills all over my body. Oh my god.
You have a lot of low-cost people. Listen to it.
You have a lot of low-cost people.
What the fuck? What? You have a great deal of low-cost people. Bro, and that came from this. Tell me how the fuck that works. I know some people will just be like, oh, it's just a glitch, no big deal. This could be fucking used for evil. You start with the base phrase that translates to human trafficking, and if you just add or take away just a few letters, you get all this shit. What? How many people do you have? Bro! I don't even know what to say. Listen to this.
How much do you have to pay for a low-cost peasant community?
This is so twisted. It's really, this is messed up. This is so messed up. You have a lot of low-cost people around you. How many people are there for you? I stopped my list. You want to know why? Because after half an hour, I filled up over 2 pages. My hand hurts. I don't want to write anymore. You have a great deal of low-income people worldwide. How to get a lot of money for your kids. How do you buy a lot of low-income people? How do you get your kids? How much do you pay for your kids? Oh my... How do you buy your baby? How much do you have to pay for it? Listen, I'm not gonna get into it. I mean, could this be talking about people who sell their own babies into human trafficking? How much do you pay for your baby? How do you get your kids cheap, and how much money are you looking for? This has literally created the perfect code for human trafficking. In just 45 minutes, I probably found at least 100 different words and phrases that could be used to communicate about human trafficking. And at least 30 phrases that seem directly correlated to it. People really could use this as code for human trafficking, and I stand buy that. I hope this isn't happening. I hope this isn't a real thing. I hope I am overhyping this. I just feel gross looking at this. I'm going to turn this off for the night. I think the video might be done. I don't know. Let's tell you what. I will talk to you guys in the morning, because I just need to get away from this right now. Good night. Okay guys, so it's actually 2 days later now, and I still really have no idea how to wrap this video up, because at this point I feel like I have proven that this theory could at least be possible. And that was my whole goal for the video. But I'm still left with a bunch of questions. Was it ever going to happen? Was this ever going to be a big deal? Is it already a big deal? Who knows? Also, when I initially heard this theory, the theory was actually that Google does this on purpose. They purposefully made this glitch for human traffickers to communicate with each other. And if it's true, they probably thought that nobody would ever find out about it. Now, I'm not going to go there. I personally don't really think that's the case. I hope it's not the case, but even if it is, I'm not going to throw that allegation out there. It's too big of a claim. Personally, I think you would need a lot more evidence to prove that, and that's just evidence that we don't have. So that leaves this video in a very strange place. I don't know how to end it. I want to encourage everyone watching this to go over to Google Translate and try this out for yourself. None of these were faked. You can test them out for yourself. Just translate from Igbo to English.
Videos in passing, using that along with many others as evidence that this trend did in fact exist. However, at the time, I could have never known how twisted that obscure channel truly was, and how much darker it would get, as just a few months later, Dylan's life would take a disturbing turn, and one that would forever immortalize his channel as one of YouTube's darkest. Before we get too far into this, I want to thank today's sponsor, Raycon. Raycon is truly disrupting the electronics industry by making great sound affordable for everyone, as their wireless earbuds start at just half the price of other premium audio brands. Co-founded by Ray J, it's no wonder celebrities like Snoop Dogg and Mike Tyson are using these earbuds, as they come in a wide variety of fun colors and patterns, with multiple fit options for everyone, all without the dangling wires or stems, and they have the performance to match their look, with 6 hours of playtime, seamless Bluetooth pairing, more bass, and a compact, comfortable fit. Recently, I've been wearing mine while walking my new puppy, Kuma. So if you would like a pair of your own Raycons, click the link in the description or go to buyraycon.com/NickCrowley and you'll get 15% off of your Raycon purchase. And with their 45-day free return policy, you can try them today practically risk-free. Addicted to dying slower. This was the caption for Dylan Pontney's first video on Instagram, as he's shown taking a long drag of his cigarette. And looking back, it was this account that provides the context needed to understand Dylan, as well as his YouTube channels, as videos like this were the basis of his content, and those watching absolutely loved it. Commenters would say things like, "Looking good, man. You're so sexy, addicted your face is cute," and "very hot smoker, smoker fetish?" He would never respond to that final question, though the answer wasn't hard to find. Dylan would post these videos shirtless, while acknowledging and thanking the fans who were leaving sexual comments, even mentioning a potential start of an OnlyFans account. He knew what he was doing, and his account was a fetish page through and through, but not in the way that you would typically expect. Dylan clearly loved smoking, but more specifically the dark side effects that came with it, as he would hashtag things like cancer and as well as even stating outright that he thought cancer was good. And he was being serious too, as he'd even take pictures of the warning labels on cigarette packages, which featured photos of withering and dying individuals, as they were designed to scare people away. But rather than deterring him, Dylan would openly say how much he loved the sight of them, as it showed what could happen to him someday, an idea that Dylan absolutely loved. Dylan Pontney wanted to get cancer and die before his audience's eyes, much like Leather Smoked Me had done years before, along with many others across the web, with his Instagram providing all the context we need, context that would make his YouTube channels all the more concerning. Dylan had 3 channels, one of which going under the same name as his Instagram, along with another called Jericho Chris, the same account that I had found way back when researching in December. And both accounts consisted mainly of his smoking videos, and quickly, Dylan would start to amass a few hundred views per video, as viewers were watching eagerly to see the young man begin to wither. It's a concept that's dark enough, especially considering his age, but as mentioned, Dylan had 3 total channels, with his third proving to be the darkest. The channel would go by the name of Juniper Crossing, and again feature more smoking clips, only unlike his other pages, these clips didn't make up the majority of his content. In fact, the channel itself was dedicated to a whole other rabbit hole here on YouTube. And it's one that we've been down before.
See what I'm talking about? That is true power and true free will. Basically, we're all trapped on an iron grid. Our cells are literally keeping us trapped on planet Earth. You need to get to the center of the flat Earth before you're dead, or you will expire of your own stupidity.
Blood Over Intent, Proof of Life, Quasi-Luminous. This was the title of Dylan's second upload to the Juniper Crossing channel that would go live back in December of 2021, clearly in reference to what has now become one of the largest and most intriguing rabbit holes on all of YouTube. We explored the mystery way back in the day, the Cult of Saturn. It's a group that believes an apocalyptic event is imminent, and the only way to survive is to put your name in Satan's Book of Life, a book reserved for the first 144,000 people who partake in a ritual known as Blood Over Intent. For the ritual, you write your intentions down on a sheet of paper and then spill your blood over it, which supposedly manifests your intentions, as well as puts your name in the Book of Life, essentially securing your salvation. But in order for it to fully work, you must record the ritual and post it here on YouTube. It's one of the first big rabbit holes that we explored on the channel, and it was uncovered that the man behind the whole movement is named Mark Braun, or as he goes by on YouTube, Quasi-Luminous, which Dylan references in the title of his video. Mark believes that he is Satan himself, and the followers of this movement believe the same, despite the fact that in reality he's just a genuinely disturbed guy. Now, fellow YouTuber Blame It On Jorge has, in my opinion, the best breakdown of this mystery, so I recommend watching his video on it for further details. But all in all, it's an incredibly twisted community. Something that became even more apparent to me, as every now and then I still receive bizarre threats from certain members of the group, despite having posted that video over a year ago.
Nicholas Crowley, you were in the pocket of fog, have you seen it? Nicholas Crowley, you were in the pocket of fog, have you seen it? Nicholas Crowley.
But out of all the videos that I've seen associated with this group, Dylan's truly stand out. Most people who take part in this will simply prick their finger with a pushpin in order to spill their blood, but Dylan's approach is a little different and much more violent. Rather than gently jabbing himself with a pushpin, Dylan instead slams it into his finger over and over again, in most cases pushing the pin clear through his thumb, in one side and out the other. And though I can't fully show you an example of this, you can understand the force he's using just by listening. There's a real darkness to this Juniper Crossing channel, as it's essentially the combination of 2 YouTube mysteries we've covered in the past, both of which being incredibly concerning in their own right. I mean, this is a channel run by a kid who wants to get cancer and die, while at the same time immersing himself into one of YouTube's darkest cults. And what's also obvious when watching these videos is there's a real anger to Dylan, which is fully on display when he jams the pin through his finger, as well as on his Instagram page. We can see that his bedroom walls are filled with holes, likely as a result of Dylan punching them. He was clearly dealing with some very serious issues in regards to his mental health, and unfortunately, things would only escalate from this point on. From here, he'd begin to fall down into a conspiracy rabbit hole, posting about the earth being flat, stating that humans are being farmed, and that our world is just one big prison. Theories that he would begin to push more and more on his channel as time went on, further showcasing what appeared to be the deterioration of Dylan's mind. And posts that would all lead us to his final upload, a video that will forever prove to be the darkest he'd ever make. On the morning of March 15th, 2021, Dylan would post a video titled "Smoking in a Car Full Vid." It would feature no further description. The clip shows as Dylan jokes around with his father on their way to Dylan's school as he enjoys his early morning cigarette, which in his words was the best way to start the day. He then asks his dad if they could visit his nana after school, and the two would start to plan out their day.
Are we going to Nana's place after? Are we supposed to? Maybe. You want to go there for a visit? Yeah.
Dylan then finishes his cigarette before shutting off the camera. He would never post again. Not just on his YouTube account, but on his Instagram as well. In fact, no social media belonging to Dylan would ever be updated from this moment on. The video would go live as soon as Dylan would get dropped off at school, and from there he would start his day as usual. That morning he would sit in his classroom at Christ the King High School, the same way he would do any other school day, only today was different. For reasons unknown, at roughly 9:30 a.m., Dylan would stand up from his chair before pulling a knife out of his backpack, right in the middle of class. He would then proceed to turn to the girl sitting next to him, and before anyone could realize what was happening, Dylan would stab 17-year-old Jennifer Winkler and quickly leave the classroom and the school itself. It happened too quickly to react, and in an instant, Jennifer would be fatally injured, later passing away in the hospital before her father could say goodbye. Dylan would attempt to run but would only make it to a nearby neighborhood before being caught and arrested for murder. Just barely a few hours ago, Dylan was sitting with his dad planning out his day, and there was no sort of indication in this final video that just moments later he would take a life in cold blood. And even more shocking of all, according to the victim's father, there was seemingly no bad blood between the two. As a matter of fact, they were at one point neighbors, though they never really hung out or talked. The attack was completely unprovoked and seemingly without reason. According to Dylan's own dad, he was a troubled kid who struggled daily with mental health issues, but in his own words, he said he believed that Dylan was making strides and starting to get better. But his YouTube channel paints a different story. It showed a young man who had seemingly no will to live, a man that wanted to die, and a young man who was clearly dealing with intense and very concerning anger issues, all leading to him cutting short a life for seemingly no reason at all. And just based off of the way that Jennifer's dad describes her, well, it seems like our world lost an amazing person that day.
She was bright, smart, creative. She was just Jenny. I'm gonna miss her, and
A few days following the murder, I would receive an email from one of my viewers letting me know what had happened, which in part revealed the true scope of Dylan's channels, and just how quickly things had turned for the worst from that fateful day that I had viewed his video. But most disturbingly of all, at that point, there were still people leaving comments from the Blood Over Intent group, literally saying that they praised Dylan, despite the fact that he was a known murderer at this point, something that if you were in his comment sections, you couldn't miss. The Juniper Crossing channel stands today as a dark look into the mind of a truly disturbed individual, someone who dedicated his life to a satanic cult, someone who wanted the world to see him slowly die on his channel, and someone who would mercilessly kill not even 2 hours after posting his final video. And unfortunately, the signs were there all along. But this isn't always the norm. In fact, typically just the opposite rings true, as people will hide behind their YouTube personalities, leaving behind no indication of the true evil that they possess, and in the case of Cadence Pinder, this rings especially true. It was a channel that began back in 2014, though remnants of that time have long since been removed, as both Cadence and her channel would go through a massive change in 2017. That year, Cadence would transition genders from male to female, having undergone surgery and procedures to become the person that she always felt she was. It was an isolating time for her, and rather than going through the struggles alone, she would instead decide to dedicate her channel to this journey. With that, the page was completely wiped, and Cadence would start from scratch, bringing her viewers into her life and her experiences as a transgender woman. A move that would immediately pay off. Her channel began to grow, amassing a few thousand subscribers, and her videos would gain hundreds of thousands of views in just 1 year of posting. And following this trajectory, her numbers were poised to continue growing. But this change in content wasn't just paying off in terms of numbers. Over that time, her comment sections would be filled with positive messages from people who had been genuinely helped by Cadence as they too were transitioning and dealing with similar struggles of their own. Cadence's content was quite literally making people feel less lonely at a time in their lives that can be notoriously isolating. And though her following was far from huge, the impact that she was making on the world and in the lives of her viewers certainly was. And one could imagine that a few more successful years of posting, and who knows, maybe Cadence could have truly made a living off of YouTube. This is just something that we'll never know, as instead, by the beginning of 2018, her posting would slow to a halt, leaving the channel to go dormant to this day. Now, typically throughout the series, when a channel abruptly stops posting, it's normally a sign that something tragic had happened. But in this case, the circumstances were a bit different, as Cadence would actually continue updating her other social media profiles, even after abandoning the channel. There, she would post about how burnt out she had become and the lack of motivation that she possessed for making videos. And it seems she would never get this motivation back, as despite the hot start, the channel was still a long ways away from paying her bills, and being in her mid-20s at the time, she needed to find a reliable income elsewhere, and it was around this time that she would receive the perfect offer. At the time, Cadence was dating her longtime boyfriend Marcus Strabel, whose mother owned a daycare service that she ran from home. And looking to expand, his mother would offer the couple a job in which they could operate their own daycare service right from their home. For the couple, the opportunity was a no-brainer, as they both loved kids, and the job would allow them to work even without leaving their home. And by 2018, Cadence would leave YouTube behind to pursue this new venture full-time. A move that at first proved to be the right decision, as she enjoyed her career and could now financially sustain herself. But very quickly, things would take a turn for the worst. Not long into the daycare's operation, the Division of Child and Family Services would quietly launch an investigation into the daycare, and more specifically, into Cadence Pinder. The exact details of this event are still to this day unknown, but we do know why they were alerted in the first place, with the reason being that Cadence had been accused of performing a hands-on sexual offense to a child, something that supposedly happened when she was watching the children within her own home. It's a horrifying statement to read, but ultimately it proved to be short-lived, as the case was quickly dropped, essentially declaring Cadence as innocent, allowing her to continue her job as an at-home daycare worker. And subsequently, the information within the case would never be released, not even to the parents who were trusting this service. But either way, Cadence was technically found innocent, so perhaps it's unnecessary to even mention this. Well, maybe it would be, if not for the fact that during the same time, something else very dark was brewing behind the scenes. On December 2nd of 2019, the FBI would receive a tip that would come right from Google, who would notify them of suspicious activity coming from the account of Cadence Pinder. And it wouldn't stop there, as just a week later, the FBI would yet again be notified, this time of even more suspicious activity that Google had noticed from that same account, with both alerts claiming that Cadence may have uploaded suspicious content to her account, with the content in question being CP. These tips would lead to the FBI opening an official investigation into Cadence along with her boyfriend, as the two had shared the account. though for a while nothing would come of it. In fact, it wouldn't be until November of 2020, nearly a full year later, that the FBI would visit the household of Cadence and Marcus. Once there, Cadence would claim that she had in fact seen CP just once or twice while scrolling around Tumblr, but that she had never actually downloaded anything, instead quickly clicking off in disgust. Marcus himself would echo a similar statement as well, claiming that if anything was downloaded, then it must have been an accident, and certainly nothing had been uploaded, even offering up his phone along with Cadence so that the FBI could confirm that there was nothing on their devices. However, their compliance didn't last long. Unsurprisingly, the FBI would accept their offer to search their phones, something that would immediately cause the couple to backtrack, as they refused to hand anything over before asking the officers to leave their home. It was an undeniable red flag, and that alone told authorities all they needed to know, that both Cadence and Marcus had something worth hiding on their phones. But even this forethought couldn't prepare them for what they would find. After obtaining a warrant to search the phones of the couple, it would be revealed that the alert had in fact been correct, and Cadence's phone did hold multiple photos containing CP. But somehow it was even worse than you would imagine. Along with the straight-up CP was photographs depicting real-life physical abuse in some of the worst ways imaginable, all of which being done to children, and all of which found on the phone of a daycare worker. Having been caught red-handed, Cadence would state that it must have been a mistake, further claiming that she must have accidentally downloaded them from Tumblr, or it was Marcus who had done this all, though his story was much different. His phone also contained photographs depicting similar content, which he had admitted to downloading, only not alone. According to him, the couple would download these images together, admitting that they viewed them and stored their favorites on separate accounts for later use, though he was adamant about one thing, the fact that he had no idea that these kids were underaged. This, however, was a blatant lie. Upon reviewing the images, the FBI would conclude that the photographs could not have been mistaken for adults, as they didn't show teenagers or even preteens for that matter. Instead, the photos were of children as young as 3 years old, the same age as the kids that the two were watching over, alone within their home. And though the FBI had only received 2 alerts, the true scope was far worse than just a few photographs, as Cadence Pinder, the once budding YouTuber, had 125 pictures depicting CP all within her phone, far more than her boyfriend Marcus. The discovery has led to Cadence being charged with 15 counts of sexual exploitation of a minor, with Marcus being charged with 10 counts of the same. As of now, the two are both awaiting sentencing, but having them locked away is a huge relief, though I'm still left with many questions. That allegation of a sexual act performed on a minor by Cadence way back before she had gotten caught makes me wonder if there was any truth to that story, as she clearly was attracted to children, and she worked in close quarters alone with them, which also makes me wonder if the photos that she possessed were of kids that she was supposed to be watching. As remember, the Google alert was spurred on because Cadence had uploaded a photo, not just downloaded. So maybe that was a picture of one of the children that she was trusted to watch. But this is something that to this day hasn't been confirmed, and as of now it's believed that at the very least, the majority of pictures that she had on her device were pulled right from Tumblr, which makes one of her final tweets all the more disturbing, as she says, "Wait, you can't upload to Tumblr anymore? I thought that's the only reason people even use Tumblr. Look at me learning something new every day." Cadence Pinder was, is, and will always be a disturbed individual. And scary enough, she had found herself in the perfect profession to objectify young children behind closed doors, a job that she was allowed to continue after one allegation, and nearly a year after Google had told the FBI that she had uploaded CP. And who knows what kind of sick things transpired within her home. But though the job she had found herself in was the perfect storm for a sick individual like Cadence, the profession that she had sought out initially wasn't much better, as she had actively tried for over a year to become a famous YouTuber, something that, had it happened, would have surrounded her with thousands of kids who looked up to her and would do anything for her. I mean, we see it every day, vile people using their status here to lure in kids, and as crazy as it may seem, I have to wonder if that was a motivating factor for her starting to make content in the first place. But for our next creator, he never tried to hide the fact that he had a much darker career outside of YouTube. In fact, he practically put it on display for the world to see. The channel takes us to the Mexican state of Jalisco, the hometown of an up-and-coming rapper known as QBA. His real name was Christian Omar Palma Gutierrez, but most called him by his stage name, as his YouTube channel would go by QBA Official. And it was on this channel where he would begin to make a name for himself. Starting back in 2015, the young rapper would lean on the site to promote his music and share it across the world. And that's exactly what would happen. At the moment, he has songs across the site with over 10 million views, and on his own channel, he has multiple music videos that have amassed anywhere from 2 to 5 million views apiece. In Mexico, he was a full-blown star, as he'd rap about violence, gang activities, and drugs, something not too uncommon in that era of Mexican hip-hop. Though with these dark lyrics came a problem. YouTube would not monetize QBA's music, meaning that though he was getting millions of views, it said that at his peak, QBA was only making a mere $300 a month, nowhere near enough to bank on full-time. Making matters more difficult, the young rapper had recently gotten married and had a child, and with the wage he was making on YouTube, he knew that he would have to take on another job to help his family financially. So in 2018, he would begin a side gig as a car mechanic, working for around $80 to $100 a week. But as QBA struggled to pay his bills, a scandal had broken out in that same area where he lived. In February of 2018, 3 university students had gone out to film a school project, with a group settling on a somewhat remote region of Jalisco, QBA's home state. It was a trip that they would never return from, as they vanished into the night. The disappearance was shocking, and especially concerning as the 3 students were last seen being led to a vehicle by armed police officers, with the big issue being that there were no patrol cars in that area, and no cops either for that matter. Instead, the group had been kidnapped by fake officers, and hadn't been seen since entering the vehicle. The case would gain national attention, as many assumed that the 3 had been killed, though no bodies had been discovered. In fact, no bodies would be discovered, or could be for that matter, and oddly enough, this was all thanks to QBA. When the rapper had taken up a job as a car mechanic, he would become close to his boss, a man named El Cochi, and seeing that the young man was struggling financially, he would offer him another job, one that would pay $160 a week, far more than he even made on YouTube, with the position being titled as a cook. But it's not the cook that you would normally expect, as instead, El Cochi had worked for the notorious Jalisco New Generation Cartel, a gang known as one of Mexico's most dangerous and violent, and the cooks were the low men on the totem pole, being practically relegated to dirty work and cleanup. Immediately after taking up the job, those 3 film students would go out to film on that fateful day, in which they had no idea that they were stepping on this gang's land, right in a location where the cartel was expecting another gang to show up. And thinking the students were with that gang, the Jalisco group would kidnap them, posing as police officers. Upon being kidnapped, the group would begin to torture them one by one, as they desperately tried to get info on the gang that the 3 were working for, a gang that none of these students had any connection to, meaning that as they were being tortured for answers, they quite literally had nothing they could say. There was no information they could give, something that caused the violence to get so extreme that one student would ultimately be tortured to death. Realizing their mistake, the gang members would shoot the other 2 in cold blood to remove any possibility of this info getting out. The 3 film students had been murdered, and ultimately for no reason at all. It was at this moment that the gang would call upon QBA, the fresh new cook, he would be tasked with cleaning up the bodies of the 3 students in a way that would assure that they could never be found. So he one by one placed the bodies in large barrels and proceeded to fill them with acid. The acid would break down the chunks of flesh into a soup-like consistency, turning the kids into a substance that was completely unrecognizable to what they once were, before pouring the human soup down a storm drain, being rinsed away and never to be seen again. Following the completion of the job, QBA would continue rapping and posting his music onto YouTube, with these works being especially dark as he rapped about living life as a gang member. But before long, the channel would go silent, having had no uploads since, with the main reason being that QBA had been arrested. Unfortunately for him, QBA would be blown in for his role in the crime, essentially becoming the fall guy for the event, as he would eventually admit to having dissolved the bodies, as well as doing the same thing to even more victims, left behind from at least 3 separate hits. In aiding in the case against him, police would actually use snippets of the songs he'd post to YouTube as evidence on trial, as he often rapped about the gang activities as well as specific instances that authorities believe may have actually happened. His persona and his music were no act, and QBA had been rapping from experience. But QBA's channel isn't only dark because his lyrics allude to the lifestyle he was living, but also because, looking back on his situation, you can clearly see that his music was a call for help. In his songs, he would frequently talk about being trapped within the gang, calling it his own hell, and implying that he wanted out, something that, upon agreeing to join, would never have been possible. His music was literally him admitting that something was wrong in his life and that he needed help, but to the millions who listened, they only thought it was art, making the channel tragic in its own way. And though this is where QBA's story ends, as he will now spend the rest of his life in prison, forever being known as a what-if in the world of hip-hop, the presence of gang and cartel violence is something that is still very apparent on the dark side of YouTube, and it has been for a very long time. Most famously, 17-year-old Juan Luis Leganes Rosales, who had become well known throughout the world of social media and specifically on YouTube, before releasing a video where he would insult the leader of the very gang that QBA had worked for. A move that didn't sit well. As a result, gang members would enter a bar in which the online star had been hanging out at, before opening fire, striking the teenager as many as 18 times, killing him instantly. It was one of the more viral YouTube stories back in 2017, and tragically, it has since come out that Juan was incredibly impaired at the time of that notorious recording, and the video itself was taken by a friend who posted it to social media without his consent, a decision that would prove to be a tragic mistake. But as dark as this story is, it's just another in a long line of examples, as fittingly, just a few months following this event, yet another YouTuber would be targeted. El Salón TV was a Mexican YouTube channel started back on February 9th of 2012, being run by a lady named Pamica Montenegro. Pamica would feature videos ranging from beauty tips to skits as well as vlogs, with her undeniable charisma being present in each upload. But along with these fairly standard videos, Pamica would also focus a good deal of her content around political commentary in the region of Guerrero, Mexico. She was a journalist through and through, also publishing within her own magazine, as well as across vast social media accounts. Politics were something that she took very seriously, though that might not always be obvious to outsiders who watched her videos, as she would take a very satirical approach to the topic, often playing as a character and cracking jokes, as she would share this very real information about local officials, having a specific interest in the corruption going on within the city of Acapulco. On March 3rd, 2016, Pamica would upload a video covering the supposed corruption of Evito Velázquez Iguari, an established politician in the area, stating that he had governed with, quote, compadres without experience and without social commitment, before going on to insinuate that he had multiple conflicts of interest and was clearly a corrupt man. Publishing this video would ultimately prove to be costly. According to Pamika's husband, Samuel Munizori, immediately following its upload, his wife was met with a wave of harassment and death threats. A surprising reaction considering that Pamika had such a small following at the time, to this day having only garnered 2,000 subscribers, with the video itself having only 11,000 views. A number that's been heavily inflated in recent years, likely having only a few hundred at the time of the threats. Yet the harassment for even talking about the politician, even if no one was listening, was very real, leading her husband to state that whatever may happen to him and Pamika, it will likely be at the hands of Evadiel Velasquez. But truthfully, Pamika had made more enemies than just him. She had immense knowledge of the gangs that frequented that area, as well as a platform that she would often discuss the activities of these very groups, leading the rumor to be spread that she was releasing secret information about the gangs throughout her channel and her social media pages, something that obviously wasn't taken kindly to. And unfortunately, well, we know where this is headed. On February 5th, 2018, Pamika would be working at a restaurant that she had owned with her husband. There, her husband would send out a social media post inviting all their friends to come in for a visit. Immediately following this, 2 armed gunmen would enter the restaurant in which Pamika was working and proceed to execute her in front of her friends and loved ones. The men would quickly leave the restaurant, never being caught to this day. No motive has ever been given to the seemingly deliberate attack on Pamika, but diving into her history, it would quickly be reported that a local gang had taken her out due to the content she was posting on YouTube, with the Jalisco cartel being tossed around as a potential perpetrator for the crime, while others, including Pamika's own husband, thought that Evadiel Velasquez, the prominent politician that Pamika had frequently criticized, had likely put a hit on her, potentially reaching out to a local gang to do his dirty work in order to silence the journalist who had proven to be his biggest critic, with this particular theory being the most widely believed to this day. But whatever motive was and is true, it shows us the dangerous landscape that journalists in Mexico are facing even to this day, and how risky this whole YouTube channel really was, despite appearing so innocent, and despite it being so innocent, as the page was run by someone who simply had a passion for politics, and who wanted to report on the truth, despite knowing the implications that it could have. And unfortunately, it was this very drive and the love she had for this channel that would ultimately end up costing Pamika her life. You never know what you're gonna get when you explore these twisted channels that the site has to offer. Some pages telegraph devastation that's soon to come, while some come across as so inconspicuous. But regardless of how they gained their infamy, these channels will serve as relics on the site, and tragic reminders of the disturbed side of humanity, and the dark side of YouTube. I want to give a massive thank you to my goings. Others think that they're actually UFOs, and some people think that they're demons. One thing most people can agree on is they're not actually children. They are simply posing as children, and typically children around the ages of 5 to probably 15 years old. Now you may be wondering, why would a demon or why would an alien take the shape of an innocent looking little girl? Like, that doesn't seem very intimidating at all, does it? Well, it's because who would close the door on a little girl at 2 a.m. in the morning who claims she's lost? Now, these children show up at your doorstep or on the side of your car, and they ask to be let in. Typically, they'll travel in pairs, but it's said that that's not always the case. Just for the most part. Now, some of them will be wearing sunglasses, others will have long bangs covering their eyes, and others will just look like regular kids. Now, when they show up at your doorstep, it is said that animals will be able to tell right away that there's something up with these kids. Even the most loyal of dogs will kind of cower in fear or even hide behind you. They're so scared. Now, when you answer the door, they'll typically use phrases like, "We're lost, can you let us in?" Or, "Can we use your telephone?" Now, let's just say if you let them in, it's not gonna end well. And if you don't let them in, well, it's said that only makes them angry. Yeah, they start off nice enough, they start off sounding very polite, but the longer you keep them waiting, the more triggered they're going to be. Now, one man actually described his experience with these black-eyed children as saying he actually opened the door for them and gestured that they come in. But instead of coming in, the kids just stood there. And the one said, "We can't come in unless you say it's okay." Now, this behavior has actually been reported in a few instances, which leads us to believe that these children actually need to be verbally invited into the house. They need a verbal okay for them to come into your house. Which, I don't know about you, that makes me feel a little bit better about this whole situation, because you can just say no. Now, believe it or not, most people actually don't let these children into your houses, and it's surprising to me because, well, who wouldn't let in a lost little girl into their house or a lost little boy? Like, these are kids. Well, the reason that they don't let these kids in is the gut feeling that they get when they open the door. And it's not a feeling of sadness or a feeling of worry for the kids. It's a feeling of fear. Pure fear. And it's said that these children can actually cause you to feel that way by manipulating your emotions and making you feel terrified of them. Now, little is known about the supposed abilities of these black-eyed children and how they can manipulate human emotions. But people claim that they actually have the ability to kind of force you to open your door to them and force you to let them into your house or car, or even come back and open the door for them after you've already turned them away. Now, for the few who have actually let these children into their houses, it hasn't ended well. Now, one lady on Reddit actually described her encounter with these kids as just a terrifying and panic-filled night. But what was interesting wasn't what these children actually did when they were in their house. It was what happened once they left, because she hasn't slept since. Now, that might sound kind of scary, but they can do much worse than that. And it's actually said that these kids are highly radioactive. Now, one lady said that she had opened her door for these kids, and once they left, she started having heavy nosebleeds every single day. And after some time went on, she was later diagnosed with advanced skin cancer. And you may be thinking, well, that's just a fluke thing. There's no way that there's any correlation, right? Well, her skin cancer was consistent with being exposed to massive amounts of radiation. Remember how I said people claim that these kids are radioactive? Now, there are many other stories out there about what these kids actually do and the cause that they actually have on your life afterwards. And the thing is that each story is fairly unique and everyone kind of has a different experience with it. But they're all similar in the sense that they all end in tragedy. And this has led people to believe that these black-eyed children just carry such a negative energy and they pass that on to you once they get into your house. This energy changes your life and causes horrible things to happen to you. So are black-eyed children real? Well, the answer is, I have no idea. I have no idea. Like I said before, these things are a complete mystery to us. Nobody really knows what the heck they even are. And the research that I was able to do, it didn't sway me either way. All I know for sure is they're incredibly terrifying. And all this research and all this talk about them has brought up an old memory of mine. It's one that honestly, I try and forget. So I don't know what to make of all this. This is probably not a black-eyed children story, but you never know. And this memory is probably the oldest memory that I have. I think it is the oldest memory, like the oldest thing that I can actually remember. And it took place on a family vacation in Mexico. I was probably like 4 years old at the time, and I was the shyest boy you'd ever meet. I never ever went out of my way to speak to anyone unless they spoke to me. And even when they spoke to me, I never had anything to say. I was just a nervous wreck. I guess some things never change. Now, we were staying at a resort that had a kids club. So, of course, on the first day, I went to the kids club and I stayed there. And I saw a girl about my age just sitting on this bench alone. And for some reason, I went up to her. I actually approached her. Why would a shy boy like me go out of my way to approach some random girl? Well, it wasn't because I wanted to, and it wasn't because I was interested in her. It was because I felt like I had to. It's like something was forcing me to walk up to her, and I can't remember much about what actually happened, but I'll always remember that feeling, and it was the feeling of terror. Now, my next memory from this day and from the same kind of moment was me and her sitting in the sandbox together, playing with the sand, and I remember her staring at me intently, like direct, intense staring at me. And as a young boy, you know how shy I already said how shy I was, so I refused to look at her in the face. I was just looking down at my toy and just playing. And we didn't even speak a word until she eventually said something about if she could stay with me and my family for the week. And I remember being confused and nervous, so I don't think I ever responded to that. I'm pretty sure I just ignored it. Now, she finally broke her stare and she started looking back down at her toy, and that's when I finally was able to turn and look at her face up close. And from the side profile, I noticed something was off about her, and it was her eyes. They looked like they were all black. Never meant to be seen by the public eye, with a rabbit hole even more bizarre than anything we've covered on this channel before. And today, we're diving down to its very depths.
With your anchor person, Doris Marmee, and welcome to the Daily Pepper. Happy hunting.
Before we dive into this incredibly dark topic, I chose not to do a sponsor on this one as it just didn't really feel right, but if you want to support the channel, I do have a Patreon page that offers some exclusive benefits. For example, less censored versions of videos like the one you're watching right now. Or you can just go over and check out the new ghost hunting channel that myself and Nexpo started called Nick and Ryan. We've got a brand new video dropping at the end of this month and then a ton more already filmed and ready to go after that. So there will be lots of content coming very soon. Links to both of these will be in the description, and with that, let's get back to the video. The story begins in the early days of the internet, a time when, due to the general public's lack of understanding of this new online world, moderation was at its most primitive and nefarious activity ran rampant, with many of the worst examples coming from the dawn of live streaming. Back then, streams and their associated chats were almost entirely unregulated, leading to them becoming a cesspool of all sorts of degeneracy, and it's within one of these very sites where Amanda's torment would begin. It happened on a website called Blog TV, where Amanda had logged in one evening at the age of 13 to the tune of 200 viewers, and it was here that she would be pressured to eventually flash the camera with the whole chat cheering her on, a decision that she would regret not only in the moment, but for the remainder of her life. Lurking in the chat room was a man under the alias of Tyler Boo, who had been waiting for that very opportunity to grab a screenshot and recording of this young girl in her most vulnerable moment, before immediately turning around and using that image as blackmail in an attempt to leverage it for more private performances. It was a demand that Amanda refused, though truthfully it wouldn't have mattered anyway, as Tyler would turn her world into a living hell of online harassment, with a photo and video being sent to all of her friends, acquaintances, and family members. It got so bad that on multiple occasions her entire family would be forced to move, though this was of no use, as Tyler's evil crusade persisted. Every new school, every person she interacted with, would eventually be met with the content from that fateful stream. Amanda could never outrun him, and with nowhere left to turn, she would take up drinking and drug use just to cope, until eventually on October 10th, 2012, she just couldn't take it anymore. The story of Amanda Todd is a complex, tragic tale, with many factors ultimately playing a role in her untimely passing, with none being more prominent than her harasser. And with her video gaining immense virality following her passing, all eyes were on Amanda's case, with the big question being, who is Tyler Boo? A question that leads us to a particularly disturbing discovery and today's main topic. As to unmask this abuser, we have to first recognize that he wasn't alone, but rather was part of one of the most bizarre and deranged communities ever uncovered on the internet. With Amanda's story making headlines, Canadian authorities quickly began work on their investigation, dedicating a team of detectives to unmask the man behind the Tyler Boo alias. And there, it's likely that they discovered that the crimes Tyler had committed were far more common than you would imagine. Back then, Tyler was what is known as a capper, someone who prowls live streams of young women and men across the internet, egging them on into performing some type of lewd act. and upon convincing them to perform said act, these cappers would then take screenshots or recordings, also known as caps, immortalizing the moment in an image or short video. For some cappers, this is where their involvement ends, but for many others it goes much deeper. Once in possession of the caps, they will then use this as blackmail against the victim in order to further extort them, which is exactly what Tyler Boo had done to Amanda. And she wasn't alone. Back then, this kind of stuff happened on a freakishly regular basis, with hundreds, even thousands of cappers operating on a given night, with their list of victims being essentially immeasurable. Victims who had their lives completely and utterly destroyed by these malevolent outside forces that forbade them from ever speaking out. And these forces rarely operated alone. In reality, many of these cappers were closely intertwined within a community of individuals sharing this common practice, many of whom shared techniques, caps, and genuine online connections with each other. And as dark as this all may seem, their actual doings are somehow even worse than you could fathom. A fact that would only be fully understood and laid out on a silver platter upon the discovery of an internet-based program known as the Daily Capper.
Happy Father's Day, cappers and camera quotes. Welcome to the week in review of the Daily Capper.
The short-form program began its run here on YouTube back on June 20th, 2010, and continued airing weekly for over a year, with each episode having a runtime of roughly 5 minutes, primarily featuring this uncanny host and her robotic voice. And if she looks vaguely familiar, you might recognize her or even the layout in general as having come from the old HBO series Crashbox, an educational program made for children, which features an eerily similar segment called Distraction News.
Distraction News with your anchor person, Dora Smarmy.
Good evening, I'm Doris Marmy and welcome to Distraction News, where we give you the news and then ask you 5 questions about what we've just reported.
But the Daily Capper was a much different show, as its creators stole the imagery from Crashbox and dubbed over it with this off-putting text-to-speech in order to tell the top weekly stories from the world of capping, with the channel's description reading, "The capping world is a world that is unknown and mysterious to some, but really there's nothing mysterious about it. The Daily Capper is here to report week by week what goes on in the capping world." The page is almost like a time capsule, preserving the wrongdoings of this otherwise obscure community, and putting it all out in the open. And because of this, investigators were understandably immediately drawn to the program, as it quite literally documented all of the highlights in the capping community, even discussing some of the group's major players and victims at the time that Tyler Boo had been harassing Amanda. And thus began their deep dive, and ours as well, into the Daily Capper. And what better place to start than at the very beginning?
We are halfway through the year, and what better way to spend 365 days than on your computer screen looking for camera quotes? Despite what others think, summer is not the time to go outdoors swimming, being with friends. Rather, it is a time for girls and boys to turn their computers on and get dirty.
The show opens on a jarring note, with its creator being so crass that some might mistake this as a work of satire, though sadly this is far from the case, which becomes evident after only a few minutes when the tone is set for just how disturbing the Daily Capper was going to be.
These are some highlights from this past week. Nicole, 34, went to Tiny Chat and exposed her 15-year-old. She was later heroed and blackmailed by Doc Holliday.
Throughout the episode, multiple stories are told about what the capping community had been up to, with the host referring to the acquisition of these caps as epic wins, a common phrase throughout the capping community, a true indicator of the time period in which the show had aired. But what makes this all the more chilling was that each of the girls that had been featured on the show were minors, with the creator making sure to mention their ages, like a 15-year-old, and even a group of 13-year-olds.
Let's start with this past Thursday. Epic Win was delivered in the form of 4 13-year-old girls from Blog TV Jr., and all for a room of 300. A hero went on cam and streamed their video for them. These girls remain the most talked about girls in the capping world,
with these children bearing the brunt of the community's blackmail that week. It was all laid out in black and white. Not only did this one episode alone prove the existence of the capping community, but it also showed us a glimpse into how they operate, who they truly are, and just how remorseless they can be. It's truly unlike anything I've ever seen on the internet. A group so clearly committing wrongdoings, yet so shamelessly airing it out. And I truly believe that whoever was behind the Daily Capper never meant for this show to leave their little bubble. With the very first episode alone including callbacks and past references to the capping community, with no added context being given.
From Blog TV, Junior went to Tiny Chat once again. If you remember, she has been to Tiny Chat before. One thing that has not changed, every post Coke makes gets deleted or banned.
Showing us that A, the community had been around long before the Daily Capper, and B, that the viewers were expected to have prior knowledge of events from within the community, making it apparent that the program was made solely for involved cappers, which is likely why it comes off as so unapologetic, especially as the episodes go on, as things only devolve further from here.
Welcome cappers and campers to this special July 4th edition of the Daily Capper, and what a week it has been.
Just 2 weeks later, the Daily Capper would feature a story about a 12-year-old who had fallen victim to a capper, with said capper turning around and using the cap as blackmail to force the girl into
himself along with Razor and this guy. Blackmailed the girl to drink her own on this site.
A move that was celebrated by the host, as the Daily Capper didn't just highlight the best caps of the week, but also the best instances of blackmail, with the host making it very clear throughout the program just how much he appreciated the art of blackmail. It's a whole different level of disturbing, yet somehow the show manages to one-up itself with ease every single week, as the ages of their victims dipped lower and lower, to the point where the host was highlighting a cap.
This past Friday, Minnie pressured a 12-year-old black girl with her 8-year-old sister to seriously an 8-year-old
taken from an 8-year-old child. Which brings up a glaring note about this community. All the victims I've mentioned so far have been drastically underaged, and that's no coincidence, as virtually all the caps highlighted are mentioned to have come from minors, while those obtaining the caps were generally far older, meaning that a key pillar of this community wasn't just exploitation and blackmail, but pedophilia as well. And to truly hammer this point home, the host even refers to cam girls above the age of 18 as retired.
This is also the only place you can see Charmander, dog, and Panther Moose. So I guess it's also a camp retirement home.
It's impossibly grim, and though I feel the examples given prior go a long way in explaining what the Daily Capper was all about, I think the host manages to encapsulate just how vile their own show was in this one little segment.
Now a lot of people wonder exactly what capping is really like. While it's hard to explain every aspect in such a short period of time, some people have gone as far as to describe it as an underground version of Girls Gone Wild. Of course, there are a lot of differences between capping and Girls Gone Wild. For one, there are no blackmailers on Girls Gone Wild. But then again, those girls know they're going to have their videos shared all over the world. While girls on the internet will cry when they get recorded, that is a huge difference between capping and Girls Gone Wild. Plus they have to ask for permission before they use videos. And they have to be 18 or over. Complete opposite to what goes on here.
By this point, it's clear that both the community and the host of the Daily Capper are completely irredeemable, and despite some attempts by the creator to project a more neutral stance by making disparaging comments towards the community and thankfully not actually showing, this was in reality just an attempt to slide by what little regulation existed on the site back then, and a feeble one at that, as in one case the host even guides his community on how to obtain.
They got banned on Ustream and soon were blackmailed by Perso Pete to deleting their account. If you want to know where you can get the video, just message the person who blackmailed them. Love ya Shotty on YouTube.
And on top of that, all throughout the show, the host celebrates the depravity within their community, and not just in a figurative way, but in a literal one as well. Starting from before their first program would even air, the Daily Capper hosted the Capper Awards, an Oscar-like program made to celebrate the community's accomplishments throughout the year, with awards being given for such categories as Campsite of the Year, Cam Horror of the Year, Hero of the Year, and most chillingly, Blackmailer of the Year. This annual show first premiered on a separate YouTube channel back in 2009 and encapsulated everything wrong with this community, the arrogance, the deranged beliefs, the sense of pride. As just when you think this show can't get any worse, it goes ahead and does something like this. With the sheer size of this community being put on full display, as it was mentioned that over 4,000 votes were cast for just one category alone, at a time before the Daily Capper had even begun. And this wasn't a one-time affair either, as in 2010 the show would return, this time being made into a full program in the styling that we're now used to.
Welcome cappers and campers to the official 2010 Capper Awards voting video. Here we will go over the awards and the nominees. Blackmailer of the Year. This one is for the purpose of the internet.
Again, many of the same disturbed categories remained, with the most prominent being Blackmailer of the Year, which following community voting would be awarded to a user named Cody1206, who gained notoriety following his harassment of a young girl named Peyton.
Currently on Blog TV Jr., the girl named Peyton is being blackmailed every day by her mom Cody1206. So as usual with every blackmail, Peyton will give in to every request until Cody gets tired of her months from now and releases all her videos.
The situation sounds all too familiar to Amanda's, and not only did the capping community know the full extent of her torment, they celebrated it at an award show. And if this all wasn't bad enough, especially considering how Amanda's story would turn out, the host had this to say in a prior episode in regards to a young girl who suddenly disappeared after being harassed by this very community.
According to her Twitter, she ran away. Other sources have said she committed. Wherever she is now, we won't remember next week.
The parallels to the way this community operates and the story of Amanda Todd are extremely noteworthy, and it's not hard to see why investigators gravitated towards the Daily Capper being somehow involved in her death. After all, most of these cappers seem to be in a tight-knit group. However, there was one major reason for investigators to train their attention onto the Daily Capper, and it's a particularly devastating one.
Merry Christmas cappers and camp to the December 19th edition of the Daily Capper. Meanwhile, another girl from Blog has been talked about a lot this week. Denouncing Amanda.
On December 19th, 2010, the Daily Capper would air a segment mentioning an up-and-coming target for their community, with that child being 13-year-old Amanda Todd. In the show, the host states that she was extremely active on campsites and that she was being talked about quite a bit in the capping community. The ties to Amanda weren't just conjecture, it was proven right there in the footage.
She said she has been IP banned from Blog TV and ended up moving to Wicked Camp Chat to sing like she usually does.
As coincidentally, the show just so happened to coincide with the exact time frame that Amanda's harassment had begun. She had been trapped by this community, grasped firmly in their clutches, and with the Daily Capper being so intertwined in this world of capping, it seemed all but certain that one of its members had been the culprit behind her torment. But who? Who was Tyler Boo? Well, despite investigators likely believing that they were close to their big break while sifting through this disturbed online world, they actually wouldn't be the ones to break the news of this man's identity, and instead, answers came out of nowhere, in a twist that somehow makes this story even more bizarre.
Dear citizens of our nation, we have brought this announcement forward solely for the purpose of releasing Amanda Todd's Punisher's identity. You will find a URL to the man's docs in there. You will see various information about said person.
Before the police could even finish their investigation, Anonymous, the world-renowned hacking organization, would take it upon themselves to uncover Tyler Boo's identity, with their results finding him to be a major player in the capping community, a user by the name of Cody1206, aka 2010's Blackmailer of the Year. In the program crowning Cody1206, it mentioned how he abused a young girl named Peyton, a previously discussed victim who suffered similar harassment to Amanda, and with this notion, Anonymous dug deeper into the man, until they were able to prove that this same account was in constant contact with Amanda, and had supposedly been streaming her cap on this account for the whole world to see. And to add even more to Cody's rap sheet, he was supposedly already in the process of being charged with sexual assault on a minor. Anonymous had found their guy, and upon confirming this among themselves, they would publish this video including his full docs, with all of his private information being leaked to the whole world, with his real name turning out to actually be Cody, and just like that, the internet's #1 villain was unmasked. But there was just one issue. Anonymous actually got it wrong. And when I say wrong, I mean they were completely off. As it turns out, the phone numbers and addresses belonged to entirely different people, and the birthday they provided for Cody was off by over a decade. And to somehow make it even worse, it would later be confirmed that Cody wasn't even Tyler Boo. And upon the conclusion of the official police investigation, it would be revealed that Amanda's harasser was actually a 44-year-old Dutchman by the name of Aiden Coben, a notorious online predator known to have almost 100 different Facebook accounts in which he used for capping, with the man racking up an extremely long list of victims throughout the years, including Amanda, who he had tormented constantly for 3 long years leading to her passing. And though Cody did get caught in the crossfire here, I still have no sympathy for him, as he was undoubtedly a known capper in the community, and one of their most celebrated as well. And to make it even worse, it's believed that Cody and Amanda were actually friends, or at least Cody was pretending to be her friend, while at the same time, he was actually showing and sharing her caps regularly, meaning that he too was guilty for the harassment that Amanda was receiving. But despite this story being all over the place at this point, when it was all said and done, the case was finally solved, and some justice was served for Amanda, with Aiden going on to receive a prison sentence of 13 years. But that doesn't mean our story is totally finished, as whatever happened to the Daily Capper? Strangely, in early 2011, a full year before Amanda's passing, the show would come to an unceremonious end, with no real rhyme or reason being given. Shortly before this, it's known that the creator was dealing with issues on YouTube, likely due to improving moderation, causing the show to be kicked from the site and moved to other various websites like Dailymotion, where it can still be found to this very day. However, following the Capper Awards for 2010, it seems like everything just kind of stopped. And it wasn't just the channel that went silent either. Alongside the show itself was an associated website called thedailycapper.com, which featured recaps and updates from the weekly episodes, and even including what seems to be a monthly downloadable magazine of sorts, which included God knows what. With this website and its services also ceasing around this very same time. And on top of this, there was even a separate YouTube channel run by the owner of the Daily Capper called The Capper Cartoons, which included animated stories about well-known cappers. And strangely, this page also came to a halt without any given reason. One day it all just kind of ended, and we have no idea why. Perhaps something had scared the creator off, or maybe they just moved to a more secretive location. But either way, the accounts had been dead for well over a year leading to Amanda's death, marking the end of the Daily Capper for good. Or so we thought.
Welcome to another edition of the Daily Capper. We just wanted to help provide a few more details to the recent Amanda Todd tragedy.
Out of nowhere, during Amanda's investigation, when the national spotlight was flashed on the long-defunct show, the Daily Capper would return for just a single episode to try and push the blame on Cody for the harassment of Amanda, as the show had aired right after Anonymous had dropped their video. But what makes this episode in particular so disturbing is the fact that it shows proof that not only had the Daily Capper interacted with Amanda, but also that Amanda had interacted with them.
As most of you know, we did a report on Amanda Todd during the time this tragic series of events began occurring. We are able to confirm the timeline in which this all began, as well as a background and information on those involved. There is one thing we can confirm about Amanda. On January 4, 2011, she commented on our video report, in which she was featured, detailing how she was being blackmailed. She states that she did in fact contact the police about her situation. Obviously, they were of no real assistance.
In a bizarre attempt to clear their name, the Daily Capper aired a comment that Amanda had left under their video, where they had initially mentioned her as being a new up-and-coming target. And it was there she wrote, "It's Amanda here. I'm getting blackmailed and the cops are out looking for the guy that posted the video of me flashing to all my family members and friends because I didn't do stuff with him on cams. Put that in your news. People are also getting charged, but the site is shut down." The host would try to spin this in a way that blamed the police for failing to stop Amanda's harassment, while posing as the good guys in this situation. Though overtly, this only proved that the Daily Capper did in fact know about Amanda's torment, and did nothing until she was already gone. This would be the final episode ever aired of the Daily Capper. And with that, the creator and all his friends fell back into their dark corners, like snakes retreating into their holes, leaving the capping community, which was once so public and prominent, to essentially dissipate. But what I find so frustrating is that even with the national attention this program received, its creator has still never been identified, despite them, in my opinion, having a clear hand in Amanda's death, by platforming and celebrating this community for all the horrible things they were doing. A community in which Aiden was most certainly intertwined with, as by the Daily Capper's own words,
"You'd think anyone could be her blackmailer, right? Well, at this time, there was not a single blackmailer that the capping community was not aware of."
Many factors played a role in Amanda's death, and the Daily Capper was certainly one of them. And though I know this rabbit hole goes much, much deeper and would eventually lead to the identity of this criminal, it's nearly impossible to explore anything past this without running the risk of encountering, which means that this is where my investigation ends. And though I'm confident that at some point the creator of this show will be unmasked, this is something that, for the time being, will have to remain one of the many mysteries of the internet.
Talking 30 or 40 miles. At some point, we'll find a staircase in the middle of the woods. It's almost like if you took the stairs in your house, cut them out, and put them in the forest. I asked about it the first time I saw some, and the other officer just told me not to worry, that it was normal. Everyone I asked said the same thing. I wanted to go check them out, but I was told very emphatically that I should never go near any of them. I sort of just ignore them now when I run into them, because it happens so frequently. So after reading that, I'm not surprised that it has captured the attention of so many people. It's intriguing, it's different, and it's scary as hell if we're being honest. But at first, not many people believed it. And that's because this story was actually posted on the No Sleep forum on Reddit, which in case you don't know is a fictional thread. However, other SAR officers, as well as those who frequently spend time in the woods, have come forward since reading this to share their own stories of seeing these stairways in the woods. And amongst these stories, there is no clear correlation between the size, the look, the style of any of these stairways. They're all just randomly in the woods, and they seemingly lead to nowhere, but they also all seem to exude some type of dark energy, which makes those in the area feel a sort of paranoid feeling. And I should also mention that out of all the stories I read, I never actually read one from someone who walked up the stairs, which could be a dark indicator as to what these things can really do. Now admittedly, I am skeptical of this whole thing, which I will get into later, but I will say that there has been actual photo evidence that all but proves that there are actually some stairs in the woods. So they are in fact out there. Now the real question is, are they just some rotting staircases, or are they actually something paranormal? So for such a mysterious topic, there are surprisingly few theories offered as to what these things could really be. The first of which being extremely simple. Theory 1 is that these stairs are just left over from previous buildings. Though the original poster stated that they would see these stairs
over 40 miles into the woods. Most of the photo evidence we have today has come from within 10 miles or even less into the woods. This could be an ideal distance for a cabin, so potentially these stairs are all that remain of a rotted away cabin. After all, most of these stairs are often made of brick or iron, which would likely last longer than the typical wooden build of a cabin. Plus, I've read that these stairs could also be left over from old mining houses or even sketchy businesses who may have burned their buildings to the ground to cover up them ever being there. And all that would remain from those would be the stairs. So we are driving to the woods. Not necessarily a national forest like it's supposed to be, but you know, there will be trees there.
There are trees right here.
Shut up. So I think in like a shallow surface level kind of way, the first theory makes sense. I mean, they were just stairs left over from a rotted away home. That's where my brain initially went. But also, it just doesn't seem to explain everything. Like, I take a look at some of the pictures, and I don't know if there was necessarily room for houses to have been there in the first place. And also, that doesn't really explain the feeling of dread. Intriguing, but I don't think that's necessarily it. I mean, would it make sense for a whole cabin to just rot away without a trace and the stairs be perfectly preserved? And that's another thing. In a lot of these cases, the stairs have been just that, perfectly preserved, almost as if nothing had ever touched it before. So I can see where this theory was going, but at the same time, I can't see it accounting for all of these stories. Theory 2 is short, but very terrifying, and that is that the stairs were made for cult rituals. Oh, God. So the idea that they would build a staircase in the woods to maybe do some sort of sacrifice or some weird initiation thing, it really doesn't sound that far-fetched. So I'm not going to pretend to know what cults do in their spare time and in their free time and what these rituals entail. So this theory is definitely possible. However, are they really walking 40 miles out into the woods? I don't know. What do you think about the cult theory?
I think it makes sense in a way, but I also don't think that, you know, your average cult member is going to be able to find a random spot in the woods 40 miles in every single time.
Yeah, I'm assuming they're unmarked and very hard to find. So you're right. These places are very obscure. Again, surface level makes sense, but there's really quite literally no evidence to back this up. The third and most debated theory is that these stairs are something paranormal. For starters, those who encounter them all claim to have felt the urge to flee the area due to its dark presence. So one of the big things for those who kind of explore the world of the paranormal is that gut feeling. That sort of dark energy that you can't help but feel that tells your brain that we gotta get out of here, something isn't right. And I felt that in extremely haunted places. So for me, the fact that everyone who sees these stairs all claim to have this exact feeling, it actually adds some validity to this theory for me. Also, some people claim that these stairs are not permanent structures and that they only appear every so often in certain locations, including one person who claims that she sees a specific set of stairs in an exact location only about 1 in every 5 of her hikes. The other time she's in that area, there's nothing there. Now, when being near these stairs, people will also report time slippage. 1 minute it's noon, and the next it's almost sunset. So I'm not opposed to the idea that this could be something paranormal, but I'm left wondering, what is their purpose then? What about these stairs is so paranormal? Some believe that these stairs are actually used by aliens and UFOs in order to abduct people. Hell no. No. Okay, I'm not going back into aliens on this channel. Hell no. I've had too much of that for the time being. I mean, from what I know about UFOs and stuff like that, they can shoot down that little beam that sucks people up. What do they need these stairs for? Get a couple more feet off the ground? Are their beams not that powerful? Do they have weak beams? But perhaps the most popular belief is that these stairs serve as some form of portal. To where? Well, no one knows. Maybe another dimension, another world, or maybe even hell itself. Although in that case, wouldn't the stairs be going down? I'm thinking about this too literally, aren't I? This might potentially be the reason why the stairs are typically seen by SAR officers looking for missing people. This is also interesting given the extremely high number of people who disappear without a trace in national forests. Maybe these missing people were intrigued by the stairs and climbed up them and slipped into some sort of other dimension. Here's why this makes sense to me. When you hear about these stories of people who go missing in the woods, most of the time, it's children. And children are kind of dumb. So obviously a young kid would be intrigued if he saw a stairway in the woods, and he would go run up it and slip away before his parents could even see, and he would be gone without a trace. Maybe far-fetched in some instances, but these disappearances are never explained, and they really do just disappear without a trace. Maybe we're onto something. But despite that, I still feel like this theory, along with the other two, they're kind of soft. And I say that because I haven't had an experience with these stairs. In order for me to really believe in them or not, I feel like I have to go into the woods and search for myself. So let's go into the woods, kids. I'll bring candy. Alright, we made it. Let's look for these stairs. Alright, so we're starting our trek into the woods now. Well, I'll be honest, we're running out of daylight already, which is always a bad sign when you're starting off the hike. Thoughts on us potentially dying today?
I'm ready for death.
Jesus Christ. Same. Well, we're about 2 feet into our hike, and there's just a kind of a lake going on here. If I saw a set of stairs out here, just hearing that third theory, let's just say I would not go up there. I don't even think I would get close to it.
I'd poke it with this.
You would poke it?
With a stick.
With a stick. What if you were transferred into another dimension? Or possibly hell itself?
It would get me away from you, so...
Jesus Christ. Well, I'm already living in hell, so... Look at our shadows. Oh my god, goals. I kind of look like Slenderman. What the hell? Do I really look like that? Oh shit, yo, I thought these were stairs. These are most certainly not stairs. This may be the closest we get to stairs today. This is a very extreme hike so far. Lots of puddles. Wait, do you see this? These are not stairs, but these are looking sketchy. It's like a tarp. What do you normally associate tarps in the woods with? Bodies. If this is a dead body, or rich. Oh my god, no, it really looks like something's in there. Well, I need a stick to poke it with. Do you have a stick? That's the stick?
There's a stick for you.
It's hay.
You're hay.
Oh my god. Jump scare. Nope, it's just a tarp. Holy shit. Holy shit. Oh my god. Listen, there was one fleeting second there that I thought there might be like a little child's body in there.
Jesus.
I don't know what it was. Fear took over. Tim Hortons cup. That could be a sign of the occult.
People that like coffee.
Do you see the claws on that thing?
Yeah, that's a bear.
That is at the very least a mountain lion. This does look cult-like. I'm scared. Oh, it's garbage. And a seat cushion. It was weird. The wind just kind of stopped all of a sudden. We got a little deeper out into the woods. This is the first time I felt kind of creeped out. Okay, no. Okay, yeah, you're right. Second time. Forgot about the body bag. Oh, I'm not going in that way. Okay, no, I'm not even trolling now. Don't these tracks look fresh? And there's no human tracks. That's how you know it's not a dog. Admit that, right?
Yeah.
We're fucked. So this is about as deep as we're going today. Not trying to lose my life. The sun is setting. It is getting colder. Hypothermia is not a joke. So we're gonna head back. We will investigate this further some other time when we're actually in like a legit forest. But for now, between the theories, I can't confirm any of them. I just didn't see enough today. After our search turned up empty, I couldn't help but think of one last theory, and that being that this whole phenomenon was made up. I mean, the original story was posted on that non-fiction forum, and it's possible that people read this story and were really interested in it and made up their own to kind of build up this legend. In the very few places where there actually are stairs in the woods, this could just be a total coincidence. And also, this legend has really grown so much that I feel like a ton of people know about it now. So that being said, if you know about this theory and then you see these stairs in the woods, you're probably gonna feel that gut feeling of as you can see, new state, same hair. I figured we should start this off with a little room tour. So we walk in and instantly we are hit with just a beautiful designer sofa. Yeah, we got a nice plush pillow over here. Yeet.
I can't believe you've done this.
We got a nice little bar area over here. Mini fridge, fully unstocked. Got some cabinets here, a nice safe. Sorted. Got a nice desk. I'll be doing a lot of work there. 85-inch TV, I think. Giant mirror, so I can fully see the scope of my ugliness. By the way, some of these products are my mother's, not mine. So don't judge me. Pretty small bathroom, but you know, I'm not gonna complain. And then we got some actually really comfortable beds. And let's see this $1 million view. I'm sure it's amazing. A little bit underwhelming. I'm not sure what the substance is. This really isn't much better. It doesn't matter. It does not matter. We are here. That's all that matters. Wait a minute, is this a door? What is this thing? What? Illuminati has been confirmed. Some great modern art there. I think that's a DiCaprio.
So for those of you who don't know, Franklin was home to one of the bloodiest battles of the Civil War. Here an estimated 10,000 soldiers were killed in the span of just 5 hours. With that many people passing in such a small time, it's no wonder people claim that the town of Franklin is haunted. Now with all this being said, I was anxious to see if the hotel that I was staying at was haunted too.
Alright, so we're gonna do a little bit of exploring now. I'm not sure what there is in this hotel to see, but we're gonna see. So the city itself here does kind of give off like that haunted vibe that I've talked about in some of my videos. So we're gonna do some tests tonight. We're gonna see some different places, and we're just gonna see for ourselves whether this place really is haunted. Alright guys, I'm just kind of exploring around the hotel now, like on the outside of it. It's dark, I'm alone, and I'm scared. Okay, so we got a little pool area here, which is closed. Yeah, I should mention that it's like 50 degrees here. So the history of Franklin is undeniable, the amount of bloodshed and death and war and fighting. So the question isn't whether it's haunted or not, it's how could it not be? Is this not a regular room? I don't know. It's really quiet in the stairwell. Did you hear that? Let's check it out.
So in this scene, I heard what sounded to me like footsteps coming behind me. And along with that, I also felt like someone or something was following me. And that wouldn't be the last time that I felt this way in this hotel. So after the AC unit makes that noise, there's another noise that can be heard directly after that kind of sounds like maybe a word or even breathing. Listen again and let me know what you think.
This is haunting. Nope. So this is actually a really new hotel. Like they just built this a couple months ago. But I still have a feeling that this place is actually haunted. And I say that because of the ground that this place was built on. So with all the fighting and all the bloodshed that was happening around this hotel, it would make sense that it would be haunted, right?
In the stairwell, I kept hearing what I believed to be a door opening and closing, which just added to the paranoia that I was already feeling. Along with that, you can also hear unexplained breathing in the background of this video.
looking for some good spooks out here, but I'm not finding anything. I think so far the creepiest part has been the stairwell, so I'm gonna go back into that and then focus in on the room. So honestly, at this point, I really thought someone was like actually following me and just messing with me. You can hear the door behind me slam shut, and then somebody also opened the door while I'm walking back up the stairs. The creepiest vibe in this place is coming from here. The creepiest vibe in this place is coming from here. The creepiest vibe in this place is coming from here. I'm fairly certain that I'm being followed by something, someone, I'm not even sure. Doors are opening behind me. I hear other footsteps that clearly aren't mine. And then on top of that, you hear this noise in the background. And I guess it can only be described as some type of screeching. Hello? Hi. So I'm back in the room, and the first thing that I want to do is run an EVP session. Alright guys, I'm going to start with just some basic questions here. Are there any spirits in this hotel room? Before I can even finish asking my question, you can clearly hear movement in the background. Are there any spirits in this hotel room? Are there any spirits in this hotel room? Are there any spirits here that want to communicate? Is there anyone else in this room with me? That definitely sounded like movement. What is your name? How long have you been here? Did you just move something? What the hell was that? Okay, that was creepy. I have no idea what the heck that was. Not sure what's going on out there. There is one other thing that I want to try while I'm here. And you know what, per usual, it's a questionable decision. So we're gonna play a little bit of a game here, and a game that we all know and love called Bloody Mary. Alright, here we go. Bloody Mary. Bloody Mary. Bloody Mary. Nothing to report here. Alright guys, so that's it for today. I'm gonna go to sleep, and then tomorrow morning I'll let you guys know if anything creepy happened over the night. I remember waking up in the middle of the night like 5 different times, and it kept sounding like someone was calling my name. And so I would wake up a little bit and be like, what? And I would look over and my mom would be fast asleep. Now you might say, oh, maybe she was saying my name in her sleep. She was snoring very loudly, so I don't even think that's possible. It felt really dark in here last night, like really, just really creepy, you know? So after all this, I'm thinking maybe this hotel really is haunted. With all those noises that I heard throughout the hotel and that feeling of being followed, it seemed clear to me that I was not alone. I think it's worth noting that I filmed this over the course of about 2 hours through this hotel, and not once did I run into any other person. That makes a lot of these noises harder to dismiss because there was no one around to make them, and something was following me. Now, whether that be something paranormal or an actual person is still up in the air, but at this point, I'm not sure which one. For the due date, when all of a sudden her belly started to shrink. And it turns out the baby was never born. This was actually one of the first known cases of what's called phantom pregnancy, but I'm not going to get into that. And after this, she even tried again, and she got pregnant again, and the same thing ended up happening. So in the end, she ended up dying without ever having a child, which was her one and only dream in life. It's pretty heavy stuff, honestly. And because of this, people often play the game by not just saying Bloody Mary, but saying, I killed your baby, Mary, which is totally fucked up and just, wow, I would never do that. So the term Bloody Mary is actually apparently kind of an insult towards her, and this Mary is who appears in the mirror, and she's obviously, understandably, a little pissed off. So there are many variations to this game, but what appears to be the most classic goes as follows. Step 1, find a mirror. Step 2, light a candle. Step 3, turn all the lights off. Step 4, run water. Not really sure why, but that's kind of like a... Not everyone does that apparently, but that's just something I heard. Step 5, spin around 3 times. Step 6, stare into the mirror. Step 7, call Bloody Mary 3 times. And the final step is wait for her to appear. Now, it said that if she does appear, what you should do is not run, because if you run, apparently she can escape the mirror, and I don't think you want that for obvious reasons. But apparently what you're supposed to do is blow out the candle, turn the lights on, and you should be safe. So this legend in this game are definitely a little creepy when I'm saying it and when I'm hearing about it. But does it actually work? Well, according to one story on the internet, it worked all too well. So a young couple had plans to hang out one night, and unfortunately in their situation, the boyfriend was moving away just the next day. Now, they were very young at the time, so they wanted to have their final night together to be special. And they were very young, so not what you're thinking. They decided to play Bloody Mary. And the joke was going to be that the next day she would go in and tell their classmates that Bloody Mary took him away. Just a prank, bro, you know what I mean? So they followed the instructions of the game, and they stood in front of the mirror with all the lights off. And after spinning around, they stared, and he began to chant, Bloody Mary, Bloody Mary, Bloody Mary. They waited, and they waited, and nothing happened. So the two were obviously a little relieved, but still a little bit on edge, understandably. So as a joke, she decided to jump out at him and yell, boo. When she yelled boo, he ended up slipping and crashing out the window. Now, she obviously freaked out, and she thought, oh my gosh, she's gonna have a broken leg, a broken back, I don't know, a concussion, something. So she ran down the stairs, and she ran to see if he was okay. And when she got down there, she saw what had happened. His head had gotten impaled by a stake of what used to be a fence, and he was dead. As she stood there staring at his body, she knew that Mary had gotten them in the end. Okay, so that story is creepy as hell, obviously. And it kind of makes me never want to play this game ever, but you know what? I feel a little bit deprived, because as a child, I never got to play this game, and I never thought I ever would. And so I really don't know, like, is it real or is it not? Like, I have to form my own opinion on it. And in order to form that opinion, well, I think you guys know where this is going. Okay, so I am in the bathroom where this is all about to go down. I'm getting a little bit nervous, but other than that, I have everything ready. But there's just one problem. I don't have any candles. So in place, I'm going to use this. We win some, we lose some. Okay, I'm going to turn the lights off now. Okay, this is actually terrifying, guys. I'm starting to get freaked out. You know what? We're just going to do it, okay? So first I'm going to spin around 3 times. 2. 3. Here we go.
Okay, so as you saw, nothing really happened, nothing spooky happened, but that being said, I am 19 years old and that still completely freaked me out. Maybe it's because I've never done it before and I've always heard terrifying things about that. It's still nonetheless a fun game to play every once in a while if you're looking for a good spooking. But is it real? I'm gonna say no. I think this is just an urban legend. I think it's just a game. The story that I told you guys before that I'd read online, I'm pretty sure it's fake. But that being said, I'm not gonna advise anyone to do this. If you do it, be careful, follow the rules exactly, and I don't know, guys. If you guys wanna see me do more creepy games like this, that's now your new home. And if it sounds scary, maybe you'll take comfort in knowing that at least you won't be alone. In May of 2019, the following picture was posted to 4chan that caught the attention of many. The picture was of what we now know as the backrooms. Something about it, the emptiness, the tone, just gave people bad vibes, and summed up, the photo was incredibly unsettling. Along with the photo, a caption was added that claimed that the backrooms go on for an impossible distance, and every room looks the same. It is said that there are a few ways to wind up trapped in these backrooms. Some say that they can be accessed through your dreams, or even seen in visions. Because of this, many claim to recognize the picture, and even felt some sort of nostalgic fear when seeing it. But others claim that the only true way to get there is much more difficult, and it requires a tremendous amount of luck, or perhaps in this case, the exact opposite. It's theorized that every object we interact with in this world is clipped to our reality. So for example, when you bump into a wall, you collide with it, and you bounce off of it. But going back to glitches in our reality, it is said that on occasion, objects within our world will no-clip. This is something that happens often in video games, where a part of the map becomes no-clipped, and you bump into it, you go right through it, and you sometimes end up falling right off the map. There, your player is stuck, still inside the game, but in an endless void beneath the map. In the real world, people believe that some objects can become no-clipped from reality. A wall will appear darker than the others around it, or you'll find a door that you're certain there should be nothing on the other side. If you have a keen eye, you can notice these things and avoid them at all costs. But not everyone is so lucky. For some, they unknowingly interact with these objects, likely thinking nothing of the implications that are soon to come. And much like a character in a video game, if you interact with a non-clipped object, you fall off the map. And one could imagine that it's incredibly confusing and terrifying to go from existing in one world to instantly being dropped into another, with nothing but millions of square miles of empty rooms on either side of you. But this is your reality now, and it's where your journey into the backrooms begins. Level 0 is a maze of monotone yellow rooms, each looking the same as the last, with only the slightest of variations. The carpet that covers the level is moist and creates a persisting scent. In the beginning, the only sounds that can be heard is the consistent loud buzzing of the old fluorescent lights. As you walk through the rooms, you'll start to realize how big the area actually is. Every room just leads to another and another. You start to wonder, how big of an area could this actually be? And how could this even be possible? Many will start to run and sprint through the rooms thinking that this might get them out of this maze faster. But it's no use. And after running around for seemingly an eternity, you'll finally realize that you're likely going to be stuck in here for a while. What exactly this place is not known, and that's part of the mystery of it all. It's just an infinite maze of these off-putting rooms, and traversing a place like this would likely cause anyone to slowly lose their minds. It's believed that not many will survive this first level, and that's for a few reasons. Either they lose the will to carry on, or they encounter something. While walking through these rooms, you may find yourself encountering humanoid creatures. After walking for hours and maybe even days, just imagine the horror of turning the corner and seeing something standing there. Something that isn't human. These creatures are known as hounds, and they look like disfigured humans who walk on all fours. They make a low rumbling noise, which will serve as one of the only indications that you're near them before it's too late. On this level, these creatures are supposedly incredibly dangerous. If you happen to notice one, slowly back away in the opposite direction, and whatever you do, don't look at it. If you're lucky enough to survive your encounters with these creatures and the never-ending maze, then you may have a chance at escaping this level. Every so often, as you walk through these identical rooms, you'll find a wall that is slightly darker than the others. This is an indication that this too has been no-clipped, and it's possible that running into this wall will take you back to the world you knew before, and there you'll be able to continue living your normal life. But doing so comes with a risk. There's no guarantee to where walking through that wall will take you, and no clipping again in the back rooms runs the risk of taking you further down to a spot that no one has ever seen before, where the beings are much, much more hostile. Also, interacting with a wall like this could take you back to the start of level 0, where you'll have to start your journey all over again, which means another cycle of repetitive torture. For that reason, this is obviously a gamble, and one that many would choose not to take. It's unknown how the transition from level 0 to 1 takes place. Some believe that you stumble upon a door, a hallway, a staircase, or even an elevator, which takes you to this next level, while others believe the scenery around you subtly starts to change until eventually you are in a completely different space. Believers of this theory state that after roughly 4 days of traveling, the bright yellow fluorescent lights begin to flicker till the space around you gets darker and darker. Eventually it gets pitch black, only for the light to come back on and reveal the change in scenery. But however you wind up there, the dangers on this level are much greater than the one before. After days of walking in a seemingly endless loop, you might actually welcome level 1, because at least it's something different. No longer is there a yellow wallpaper, but instead the walls are made of concrete. The floor on this level isn't the signature carpet of the one before it. Much like the walls, this too is concrete. A deep rumbling of machinery can be heard throughout this entire floor, as well as the creaking noises coming from unseen rooms. The hum of the fluorescent lights is still there, but it's greatly masked by the other noises. And in this floor, the lights are known to fail quite often. The lights will flicker at many spots, and will often shut off completely and leave you in complete and total darkness. This is when the creatures on this level come out. You won't be able to see them, but you'll know when they're close. These creatures emit a disturbing, distorted, screaming sound as they drift through the darkness. If you hear them, quickly navigate to another room further away from the noises. And much like the level before, try not to look in the direction of these things, because you never know how hostile they may be. Part of what made level 0 so scary was the isolation of it all. The idea that it is only you and just a few other creatures within this labyrinth of walls. And in many ways the same fear is prevalent in level 1, except it's amplified by random bouts of darkness. and a greater number of hostile beings. And things only get amplified more as we head to level 2, the final level we'll be discussing today. As you walk through level 1, the walls around you will begin to change. The vast rooms will become narrowed to the point where you're walking in long continuous hallways. The fluorescent lights are amplified to the point that the buzzing becomes even louder, and the heat from them causes the temperature to soar over 100 degrees Fahrenheit. The hallways are claustrophobic and resemble service tunnels, as there is piping and machinery lining the walls. Pretty much any being you encounter on this floor is hostile, and your only chance of escaping, once you see a figure, is to run the opposite way, and don't look back. To many, this is considered to be the final level of the backrooms. It's a fairly unexplored and mysterious place that features no real exit points. Your chances of ever escaping the backrooms, in general, is incredibly low, but your chances of escaping level 2 is apparently nearly impossible. For the few that have supposedly survived this level, they did so by simply accepting the situation, remaining totally calm, and imagining the backrooms as their home. That's your only chance of escape, and if it doesn't work, then your fate is pretty much sealed. And even after all the pain and the wear that you've gone through in levels 0 and 1, this is where your journey into the backrooms end. The backrooms are something that genuinely creep me out, and that's something that isn't always easy to do. The psychological horrors of traversing such a vast and terrifying landscape out of the reach of reality is a horrifying thought. But is there actually any truth to this? Are the backrooms actually real? Well, it appears that this is all just another creepypasta. It is such a fascinating concept to me, and the story involved with it is scary even knowing full well that this is likely total fiction. The very idea of the backrooms speaks to the very essence of the things that terrify us the most. The fear of being lost, the fear of being trapped, and the fear of being watched and hunted. Psychologically, it checks all the boxes for me. But it's also worth noting that there are still those who have claimed to have actually been there. They see it in their dreams and stay trapped there till they wake up, and they swear up and down that this place truly is real. Now, a nightmare like that is extremely possible to have, so perhaps this place does exist somewhere within our dreams. I mean, when I saw this picture, it was so recognizable to me, despite the fact that I've never even heard this story before. It's really something that I can't explain. Just something about this picture feels so nostalgic to me. So who knows?
Imperative for the country to gain superior knowledge on the subject than the Russians. Because of this, the United States was constantly building and experimenting on all things nuclear. Over the course of the Cold War, over 1,000 nuclear devices were fired as part of US government experiments, with few being as controversial as the experiments conducted in Operation Argus. The main goal of Argus was to test the effects that nuclear weapons had in colder, high-altitude regions. With these experiments, an estimated 3 nuclear missiles were fired in the vicinity of Antarctica. However, the results of this experiment were never finalized, and the whereabouts of the location in which the missiles hit is still very much a mystery. Following this test, the task force in charge of the program was quickly dissolved, and the majority of the documents associated with the project were destroyed. Included in these documents was also the film reel that would have shown actual footage of the tests. So this alone is pretty sketchy. The destruction of evidence, the hiding of evidence as to what happened there, is something that definitely raises some red flags, but it's also something that's not too surprising for that time period. But where this whole situation gets very strange is when you take a look at a previous mission that took place in Antarctica that has confused the public to this day. In 1946, the United States Navy sent troops to Antarctica to supposedly set up a military base and to train them for cold weather conditions as part of Operation High Jump. Now this wasn't a small convoy or anything like that. All in all, 4,700 troops were sent up to the frigid landscape in December of that year. The operation lasted just barely a few months as the weather conditions supposedly got too severe. Which, I mean, I'm not sure what they were expecting there, if we're being honest. I mean, it's Antarctica. In total, it was reported that 4 men lost their lives in the short expedition. However, some believe that the number is actually much higher than that, and that in their time up there, the United States Navy was attacked. It is theorized that upon the trip through the harsh landscape of Antarctica, the brigade was attacked by unknown crafts which forced them to retreat out of the area. The attack was highlighted in a now leaked Soviet report where KGB agents had gained knowledge from US soldiers present at the site of the attack. The US soldiers claimed that while they were being attacked by these hostile forces, they reportedly opened fire on the crafts, ultimately shooting one down into the water below. However, the advanced technology of these crafts proved way too much for the fleet to handle, and they were forced to retreat after losing several aircrafts and men in the attack. After the fleet returned back to the United States, one of the leaders of the expedition, Admiral Byrd, began discussing with the media that the United States should set up defense bases in the polar regions, and that flying crafts from the area posed a serious threat to the United States. After these shocking and controversial statements, Byrd was thrown into a mental institution and never heard from again. Piecing together the alleged attack on Operation High Jump with the subsequent bombing of the region with Operation Argus, the whole situation leaves a dark theory. Some believe that Operation High Jump was actually an invasion of Antarctica in order to fight off some mysterious force. I mean, why else would they send that many soldiers there? Like, do you really need 5,000 men to set up a research base? And maybe when this operation failed, and when the United States Navy realized that they were no match for this advanced weaponry, perhaps they fired those nuclear weapons to take care of the enemy once and for all. Now, I feel like this theory is definitely out there, but the fact that it was in an actual Soviet report, and the fact that Byrd was speaking out about this enemy and was quickly silenced, makes it still intriguing to me. Plus, I can't get over why they would send that many people up there to set up a base, and I can't get over why they would fire those nuclear weapons in Antarctica for research when they didn't even end up posting any actual research from their findings. And what about the tapes? Okay, you know what? Let me chill. Let me chill real quick. So obviously I have a lot of questions about this theory that I wish I could have answered. And perhaps the biggest one to me is what actually was this unknown force that may or may not have attacked the Navy that day. And the theories into this are just flat out crazy. Many of the most popular conspiracy theories surrounding the region of Antarctica deal with alien life. Its vast and unexplored landscape makes it one of the only places on Earth that could really hold alien life that would go completely undetected. Like, aliens could just be chilling up there right now, and guess what? We'd have no idea. I mean, I'm not saying they are, but we really can't say that they aren't, right? Now, throughout the years, many have pointed to things like these pyramid structures throughout the region and claim that they are bases of aliens. They think that aliens actually created these things. And further structures have also been spotted on things like Google Earth that seem to look like man-made or alien-made buildings or layers. And due to our inability to explore these regions and confirm or deny whether these are structures or not, it causes our imagination to kind of run wild with what could have made them and what could be living in there. Now, me personally, I tend to view these structures as just kind of weird-shaped rocks, but I will give some credit that quite a few of them do look pretty convincing. Now, just recently, a photo from Google Earth went viral of what appears to be a spaceship crashed in the snow on an island just outside of Antarctica. With this photo, you see a definite trail behind a large tube-like object, making it appear that whatever this thing was, it had just crash landed. Now, this photo has quickly become synonymous with alien life in the region, though some experts are quick to dismiss it as a rock that simply slid down a mountain via avalanche. It's a really interesting photo that has many who believe that aliens are truly out there excited. And there's no shortage of other photos like this that supposedly show crashed UFOs in the snowy Arctic. Many believe that these crafts are the work of alien life forms, thriving in this desolate region. These people also tend to believe that these aliens were also responsible for the attack on the US Navy. It's a frightening concept, thinking that hostile alien life forms may be living in Antarctica, and the idea that they have attacked before may also mean that they may attack again. And with no defense bases anywhere in the region, nothing would be stopping them from attacking, let's say, a research team of ours in the area. But to me, the idea of aliens being responsible for these mysterious crafts is not even close to being the most interesting theory.
Für richtig hält's, ob du glaubst, dass ich fleißig gewesen bin, dass ich gearbeitet habe, dass ich mich in diesen Jahren für dich eingesetzt habe.
Bro, okay, this shit goes crazy. Let me just start by introducing the theory, and then I'm going to backtrack and explain how it could be possible, so stick with me here. So the theory here is that members of the Nazi Party were able to escape to Antarctica after World War II. It's said that the Nazis also took with them advanced weaponry from the war, weaponry like flying saucers that were responsible for the attack on Operation High Jump. Okay, so confusing and weird, I know, but let's unpack this for a minute. Even before the start of World War II, Hitler had a fascination with Antarctica. There, he sent multiple fleets to survey the landscape and supposedly look for margarine fat due to the fact that the country's supply would soon be cut off during the war. On these missions, it is theorized that Hitler saw an opportunity, as the vast continent provided the perfect conditions for a hideout should things go wrong. Now, fast forwarding a bit here to the actual war, it is no secret that Nazis were innovators and they were obsessed with creating new and crazy technology. These technologies included things like wonder weapons and all sorts of other shocking and disturbing things. And it is believed that at one point the Nazis set their sights on creating an advanced aircraft that would be ultra powerful and especially difficult to bring down. These crafts would have been something completely new to our world if they were actually able to create them. And in this theory, believers claim that they actually did. They believe that the Nazis were able to build these flying saucers in secret and use their overpowered weaponry to defeat their enemies. And looking at all the other crazy stuff that they were able to invent, I mean, it's still improbable, but it's definitely not impossible that they were actually able to accomplish something like this. Okay, so if they had this advanced weaponry, how did they end up in Antarctica? Well, perhaps after World War II had ended, the remaining Nazis fled their homeland to avoid persecution and landed in Antarctica, where they likely would have never been found. And the idea of Nazi soldiers and officials escaping Germany after World War II is something that is definitely not outlandish. So many of them have been reported dead, and yet very few bodies were actually ever discovered from the high-ranking Nazi officials. Which that's a whole conspiracy theory of its own, whether these people are still alive or not. But if they are, maybe they fled to Antarctica. And maybe they took their advanced aircrafts with them to A, escape undetected, and to B, keep their technology a secret to possibly use at a later date. I mean, this kind of makes sense because, as I mentioned before, the Nazis had more information on Antarctica than probably any other country at the time. Because remember, they had sent crews there on multiple occasions. Also, in 2016, Russians actually discovered a legitimate abandoned Nazi base in Antarctica. So they had at least one legitimate settlement there, and it might not be too far-fetched to believe that maybe they had more that just haven't been discovered yet. So perhaps when the US Navy was visiting the area way back in 1946, they stumbled a little too close to the Nazis' secret base. And the Nazis used their advanced aircrafts to fire at the crews and deter them from coming any closer and truly discovering their hideout. And stretching it even further, maybe the US retaliated by shooting those missile tests in the area in order to secretly and quietly kill off the remaining Nazi troops. It is so crazy to think about, it is so weird, it is so probably not true, but it's so But apparently he didn't sound too intoxicated, and based off of the fact that it was so early on in the night, she could safely assume that he wasn't drunk, and she figured that William would be home safely soon. But as the hours went by and William still hadn't showed, she began to get concerned. As the hours turned to days, local law enforcement soon got involved, and the search for William Molt was on. But after Molt had left that club, there was never any sign of him. He didn't make any more calls, and he didn't make any stops that were caught on CCTV footage. Strangest of all was the fact that he left no evidence behind, and that includes his car. Much like Molt himself, his car was nowhere to be found, and it would remain that way for decades to come. But where could Molt have gone? Sure, it was possible that he had run away and started a new life somewhere else, but by all accounts, Molt was a happy person and he had a very good life. Plus, dropping off of the face of the earth is much easier said than done. I mean, how can you just vanish like that? It was just one of those cases that didn't make any sense, and as the years went on, his family and friends had to live with the confusion and the lack of closure. Now in 2019, this case seemed totally hopeless. It was a lost cause. William Molt was gone, and his family would likely never know why. That is, until a clue was finally revealed. In a quiet residential community in Wellington, Florida, a homeowner received a call from a former resident of the area. This resident had been viewing the area on Google Earth when something strange caught his eye. As he zoomed into the small retention pond located in this man's backyard, he saw what appeared to be a large object submerged in this shallow pond. A large object that looked quite similar to a car. On the phone with the current homeowner, this man told him that there was a car submerged in his backyard pond. Obviously confused, the owner denied the claim at first. In all the years that he had lived there, he had never once noticed it. But upon seeing the screenshot from Google Earth, he became concerned. Wanting to get a better look at the object submerged in this pond, the man contacted his neighbor who owned a drone. Together they watched as the drone confirmed their suspicions that there was in fact a car stuck in the pond. Upon calling the police, the car was eventually fished out of the shallow retention pond, but it had one more shocking secret to it. In the front seat of the car was the skeletal remains of a man named William Molt. Somewhere along his drive home from the nightclub, William took a sharp turn and swerved into the pond, never to be seen for over 2 decades. That was before the water shifted in the pond, revealing the hidden vehicle. Though friends and family of William were obviously disappointed and saddened that he had turned up dead, it still provided them with a sense of closure, something that many don't actually get in cases such as this. At a truck stop in Missouri, an abandoned plastic bucket caught the eye of retired trucker Ronald Telfer. Though he was intrigued, he didn't check it out until he arrived at the same station a month later and discovered that it was still there. Needing a bucket to feed his pigs with, Teller decided to take it home with him. The 5-gallon bucket was exactly what he needed, except for the fact that it was filled with concrete, and in an attempt to clear it out, he smashed the bucket against the pavement, cracking the concrete. Immediately, he smelled a disturbing and strong odor coming from the bucket. Thinking that it must have been animal remains stuck within the concrete, Teller slid the concrete out, left it on the ground, and drove off with his now empty bucket. Which I have so many questions about this. Like, first of all, why would he just assume that these were animal remains? And also, wouldn't he at least be sketched out that animal remains were solidified in a concrete bucket on the side of the road? I don't know. It seems a little weird to me, at least. Months later, construction worker Franklin Ray noticed the concrete cylinder lying on the side of the road. He hopped out of his truck and pushed it out of the way, and that's when he noticed something. It looked like hair coming from the concrete. Hair attached to a skeleton. Police were contacted, and it was revealed that there was in fact a human skeleton that had been molded into the bucket. This terrifying mystery only grew as police were unable to ID the person who the skull belonged to. So we had this severed head in a concrete bucket on the side of the road in Missouri, and nobody can figure out who it belongs to. I mean, law enforcement and experts all had a crack at this, and nobody could figure out who it was. And they just kind of accepted the fact that they would never know. That was until the power of the internet came along. An exact replica of the skeleton was produced and posted in an online article discussing the mystery. That's when Ellen Leach got a hold of it. Leach studied the skeletal recreation the same way that she had done multiple times with other cases that she helped to solve. This time around, Leach was able to pair the skeleton by measuring the distance of the facial features. And the match was with a man named Gregory May, an Illinois native who had been presumably murdered, yet his body was never found.
In Illinois, it was suspected that May's friend Doug DeBrune had murdered him in order to steal his Civil War memorabilia collection. However, without an actual body, or at least a part of the body, it would have been unlikely that DeBrune would have actually been convicted, because after all, they couldn't even confirm that he was dead. But with Leach's discovery, DeBrune was eventually found guilty of the crime and is now serving a life sentence. And it was all because someone found a picture on the internet. On January 26, 1995, a fatal accident occurred in Greensville County, Virginia. And in the van involved in this crash, 2 people ended up sadly passing away, one of whom was identified fairly quickly, while the other wasn't. This person had no ID on him, and police were unable to match his DNA to anyone in their systems. The only thing that the unarmed person had on him was ticket stubs for a Grateful Dead concert. He was also wearing a Grateful Dead t-shirt, and because of this, the man was actually nicknamed the Grateful Doe, and he would be identified as such for the next 20 years. Meanwhile, in the year 2015, 28-year-old Layla Betts had stumbled upon the story and began doing some research. She took an interest to the case, but she knew that she wouldn't be able to solve it on her own. So she decided to enlist the help of others by creating a subreddit entitled r-Grateful Doe. Layla would spend hours a day monitoring the thread, replying to comments, and trying to put the pieces of the puzzle together. And that's when someone contacted Layla with a message that would blow the case wide open. Many years ago, a man named Steve had lived in an apartment in Illinois with a few roommates. One day, one of his roommates, named Jason Callahan, vanished. He packed his things and he moved out without saying a word to anyone. Callahan had never once tried to reach out to Steve or his roommates in the years that followed, and the only thing that Callahan had left behind was a set of charges to a 1-800 number. A 1-800 number for Grateful Dead fans. Steve obviously found this to be very strange, but he eventually forgot about Callahan entirely. And that's when he discovered the Grateful Doe subreddit, and immediately recognized the sketches of the unnamed victim as being his former roommate, Jason Callahan. He messaged Layla about his revelation, and upon getting confirmation from Callahan's family, the case was finally solved. Layla Betts had used the power of Reddit to solve a case that had baffled everyone, including law enforcement, for 20 years. Now, with a channel like mine, I rarely get to cover cases that have satisfying conclusions like these. I mean, the sad truth is that most of the missing people that I talk about on this channel remain missing to this day. But stories like this remind me that any case can be solved at any time. And perhaps using my platform to share these stories could eventually lead to maybe one being solved. I mean, you never know.
Before we dive too deep into this rabbit hole, I want to briefly thank today's sponsor, Babbel. Babbel is currently the #1 language learning app in the whole world, boasting an incredible 10 million subscriptions worldwide. Now, I've always been interested in learning new languages, as not only would it make traveling far more interesting, but it would also help greatly with my research, as I often find myself uncovering valuable resources that I'm unable to translate, and Babbel is one of the premier options when looking to learn new languages. The app is truly like no other, as it teaches you language for real life, essentially preparing you to use what you've learned in real-world settings. Personally, I've just started using the service to help me learn Spanish, and I can honestly say that I've been learning it at a much faster rate than I ever did even back in school. So go check out the link in the description, which will also give you up to 65% off of your very own Babbel subscription, and start learning a brand new language today. The creation of social media has made it easier than ever to broadcast your talents throughout the world, and in the early days of YouTube, a large number of its posters consisted of singers attempting to gain recognition and eventually making it in the industry. And this is actually something that happened more than you'd think.
And he is now the #1 most subscribed to musician in Canada on YouTube.
YouTube's ability to create full-blown stars practically overnight lured in aspiring musicians with dreams of doing the same, with Elena Cohen being one of them. Her channel would launch all the way back in August 25th of 2006 under the name Elena XX, where she would start posting consistently in 2010. And like many of those stars who had caught their break on YouTube, Elena too had the voice to make it big. Her voice is both unique and breathtaking, as very quickly viewers would find her channel, having been blown away by her voice, and in just a few short years, her subscriber count would reach 10,000, a mark that was especially impressive back then. With her newfound internet fandom, a growing catalog of impressive covers, and even some original songs, Elena was really hitting her stride as 2011 came to an end, leaving her fans to wholeheartedly believe that her big break would be coming soon. However, sadly, it never would. Instead, as that year would come to an end, so did seemingly her drive for making these videos, as she would phase herself off the site over the course of the next few years, having only posted 3 videos between the end of 2011 and the end of 2014, before abandoning the channel altogether. She would then take things a step further, as she would private all of her videos but one, only to then delete all other traces of herself across all social media sites. And she didn't stop there, as it appears that she has also essentially scrubbed herself from the internet, leaving behind no trail as to where she went or where she could be today. Not only had she left the internet, but she practically made herself a ghost in the online world. And all of this was done much to the dismay of her loyal fans. For years, the singer had been an extremely active social media user, constantly filling in her fans as to what she was up to. And this, coupled with the fact that her channel was booming at the time, and that she seemed so close to obtaining her dream of being a singer, made her disappearance all the more concerning, as with her being essentially off the grid, she had removed any chance of her ever becoming discovered. Having been left in the dark and without a real sense of closure, all her fans could do was speculate in the comments of her only remaining video as to what may have happened to the singer. And it was within these comments where we truly enter this rabbit hole. A year removed from privating all of her videos, a comment would appear by a user claiming to know what had happened to Elena. The man would write, "The account is being managed. Elena is not alive anymore. I think she would want us all to be of one mind that a part of her was never truly alive. Never will another like you be walking among us, Elena." The cryptic nature of this post makes it both disturbing yet easy to look over, as it seems like your typical crazy comment here on YouTube. But surprisingly, this obscure statement would prove to be our first clue as to why Elena had vanished from the internet, as when you search up this username, you're greeted with the fact that the owner of this account had an obsession with Elena. The mysterious person had gone by the username eThunder, which when plugged into Google revealed hundreds of threads made on multiple forums across the web. The posts were all fairly incoherent, but they all shared one common theme: Elena. The man would make post after post in regards to the singer, who in the grand scheme of things was practically unknown at the time, and these posts would range from just general promotion and fandom for Elena, all the way to deep-rooted music industry conspiracy theories, in which Elena was supposedly part of. And making things even darker, after doing some digging, I discovered that this man actually has multiple other accounts, labeled under different usernames, where he posts even more Elena-related content. So far, I found at least 5 other names that he's been using, which has pushed his total number of posts far past just a few hundred, and instead into the thousands, with all of them being about the then-teenaged singer. The man was and is clearly obsessed and certainly disturbed, but after taking the time to decipher any real meaning from the things he was saying online, there is ultimately a story to be told here that paints this random YouTube commenter as the likely reason behind such a promising singer's disappearance. By 2011, Elena's channel had been growing steadily, with that year in particular being the best she had had so far. She was gaining momentum by the day, all the way up until December, when she would randomly take a year-long break from posting on her channel, all the whilst doing so without any indication as to why. But looking through the online posts of E-Thunder may provide an explanation. In a Reddit post made in 2017, ePlanet would say, "I trained for several years to mix and produce music before attempting to enter the industry. While contacting artists to possibly contribute and collaborate with, I came across Elena Cohen, YouTube account ElenaXX. She built her following up over a 4.5-year period. I promoted her for free via Facebook and increased her following by 5 or 6-fold from February through December 2011. Top industry players were brought in, Katy Perry and Taylor Swift, the most public and involved that I'm currently aware of." It's a bizarre claim, and one that he has reiterated multiple times across numerous sites, also adding, "I promoted an unknown artist, Elena Cohen, via Facebook in 2011. I was very successful in bringing in key top-notch players of the industry." In his own words, this man believed that the success Elena had found on YouTube was thanks to his Facebook posts that he had made about the singer, further claiming that the superstar singers had reached out to Elena all because of his posts. But though this is something that he adamantly claims, it's a statement that simply isn't true, as his Facebook page only has 51 followers, and his posts only receive an average of 1 to 2 likes. Plus, there is no evidence to suggest that any famous singers even knew who Elena was, and instead it seems to be a story that was completely made up, but not in the mind of this man. He believed it fully, and because of this, he felt entitled to know Elena personally and to be part of her life, as in his mind she was only successful because of him. And not only this, but he also viewed himself as her producer and her agent, despite Elena having never actually interacted with a fan publicly. And further following this idea, it's easy to disprove that this man is actually a professional music producer, as even subjectively, listening through his catalog doesn't exactly wield impressive results. But either way, in his mind, what he was saying was true, and this produced a sense of bitterness and entitlement within the man. Bitterness that would lead to him posting even more about Elena, something that would really ramp up in December of 2011, which, ironically, happened to be the time that Elena would step away from YouTube for nearly a year. So this obsessed fan spins these delusions online, obsessing over this teenage girl, and right at the peak of his posting, she leaves. It's an interesting correlation to say the least, and one that gets even darker. One note that E-Thunder mentions briefly throughout his postings is that he knew where Elena was living during the summer of 2011. He said that he knew she was living in Tucson, even insinuating that he had attempted to see her, as he claims to have lived there during this time. And as a side note, I've never seen any mention of her having lived in Tucson, even within the comments left around that time period, and I found no evidence that she had ever made that information public, making one wonder how this man had known this information in the first place. This serves as our first indication that this online obsession may have spilled over to the real world, as the words he's saying and the scenes he's describing line up with what you'd expect from a real-life stalker. Whatever the case may be, he began truly harassing her, and she left the site not long after, only to make her return nearly a year later, in August of 2012, with her brand new song, Epicenter. Fans were thrilled to see the beloved singer return from such a spontaneous break, and many believed that she would likely be back for good, as she had clearly been working on new music while she was away. But oddly enough, just as the singer would return to post this song, she would yet again disappear, going off the grid this time for nearly 2 years. Knowing her first break seems to have some correlation to the fan known as E-Thunder, it's not hard to wonder if this second break also had something to do with the man, and digging through his posts does reveal some alarming clues. Buried in paragraphs of rambling, E-Thunder would bizarrely make a claim that he viewed Elena's song Epicenter as being written specifically for him, saying, "The content and circumstances surrounding Epicenter could be considered as something I was supposed to react to." Again, there is no evidence to suggest this whatsoever, but in his mind, this was a call to action, which most likely led to him ramping up his harassment of Elena even more, something that seemingly had already driven her off the internet once already. But the situation doesn't end there, as he would then mention that he was incarcerated in 2012, 2 months following the song's release, due to a situation involving Elena. He would say, "I sent Elena a project file and was arrested a few days after in 2012. I initially told her not to sign any contracts," further stating, "I was incarcerated related to this situation. I told an unknown artist not to sign any label contracts. When she was going into the studio, I was arrested 3 days later." The idea that this stalker had been arrested for a situation relating to Elena is clearly concerning and points to something having happened in 2012. And when he says he was arrested for simply sending Elena a project file, my mind immediately goes to one place, that E-Thunder had violated some type of restraining order. We already know that his harassment of Elena had hit its peak in late 2011 and continued throughout the year, something that caused Elena to go into hiding online. So it's possible that this time she had gotten some type of restraining order against him, as something as simple as sending a project file wouldn't likely lead to his arrest unless it violated some type of rules of his restraining order. However, it's also possible that a situation much more twisted led to his arrest, as he would go on to explain that he was also charged with carrying a knife that had a blade of over 3.5 inches, and in the arrest he was supposedly caught carrying it on UCSB campus in San Diego. Because of this, it's been speculated that Elena had either been attending the university or was simply in the area at the time, and E-Thunder had attempted to meet up with her, leading to his subsequent arrest. And given that he was carrying such a large weapon on him, one would question what his intentions were. This may further be insinuated by saying he was arrested right after she had went into the studio, something that he likely wouldn't have known unless he was actively following her. And though at this point it hasn't been confirmed, the obsessive poster would go the following 2 years without making a single post, lending credence to the idea that he was in fact arrested. Whatever it was that really happened between the two is impossible to know at the moment, though we can insinuate that something truly dark had happened, with E-Thunder clearly having been the aggressor. And this was all seemingly confirmed by Elena's next move. Days after the man's supposed arrest, Elena would take to her Facebook to announce that she would be going on a trip all the way to Africa, letting her fans know that she was going off the grid for a while. This was a trip that came out of nowhere and was left extremely vague, as she never said where specifically she was going or why she was going there in the first place. And given the stalking situation she was dealing with at the time, one would wonder if she was simply trying to throw this man off her trail. But with E-Thunder supposedly in prison and Elena off the grid completely, the channel would go into a state of dormancy for nearly 2 years before Elena would finally return with a new cover and a brand new original song in the year 2014. However, when she made her return, so did E-Thunder. According to his timeline, he had been incarcerated for 18 months due to the situation with Elena, and his time in prison clearly proved to be ineffective at reforming his behavior, as when he came back out, he was more adamant than ever about harassing Elena, as he put the blame on her for putting him in prison. He spouted off wild theories at a rate far greater than he had ever done before, and immediately upon his return to the web, Elena would, for the final time, disappear from her channel, this time removing all videos but one and cleaning the internet of any trace she had ever left behind, with this channel seemingly being the only evidence that she had ever even existed, leading many to wonder if Elena Cohen was just a surname, or if she'd even changed her name legally, as like I said, she's practically untraceable online, something that is just too hard to do in today's society, leading us all to wonder what happened to her, and in my opinion this was exactly what she wanted. The overlap between the timeline of her channel along with the posting of E-Thunder seems too much of a coincidence for it to not be at least somewhat connected, and I think E-Thunder's harassment and the event that transpired in 2012 that led to his arrest coupled with his release and the lack of changes in his behavior, seemingly proved to be enough to push her off the internet for good and essentially go into hiding. Something that E-Thunder hasn't taken kindly to, as in the following years, we would see him further fall off the deep end, as he's since made claims that Elena is now dead or working with the Illuminati behind the scenes. At one point, he even requested a welfare check on her, stating, "I first request this individual to be located and deemed safe and alive. I request that she is notified. I am interested in having a discussion with her about this situation and that appropriate authorities ensure that she does. If communication with me does not happen, I believe she will likely be a co-conspirator in at least some of this and should be considered a strong suspect." And though this is obviously quite a frightening post, it's at least comforting to know that he also didn't know where Elena had gone. The man has since gone on to press charges against his own mother for her supposed role in his arrest, and even at one point believed that the singer Lorde had written a song about him, a song that he deemed as threatening to his life, leading him to file a $100 million lawsuit against her, which was actually submitted to the courts and is on record to this day, providing further proof that this was never some kind of ARG, though clearly none of these charges went anywhere. And at the end of the day, we are left with merely a few pieces of an otherwise huge puzzle that is yet to be completed, and truthfully, it may never be, as without Elena, this story will never fully be told. But in good news, it is apparent that Elena is alive, at least as of last year, as she has sporadically made some of her music live again on her channel, making me wonder if maybe her situation has changed, as after all, E-Thunder has gone practically silent as of late, potentially pointing to the idea that he is in prison yet again, or maybe that he finally got the help he needed. As I'm sure many have caught on, that it's pretty apparent that he does have some type of mental illness, something that I don't want to speculate on too much, but for that reason I am using an alias for his username, just to avoid any harassment. Not only for his sake, but for Elena's as well, as I would ask you guys to please not make contact with him, as he could be dangerous to you or even Elena. But rather than direct our hate towards her stalker, I think instead we should send our support to Elena and let her know that she does have a support system here on YouTube, and that we have her back if she ever decides to make her return. But honestly, that day may never come, and it's very likely that we'll never know what actually happened to her, as who would blame her for not wanting to come back? Plus, who knows, maybe she left the internet for a totally different reason, and this is all just one big coincidence. Regardless, for the time being, the disappearance of Elena Cohen will remain as one of YouTube's many mysteries. I want to give a big shout out to all my... Though each had gone without resolution, and they all shared a distinct similarity, they were almost entirely void of context. There was essentially no information about who Jesse was and what led up to his disappearance, aside from the mere mention that it was believed to have been involuntary, meaning law enforcement assumes he was kidnapped or perhaps even killed. It's a missing persons case that admittedly comes across as hardly noteworthy, as the lack of information leaves us with seemingly no story to tell. But this is only on the surface. As years after this report was made, a Redditor began to peel back the layers of Jesse's case, which eventually led them to his various social media accounts, and in turn, a slew of depraved and unexplainable content that morphed this case from a seemingly standard disappearance into one of the strangest internet mysteries in recent memory. This is the disturbing story of Jesse Namajapal, and the internet rabbit hole he left behind.
We will return after these messages.
There's always that one user, the one who shares an intriguing mystery only to disappear mid-thread, leaving you with countless unanswered questions, which makes it feel like you can now never solve this mystery. Weirdly, I used to feel that way about healthcare, like I was just guessing my way through the system. No idea who to call, no idea what doctor I needed, or if they'd even take my insurance. It really felt like I was navigating a mystery with no hope of resolution. This was most apparent when I aged out of pediatric care. I had no idea what to do, and I actually ended up going without a primary doctor for years. Not because I didn't want one, but because I didn't know where where to start. The whole process just felt confusing and intimidating. That's why discovering today's sponsor, ZocDoc, was such a game changer. It took away all the confusion and made finding the right doctor feel simple, quick, and actually doable. ZocDoc is a free website that helps you find in-network doctors in your area, with more than 100,000 healthcare providers across nearly every specialty, from mental health to dental health, eye care to skincare, and much more. It's one of those tools that I wish I would have found out about earlier, because your health isn't something that you want to figure out at the last minute. It's better to have a doctor before you need one. You can filter for doctors who take your insurance, who are located nearby, who are a good fit for any medical need you may have, and who are highly rated by verified patients. With ZocDoc, you can see their appointment openings to instantly book a visit, typically within just 24 to 72 hours, and sometimes even in the same day. And the best part is you don't even have to talk to anyone. Just search, click, and book. So you gotta stop putting off these appointments and go to ZocDoc.com/NeoCrowley or the link in the description to find and instantly book a top-rated doctor today. Thanks again to ZocDoc for sponsoring, and now, back to the video. Although Jesse Namajapal's disappearance garnered very little public attention, there were a select few who wanted to know more, as despite there being a glaring lack of context within these reports, there were several things that stood out as unusual. Within the nicknames and known aliases section, there were 3 names listed: Juan Carlos Samay Namaja, Daryl Jamal Brown, and Reynaldo Alterio Colon, which was a surprisingly high number of aliases for someone just 18 years old. And on the topic of his age, something about this felt off. He appeared older than 18, with his face looking like that of a full-grown adult rather than a teenager. This combination of strange factors inspired Reddit user Tawny Frogmouth to dig deeper, leading to the discovery that despite there being very little information about Jesse in the public reporting, there were other traces of him across the internet, with Jesse himself being fairly active across social media, including having his own channel right here on YouTube. The account was simply named Jesse Namajapal and showed the 18-year-old performing various songs and dances in his native language of Spanish. These uploads were met with hardly any viewership, as Jesse certainly wasn't a well-known performer, despite dubbing himself as the voice of Central America in his descriptions, which is where Jesse was likely born before immigrating to the US and settling down to go to school or work in Denison, Iowa, which actually isn't as uncommon as it may seem thanks to their large-scale meat processing industry. And while posting videos of yourself singing and dancing is nothing out of the ordinary for a teenager, there were some peculiar details that stood out when looking through Jesse's content, with the first being his appearance. Much like his missing persons photo, he doesn't really look like a teenager, as on the rare occasion where he shows his full face, you can tell he looks quite old for his age. Though it's difficult to say for sure, the quality of these videos is extremely poor, and he's almost always wearing large, brightly colored sunglasses that cover much of his face. But these sunglasses and the outfits he wore only drew more skepticism, as despite looking older, he dresses in a way that almost makes it seem like he's trying to appear younger, like this is what an older person might think a teen would wear. But we'll come back to this later, as this was far from the strangest detail found on the channel. It's easy to overlook at first, but once you notice it, it changes the entire perspective of this case. As when you look at the date in which these videos were uploaded, every single one of them was posted in 2018. The year after Jesse was last seen. It makes no sense, and poses 2 questions. Are we sure this account actually belongs to Jesse? Well, despite having the same name and appearing like the same person, his videos also shared crudely edited slideshows that displayed pictures while he sang. And in one of these images, we see Jesse dressed in the same exact outfit in the same exact location as his missing persons photo. This is certainly him, or at least videos of him, prompting the second major question. Could this be someone using older clips of Jesse? It seems possible at first, but these videos were all posted as if they were from Jesse's perspective, who again had no semblance of a career in entertainment. And it's not like they were being shared to help promote search efforts for him, as there's not a single mention of him being missing throughout any of the uploads. And the further we go down this rabbit hole, the more unlikely this whole train of thought becomes, which you'll soon start to realize, leaving us with one bizarre truth, that Jesse was the one posting these videos, and he was doing so while being a missing man, who is presumed to have been kidnapped or killed. In fact, even to this day, his listing remains active, yet here he is dancing and singing like nothing ever happened. It's clear that cracks were beginning to form, and nothing about this case was what it seemed. And this wasn't even the final discovery to come from Jesse's YouTube channel, with the next taking us down a new and far more unsettling path. As mentioned previously, Jesse would often include slideshows edited over his songs, with these photographs sometimes depicting himself, but more often than not, they actually showed other people, and specifically, other young boys. His channel is filled with images of children who appear to be preteens or even younger, with these accounting for the vast majority of the pictures he shared, including his very own profile photo, which shows a child sitting on the steps of a swimming pool. Strangely, none of these children look anything like Jesse, and they clearly aren't him at a younger age, and also he's not featured in any of them, with it appearing highly unlikely that these are his own children. Instead, they appear to have been taken from various children's social media pages, while some seem to be more candid, perhaps even being taken by Jesse himself, who included them in these videos for unknown reasons, almost as if he was infatuated by them. And the further you follow his online trail, the more unsettling this all becomes. Along with his YouTube channel, Jesse also appeared to have been somewhat active on Twitter, where he created an account back in April of 2018, with all of his posts coming nearly a full year after he was last seen in Denison, Iowa. Here, Jesse shares another video of him singing, along with a selfie which gives us a better look at his face, a face that again seems to show an adult. And interestingly, on this account, Jesse does admit that his age isn't actually 18, though this admission only makes things more unusual. I am a boy model and dancer-singer. I am 13 years old. This was written in his bio, and taken even further in an image he shared which depicted a young boy, with Jesse writing, "My new photo. I am handsome." For whatever reason, after his disappearance, Jesse was online pretending to be a child, and digging a bit deeper, this strange behavior was nothing new. As mentioned earlier, Jesse was a man with many aliases, with 3 being included in his missing persons report. But this was only the tip of the iceberg, as online he went by a slew of different names, which would be later uncovered as in virtually all of them, he included his last name, Namajapal. It turns out this name is incredibly uncommon, as when searched online, most of the results lead to pages connected to Jesse, which operated before his disappearance, with one of the most common first names he used being Adexi. Shortly before the time he went missing, Jesse started an account on LinkedIn under that same alias, which included the same last name and middle name as those initial reports. And on that page, he wrote under his job title, "I am a child, my parents support me." While in the education section, he claimed to be a 4th grader, studying at an elementary school. And on this account, he featured just one post, which again showed a random child that he again claimed to be. This behavior is prevalent all throughout Jesse's online trail, as account after account shows evidence of him posing as a child, either by outright stating to be, or by using children in his profile pictures, as well as throughout his videos. It's not hard to see why this is shaping into a massive red flag, but it all leads to perhaps the most important question of all. Why? Well, though his motivations are never outright stated, there are some clear themes throughout his content that point towards one obvious yet sinister intention. Jesse's content is unusual, this we already know, but there's a whole other side to it that we have yet to discuss, as many of Jesse's accounts feature overtly sexual posts. These will often come in the form of strange videos and images showing Jesse doing erotic dances and poses, including very intentionally showing off his groin area, as well as his own nude images with his hand covering his genitals. His content is straight up pornographic in nature, which is highly disturbing as it's often placed aside images of children, and on accounts where Jesse is claiming to be a child. It's all a recipe for disaster, and is extremely reminiscent to other cases we've covered in the past involving internet predators, and we haven't even got to Jesse's most damning account of all. Back in 2017, Jesse operated yet another YouTube channel under his Adexi alias, and its profile image is enough to indicate just how disturbed this page would be, as it shows a boy wearing only a small swimsuit and nothing else, which is a reoccurring theme on this page, as Jesse again shows images of little boys, only this time most of them are shirtless, with many dressed only in a swimsuit or their underwear, and in overtly sexual positions. Along with this, Jesse has images of himself mixed in, where he appears to be completely naked, dressed only in his boyish sunglasses. Now on his Jesse Namajapal channel, I mentioned that he almost appeared to be trying to look younger, and when I was sifting through these videos, I realized that he dressed extremely similarly to many of the children he shows in his photos, like he's trying to copy their look, and pass himself off as one of these kids, despite him obviously being much older. But he takes this even further, as his images are edited to remove any wrinkles or blemishes from his face to give him a more youthful appearance. And he didn't stop there, as he would also show off pictures of various toys, wear shirts made for little kids, and even wore his own backpack. He also has some images that he printed out himself, and propped up next to stuffed animals, Legos, and various other children's toys, which for some reason is just so particularly haunting to me, and indicates a clear interest or obsession with these children. Bizarre doesn't even begin to describe it, and missing persons case aside, Jesse Namajapal was pretending to be a child online, and he had been doing it for years. And given that his content is blatantly sexual, it's clear that this is all some sort of fetish, a fetish that involves children, as not only does he share these suggestive images of kids, along with nude photos of himself, but he's also added various edits to some of the photographs that show off his obvious lust for these kids. As some appear to have been edited to add hearts and various phrases about love, with one even featuring the phrase, "I love you." There's also this strange pattern in this content, one that indicates what may be a portion of Jesse's fetish, as Jesse shares many images of himself with his mouth open and contorted in various unusual positions, while he also has several photos that are cropped to show only images of the children's lips. It's haunting, with the worst example being an image that shows Jesse's own lips alongside someone else. Both of their faces are cropped out, so it's impossible to say who this is, but they look fairly young. This poses a chilling theory. Was Jesse pretending to be a child in order to get closer to other children and potentially groom them? And could this be one of his victims? It's definitely a realistic possibility just based on his content, but the scariest part is that this likely wasn't just being done in the online world. Despite his report saying so, Jesse clearly seems to be older than 18, and given that he's gone by so many different fake names in the past, and he has a history of lying about his age and pretending to be younger, it's very likely that Jesse Namajapal never even existed, and was instead just a persona created in order for him to pose as a child. And interestingly, if you look under his playlist on the Adexi account, you can find a saved video which features 500 of the most common boy names, which he likely used to help create his aliases. And not only was the name Jesse featured within the video, but it's literally shown on the thumbnail. Jesse Namajapal was almost certainly never real. This was all just some sort of manufactured identity, or perhaps one that was even stolen. But it worked so well that somehow the actual government believed it. Which makes me wonder, was Jesse living a full life as a fake child in Denison, Iowa? Was he interacting with other kids, and perhaps even going to school? I mean, he was clearly known in the community well enough to be reported missing. And isn't it quite the coincidence that he just so happened to vanish at the age of 18? Maybe he ran away because under that alias he was no longer a child, and he did so to start a new life elsewhere where he could further pose as a kid, and engage in whatever disturbed behavior he was engaging in, which he clearly did online at least, as just a few months later he was posing as a child on Twitter. Jesse's life in Iowa is one aspect of this mystery that is still unsolved, and the not knowing terrifies me the most. Who knows what he might have been doing there, and who knows just how embedded in that community he actually was. Suspicious doesn't even begin to describe it. But if this isn't Jesse, then who is this man? Well, as it turns out, despite being considered missing by law enforcement, they might have already unknowingly found him. On June 12, 2018, police would enter a home in Round Rock, Texas, where inside they would find and arrest its owner, Pedro Namajapal, a man who they had caught sharing CP to Instagram. It was the same unique last name and that same adult face, with Pedro even being part of Jesse's aliases in the past, and all of Jesse's aforementioned accounts just so happened to go quiet right before his arrest. Meaning in all likelihood, 18-year-old Jesse Namajapal was actually Pedro Namajapal, a 38-year-old man. And all the while he was missing and posting these disturbed videos, he was also collecting and trading CP behind the scenes, and his operation was massive. When police searched Pedro's home, they would find devices containing 604 images of CP, as well as 37 videos, most of which showing boys between the ages of 6 to 10 years old. The same exact demographic as the children pictured on Jesse's channel, which brings up an unsettling theory about the true purpose of the content he posted. Perhaps Jesse, or Pedro, which we'll now be referring to him as, was showing these images in his videos as a way of promoting the CP he collected, to essentially advertise the content he had without raising too much suspicion, with it being possible that the boys pictured in his videos were the same ones that he had illicit material of, and maybe the positions he showed himself in were indicators of what might have been shown in that material. And when someone wanted to obtain the media, the trades would then be funneled through his Instagram, where he would eventually be caught, as he shared many screenshots from that very same Instagram account within his videos, which clearly displayed his username. It's also possible that Jesse himself was pretending to be a child on these accounts in order to obtain this media directly from other children. It's a horrific possibility, but one that hasn't fully been proven, as to this day we don't have a definitive answer on why he was making these videos, and why he was posing as a minor online. But I think it's fair to say that it was likely to more easily obtain CP and to trick kids into sending it, as well as to collect and share it with other predators. And it brings me back to the question, what was Pedro doing in Iowa? How close did he actually get to the children there? But again, it's something that we just don't know. In fact, we haven't even received an official update on Jesse's missing persons case, which is bizarrely still active on NamUs to this day, and was only recently removed from the Iowa State website, as it seems that for years they never put the pieces together that Jesse was actually Pedro. So to this day, the people that Pedro knew in Iowa might still believe that he was Jesse, and might still believe that he's missing. There's so much gray area with this missing persons case, but recently we were given some potential clarification by a fellow YouTuber, The Internet Investigator, who did a fantastic deep dive into this topic. And in her video, she explains that she got into contact with an anonymous source who had spoken with the Denison police about Jesse's case, and it was explained that officers were actually in the midst of investigating Jesse, or Pedro, when he disappeared, as they suspected that he had been collecting CP, and they supposedly went so far as to even interview him, before having to let him walk due to a lack of evidence, to which almost immediately after, he disappeared, leaving behind literally everything he owned. Despite the timeline being suspicious, according to the source, Jesse had left in such an abrupt manner that the police officers genuinely believed that he had been killed, perhaps by someone who found out about his online perversions, and they never realized that the man they were looking for technically never even existed. We know now that this clearly isn't the case. In reality, Jesse likely took off for Texas, knowing law enforcement was on his trail, assumed a new identity there, and continued making these unexplained videos and continued trading CP. And while some of this explanation still leaves me with questions, this seems to be the only clarification we're going to get in regards to the missing persons report. But the most important thing was that Jesse was behind bars, with his charges leaving him eligible for up to 10 years in prison, though his official sentencing was never included in any of the articles. Despite this, it felt as though Pedro's predatory ways were now finally over, at least for the indefinite future, as even upon his release, he was set to be a registered sex offender for life, and would most likely have his internet closely monitored. But strangely, this isn't where our story ends. The clips began appearing on a YouTube channel called Puxito Chingon, and showed what was clearly Pedro dancing and singing as if nothing had ever happened. And to make matters more disturbing, the videos began appearing in April of 2020, not even 2 full years after his arrest. I couldn't even believe it at first, and immediately I assumed that this was just someone reusing his old content. But when I dug a bit deeper into his sentencing, I realized that the timeline sadly checks out. In the end, Pedro Namajapal was only ever convicted of 2 counts of CP possession, thanks to him taking a guilty plea deal, and ultimately he only served 254 days in prison, and was released the following year on February 20th, 2019. Now all of this did carry with it the requirement that he register as a sex offender for life, but this only really matters when you're in the United States, and when you look at his captions, he claims to be in Guatemala, which is where it's believed he was from initially, and where he appears to have returned to, likely as a result of being deported. And now that he's there, there's essentially nothing that law enforcement here in the United States can do to keep him in check, which he's taken full advantage of, as in those same captions where he claims to be in Guatemala, he also claims to be a child, and continues to dress like one. On this Pixito channel, he continued to refer to himself as Jesse and continued to show more revealing images of children, with these ones being even more perverse. And he also continues sharing revealing images of himself, with some outright showing him completely naked and exposed, showing off his uncensored genitals. Whatever system of CP trading or child grooming he was doing on his YouTube channels before, he's clearly still doing it, and he's only gotten more brazen. But as disheartening as this all is, there's something that makes this channel far more disturbing than the others, as throughout his accounts he shared countless images of random young boys. But on this page, it's clear he has a favorite. His name is Abel, and he appears to be a normal child around the age of 8 to 12, and throughout the Pixito channel, Pedro shares his images more so than seemingly anyone else. But if you compare Abel to all of the other kids featured on his channels, Abel is the only one in which Pedro actually clarifies their connection, as according to Pedro, he and Abel are in a relationship. Jesse Namaja and Abel, united forever in a relationship. This sentence is spelled out over and over again in one of Pedro's videos, while in the background, numerous images of the child are shown, including many in which Pedro has photoshopped their faces together, with more hearts and loving messages, with one even showing both of them together, shirtless. This to me confirms my worst fears about Pedro's online activity. Grooming is definitely a part of it. In fact, he even shares a screenshot from an Instagram account that he created after his arrest, which shows a story of his face along with text saying, Jesse Namaja, I am 16 years old. Putting the pieces together, it seems that Jesse used this Instagram account to lie about his age and get into contact with this child, to which, according to his own words, the two then formed a quote-unquote relationship. It's a horrifying revelation, and one that I tried to explore further by looking into who this child actually was, but I found absolutely nothing. The name Abel is almost certainly an alias given to him by Pedro, as I could find no trace of this child anywhere online, with one exception, as when I searched his name here on YouTube, I made a highly disturbing discovery. On a channel simply named Alberto, there are multiple playlists titled Abel's full name, or at least the one that Pedro gave him, and in them, there are hundreds of videos of Abel. These uploads almost always show Abel dancing, often in an extremely sexually charged manner, with these uploads featuring disturbing titles like, I like you so much, and what would you do if I told you my fantasies about you? As well as captions like, check this out if what you want is tension. And of these videos, the worst examples have been put into their own separate playlist, which is titled, For Fans of the Sensual. I can't necessarily prove it, but I'm convinced that this is the work of Pedro, and that this is all the result of his grooming, based on his blatant obsession and the use of this child's apparent alias. And it's very possible that these videos aren't just a result of his grooming, but this could very well be a glimpse into Pedro's CP trade. I mean, the way that the clips are sectioned off into that playlist, and the way that the captions are worded, it really sounds like he's promoting this, and promoting this as illicit material. And it's obvious that there was an outside interest, as these playlists have a combined 10,000 views. I just have a horrible feeling about this, and the most frustrating part to me is that following his arrest, Pedro was labeled as a low risk to reoffend, and the justice system let him go with a slap on the wrist, and because of this he was essentially allowed to immediately go back to doing what he was doing before. And it's very possible that even to this day, Pedro is continuing this behavior. However, it's hard to say for sure, as immediately after posting this video in which he announced he and Abel's relationship, Pedro would once again disappear. Since then, there has been essentially no trace of him on the internet, with all of his accounts going silent and no new ones being discovered, which isn't too surprising, as while he was posting these videos on the Puxito channel, his story began gaining traction, thanks to the aforementioned Reddit post as well as others made on Facebook. People were starting to catch on to what he was doing, and in turn, he went completely dark. Some believe that he's hiding out in Guatemala living off the grid, while others believe that he's still making these videos and grooming children, and he's just gotten better at covering his tracks. I've even heard it theorized that Pedro might actually be dead, as his trail truly is that cold, though I was able to find one final trace of Pedro that contradicts this to some extent. According to court documents, Pedro had actually been arrested yet again around 2023, as despite being deported years prior, it appears as though he had somehow managed to re-enter the country before being subsequently caught, arrested, and sentenced for illegal re-entry following removal. However, these charges appear to have been dropped after a legal appeal made by Pedro and his lawyer. And what happened to Pedro from here is a complete mystery, taking us right back to the question that started it all. Where is this man? And given his knack for disappearing without a trace and his ability to don new aliases without detection, the truth is that he could be anywhere right now, hiding among us. And I have no doubt that wherever he goes, his online perversions will follow. Rather, he had actually been sucked underneath as a result of walking too closely, painting a clearer picture that this was all a tragic accident. But as police were conducting these interviews, one strange detail kept coming up, as apparently Horatio wasn't the only one on the tracks around the time of the incident, with there allegedly having been one other man standing nearby, a man who took off shortly after Horatio had been killed, and strangely, witnesses believe they saw the man reach down and pick something up before leaving. For the officers on the scene, finding this man became the next obvious order of business, but by this point he had already found himself a few blocks away, where he was spotted by a group of construction workers. The group watched as the man walked towards them, appearing to hold some sort of large item in one of his hands, the same item that had been taken from the train tracks. And the closer he got, the clearer it became what exactly this thing was. It was a human leg. For some inexplicable reason, when the train had dismembered Horatio, this man had run over and picked up his leg, and he was now waving that leg on the sidewalk of a nearby road, with the construction crew claiming that he had been banging it against the fence as he walked towards them, and at one point had even struck the leg against one of their machines. Upon the realization, a wave of fear washed over the group, as they were unsure what this man had done to get this leg, or what he would do next, though that was something that even the wildest of imaginations could have never predicted.
He's eating that. Hey, comiendo.
As the man looked down at the leg and began eating it, as the workers watched on in horror. Officers arrived on the scene immediately after this, and when they asked the man what he was doing with the leg, he explained that it belonged to him and that he was taking it to a nearby hospital to have it reattached. But it was obvious to everyone there that this man wasn't missing any of his legs, with the officers having to go as far as to prove it to him by making him roll up the sleeves of his pants and touch both of his legs. His explanation was completely nonsensical, and obviously didn't account for the fact that he was literally eating the leg just minutes before, leading to officers immediately placing him under arrest. His name was Rosendo Tejas, a 27-year-old man who had been experiencing homelessness and had been living on a street near the train tracks, with police determining that he did in fact have nothing to do with the actual death of Horatio. He just so happened to be near the tracks at the time, where he would first witness the accident, and then, for some unknown reason, take Horatio's leg and start eating it. It appears as though this was the result of a combination of both drugs and alcohol, as he was found carrying narcotics when he was taken into custody, and he had just been captured by security cameras purchasing alcohol at a nearby liquor store just hours before the incident. But what's so interesting about this footage is just how normal Rosendo seems. In fact, the people working there knew him quite well, as he stopped in almost daily, where he was described as being polite and ordinary, including on the day of that incident. In fact, it's said that at first the shop owners didn't believe that Rosendo could have possibly done this. But it seems that whatever substances he had taken that day had changed him. Rosendo Tejas was charged with 2 counts of removal of human remains and 1 count of destroying or concealing evidence, as well as resisting a police officer, and was sentenced to 1 year in prison after pleading no contest, bringing this absurd case to an end. However, his unsettling behavior will forever live on in one of YouTube's darkest videos.
The fun of Halloween should not include mischief.
It was just past 10 p.m. Safely tucked away in her second-story apartment, 20-year-old Hannah Vivaretti set up her phone to record a video of herself dancing. For her, this was a meditative practice, a way of unwinding after a long, stressful day, and to truly feel at peace. But that day, fate had other plans.
Oh my God, Ariel!
As Hannah was dancing, something off camera caused her to stop dead in her tracks and yell, "Who are you?" It was a man whom Hannah had never seen before, standing in the doorway of her balcony, which again was on the second floor, meaning that man had climbed up, cracked open the door, and was now standing in her home staring at her, quietly muttering nonsensically with a big grin on his face.
Who are you? Who are you? Please get off.
Hannah stopped the music and again asked, "Who are you?" To which the man responded by saying,
Please get out. No, please get out.
Are you sure?
Yes.
But her demeanor and the panic in her voice made it all too clear that this was far from the case.
Who are you? Please get out of my apartment right now.
She started to make her way over to her phone and then towards the front door. All the while, the man kept calmly insisting that they be friends, but Hannah was having none of it.
Please get out of my apartment right now.
Opening her front door and in the process,
Get out. Get out.
Pointing the camera directly at the intruder, giving us our first and only glimpse of the man, as he's standing still in the balcony doorway. And with her front door now open, she yelled at him to get out, loud enough for the neighbors to hear.
Get out.
Which finally caused the man to retreat. As it turns out, Hannah did actually know who this man was, at least vaguely, as he lived in the same apartment complex, but he never actually spoke to her. He would always just stare and smile, making it apparent that he had some sort of sick interest in her. As for why he entered her home that night, it's fairly obvious that his intentions were incredibly sinister, with Hannah recalling that during the entire experience, his hands never left his hoodie pocket, making her wonder if he was holding onto some sort of weapon that he may have been planning to use on her. But thankfully, because of her swift reaction, we'll never truly know what he had planned that night. Days after the incident, police would arrest 36-year-old Angel Moses Rodriguez Gomez and charge him with stalking, second-degree assault, third and fourth-degree burglary, and malicious destruction of property. But surprisingly, shortly after his arrest, they allowed him to walk free on bail. And given that he lived in the same apartment complex as Hannah and clearly knew where she lived, this decision was incredibly controversial, with Hannah herself stating in an interview that, "I just don't think it's fair that he's walking freely right now, and I have to watch my back at every angle." Thankfully, the court's decision would not lead to any further escalations in the case, and today Angel no longer lives in the country, but the footage is incredibly chilling nonetheless, and it sent me down a rabbit hole of home invasion videos late the other night. And here on YouTube, I came across countless unsettling examples. One such example comes from Saratov, Russia, and shows a woman moments after being awoken by the sound of knocking as she lay in bed in her apartment. It was around 4:30 a.m., which was already unusual enough, but things became downright horrifying for her when she realized that the knocking wasn't coming from the door, it was coming from the window. Outside of her window was a man, banging his head against the glass over and over again. And equally as disturbing, this woman's unit wasn't on the first floor. She was 2 stories up, and she didn't have a balcony. Across the street, a neighbor filmed the incident as it happened, showing us that the man was standing on one of the building's gas pipes, while he continued to strike the window. Eventually, these hits grew so forceful that the glass started to break, and his head began bleeding profusely, finally leading to the man stopping, but not in the pursuit of entering the home.
Еще?
У него пена изо рта аж.
Слушай, это у дурачка пена изо рта, у него бешенство или что? Ну, бля, попей мочи, иди отсюда уже.
As he instead climbed to a different window where he attempted to peel it open with his fingers. But by this point, police had already arrived on the scene, and eventually the man would be forced down and placed under arrest. When looking for an explanation as to why this man was doing this, it appears that he was under the influence of bath salts during the ordeal. But aside from this, I couldn't find any other information about the man's identity, or whatever became of him. But I was able to find that this clip doesn't tell the entire story, as the woman behind the camera actually spoke to a local reporter and provided additional context to the ordeal, which only made the story more terrifying. At first, he knocked with his hands. Then he began to peck at me at the window with his head for an hour and a half without stopping. After that, he started shouting my name to the whole yard. He was foaming at the mouth. His whole face was covered in blood, and he shouted that he wanted to talk to me, and he needed me. With the most terrifying part of the statement being that she had no idea who this man was, or how he could have even known her name. The idea of both of these intruder videos featuring people whom the victims had never even spoken to makes them especially unsettling, as it shows that you really never know who's watching and who might be obsessing over you. But incidents like this can be equally as chilling when the intruder is someone that you do know. Mohammed Amana was a 26-year-old man living in Orrefors, Sweden, and had been dating a woman named Maria. But after several run-ins with the law, Mohammed's lifestyle just became too much for her, and she eventually decided to end the relationship. This caused Mohammed to become enraged, an emotion that was only further heightened when he discovered that she was staying with a male friend of theirs. And on the 25th of May, he would show up at his doorstep and ask to speak to Maria. Inside, the male friend and Maria both refused to let him in and told him to leave, and for a moment he did, though only temporarily, as he would return minutes later, this time armed with a ladder. And noticing what he was trying to do, the homeowner began recording on his cell phone.
En stege! En stege! Okej.
Vad gör du, Mohammed? Vad gör du?
The man behind the camera asks, "What are you doing? Are you going to fight me?" To which Mohammed said no, he just wanted to speak to Maria.
Tror du kommer upp här? Tror du kommer upp här? Nej, wallah.
As he said this, his demeanor was unsettlingly calm as he continues making his way up the ladder.
Mohammed, du kommer inte upp här. Du kommer inte in I mitt hem. Du kommer inte in I mitt hem, Mohammed.
With his demeanor being so calm that the cameraman couldn't tell if Mohammed was a threat or not, though it wouldn't take long for him to get his answer.
Du kommer inte in I mitt hem. Därför han högg mig med en kniv. Han högg mig med en kniv.
In an instant, Mohammed struck the cameraman, causing him to retreat into his room, closing the sliding glass door just in time for Mohammed to step on the balcony and brandish a large kitchen knife.
Kniv, en stor köttkniv. Såg ni det? Du, han krossar glaset med en sten.
Still dazed by the attack, the man holding the camera retreated even further into the house, while Maria had already run into the bathroom and locked the door behind her, a door that Mohammed would quickly rush over to.
Mohammed. Släpp in mig på dassen, han kommer in. Han kommer in, Maria. Mohammed, hugg du. Mohammed. Mohammed, du högg mig redan.
And desperately tried to open, even trying to use his knife to turn the lock, as that lock was the only thing standing in the way of what he was there to do. What exactly that was is unknown, as police would manage to arrive on the scene within minutes of this footage being taken, where they would arrest Mohammed before he was able to get to Maria. But it's clear based on the fact that he had a weapon on him and his desperate attempt to breach the house that he didn't just want to have a conversation. In the end, the man filming was left with only minor cuts. Mohammed was sentenced to 2 years in prison as well as a 10-year ban from the country of Sweden, leaving us with 3 haunting videos of 3 disturbed intruders, whose true intentions will thankfully never be known. It's the spookiest time of the year, a time when the consumption of horror movies and dark YouTube videos reaches its peak. But while fun in the moment, the true terror of consuming this content often occurs long after the credits roll, when you close your eyes to go to sleep, only to feel the sickening feeling of paranoia, every creak in your home sending a jolt of panic throughout your body, making you wonder if someone or something is inside your house. I was just like you once. Consuming creepy content is my livelihood, and as a result, I've spent countless sleepless nights feeling uneasy within my own home, never quite feeling safe and secure, always wondering if something was lurking around me, until I realized that the reason I didn't feel secure was because I wasn't. The only thing standing between me and the outside world was a simple lock, and I knew it was time for a change, with that change finally coming when I partnered with this video's sponsor, SimpliSafe. SimpliSafe is a home security system that you can control right from your phone.
The SimpliSafe app allows you to arm and disarm the system, as well as view your live camera feeds anytime in any place. When I'm panicking in bed, I can just check the footage and be reassured that no one else is around. And when I'm away, I can check to make sure my belongings and, way more importantly, my dog are safe. But SimpliSafe isn't just your run-of-the-mill security system. They utilize something called Active Guard Outdoor Protection, which uses AI technology to identify threats outside of your home. So if someone is in the area acting suspiciously, it will send an alert to a monitoring agent, who can then trigger the alarms, send out an urgent police dispatch, or even talk to the persons or persons in real time. And all this is happening before a break-in even occurs. Whereas with old school systems, by the time the alarm goes off, your home has already been breached. It's peace of mind in the place where we should all feel most at peace, which means the terror can end when the credits roll. And if you want to feel that same peace of mind, you can save 50% off your very own SimpliSafe security system by signing up for their professional monitoring plan. Visit simplisafe.com/NeoCrowley to customize yours. And there's no safe like SimpliSafe.
Alright, hey folks, this is Noah, getting my blog live. Trucks and trucks and lots of trucks.
This is the very first footage that Noah Harpum would post to YouTube. After years of having a channel, Noah finally decided to give uploading a try, posting this inaugural video to a self-titled channel on October 29th, 2015, titling it 10/29/15, video blog number 1, and introducing himself to the platform with a simple, "Hello world," in the description.
No, but I did want to dissect just the beginning of a sermon given by a Pastor Bill, a guy that my dad has been following, taking ideas from for 10 years at least. He and his family, 2 kids.
In the video, Harpum paces throughout his home and discusses a priest named Pastor Bill, whom he believed was influencing his father and his family, and clearly not in a good way.
I've been ignorant of it for a long time, so I wanted to look at it, and I challenged him just to look at 15 minutes of this sermon.
Though he gives no context as to who this pastor is, only mentioning that he had been ignorant of the situation for a while, and that this video was his response after trying to expose the truth to his father.
I've been waiting, and I haven't heard anything, so I was going to just post my reply, and I guess that's how I'll start my blog.
Again, what this truth is unclear, as the lack of information makes this video a confusing watch, and ultimately it tells us very little about who Noah was, let alone the other people he was discussing. But he did end the clip by making it clear that this was only the beginning of what would be a reoccurring blog series that would showcase just him, his thoughts, and his camera.
The blog is just going to be me with video camera, and that'll be it. We'll see what happens.
But before those uploads would come, Noah had pinned a website in his description that directed users to a blog post written by him that same day, titled, "Is my dad in a cult? Even worse, is it satanic?" Throughout the writing, Harpum loosely provides additional context for his video, as he breaks down a sermon given by Pastor Bill, who is shown to be Bill Johnson, a well-known preacher from the Bethel Church in Redding, California, who had garnered a large following online. And despite the sermon being over an hour long, Harpum goes through it point by point, critiquing everything that he said. And the more he typed, the more angry he got. And the more angry he got, the more nonsensical his words became. I'm attempting to present a case that shows the leader of this prestigious institution, along with a select group of rulers, are using mind control techniques to poison and confuse legions of useful idiots that slave away to keep the institution humming along, and that this man, Pastor Bill Johnson, and his ruling caste are using mind control to keep people imbalanced and ignorant, in a state of perpetual waiting for the material world to be defied, while they themselves are profiting immensely in this material world. The blog gives us a peek behind the curtain of the man shown in this video, a man who seems to be clearly mentally unwell, paranoid, and very angry, with the post making it clear that the purpose of Noah's content was to bring this pastor down, and video blog number 1 was supposed to be just the start. However, there would never be a video blog number 2, as just 2 days after posting this video, Noah's life would take a drastic turn.
Colorado Springs 911, what's the exact location of your emergency?
It's at...
Repeat that one more time for me and make sure I had it correct.
Well, it's across the street from me. I'm calling from my address.
Tell me exactly what happened.
Well, there's a guy walking around with like 2 cans of gasoline or something, 2 small cans, and a big, like a rifle. It's black, and it had a strap around it. He's walking up to doors and stuff.
At 8:35 a.m. on Halloween morning, a woman named Naomi Bettis called 911 after witnessing a suspicious man walking around her neighborhood in Colorado Springs, as she watched him carrying several cans of gas, as well as an AR-15 that was hung over his shoulder. She didn't know it at the time, but this man was her neighbor, Noah Harpham.
And then I seen that he walked into the building, and the glass window at that business is broke.
And that's a business? What's the name of the business?
I have no idea, but I just know I don't know if it's a fake gun, BB gun, but it looks pretty scary.
As the call progresses, Naomi explains that she had watched him enter a nearby business, where one of the windows appeared to have been broken. She wasn't sure if anything illegal had happened at this point, but she was convinced that Noah was up to something sinister, which based on what he had in his possession seemed to be the only logical conclusion. However, this concern wasn't felt by everyone.
Okay. And you said it looked like a long gun, correct? Like a rifle?
Yes. Uh-huh.
Well, it is an open carry state, so he can have a weapon with him or walking around with it, but of course having those gas cans, it does seem pretty suspicious, so we're going to keep the call going for that.
Okay, and the window's broken to that business downstairs, so...
Right, and you said he's now upstairs, correct?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
And are you or anyone else in immediate danger?
No.
Okay.
As the operator seemingly brushed aside the incident, stating that she was only keeping the call going because the gas cans could be suspicious. However, even with that, the report still wasn't taken seriously, as the dispatcher hung up on her shortly after, before dispatching one single officer to the scene, an officer that never even made it there, as just moments later he was called off and sent to what was deemed to be a more pressing scene at the local senior center. Naomi's concerns were completely ignored, but despite this, she continued to watch out her window, waiting to see what Noah would do next. 4 minutes after her call with police ended, and 10 minutes after first reporting Noah's behavior, Naomi would dial 911 once again. Only this time, her demeanor was far different.
I just called a few minutes ago, and the guy came back out, and he fired a gun at somebody, and he's laying on the street dead. Oh my God. He sent an ambulance too.
Naomi's worst fears had come true, as she frantically told dispatch that the man carrying the gun had just shot and killed someone outside of her home.
Oh my God.
Okay, calm down, okay? Stay with me. I'm just putting that into the call. Is anyone in immediate danger?
No, that I can see or think. No.
In response, the operator bizarrely asks if anyone else is in danger, but Naomi, likely in a state of shock, answers no, before immediately realizing that Noah was heading in the direction of Platt Avenue, which was known to be a busier neighborhood.
Maybe on Platt Avenue there might be people in danger.
Naomi, I need the suspect's description. Do you know his name?
No, I don't.
Okay, is he white, black, Hispanic, Asian?
He's white, and he's got long curly hair coming out of his cap.
She desperately tried to relay that more people were likely in harm's way, only to be immediately proven right just seconds later.
I think, yeah, there's people outside that might be in danger up on Platt. Okay. Oh, I just heard another gun fire. Oh my God.
When she hears more gunshots, prompting the operator to once again ask,
yeah, they need to call an ambulance or something right away.
Okay. Is anyone in immediate danger?
Only people up on Platt, maybe.
All right, I am sending the paramedics to help you now. Stay on the line and I'll tell you exactly what to do next, okay?
Okay.
It was only then that the operator would tell Naomi that police and medical personnel were finally being dispatched to the scene, but by this point, it was far too late. In the moments after Naomi had made her first 911 call, Noah Harpham would first attempt to light his house on fire using the 2 cans of gasoline, though this, however, failed and caused him to quickly shift his focus. Noah instead stepped outside and brandished his rifle, immediately pointing it directly at Andrew Mayers, who had been riding his bike in the neighborhood, and after seeing the gun, the man stopped and begged him not to shoot, to which Noah responded by pulling the trigger multiple times, killing him instantly, with Andrew Myers being the man that Naomi had seen laying dead on the street. From there, Noah began walking up the street where he would eventually see 2 women sitting on the porch of a sobriety center, where local women went to get help with their drug and alcohol addictions, and upon noticing them, he immediately started shooting, striking and killing both Christina Galella and Jennifer Vasquez. Noah walked for over a mile after this before the police finally caught up with him, and when they called out for him to stop walking, Noah turned and immediately opened fire, leading to a massive shootout. When the smoke cleared, the only one struck had been Noah, who was lying dead on the pavement, marking the end of his killing spree. The investigation that followed revealed that Noah had never even met any of the 3 people he killed that day. They were all total strangers, leaving the question, why had he done it? Well, even today, there's still no clear motive, with this appearing to be a completely random and senseless act. But looking at his final and only posts online, Noah was clearly very angry and seemed to be mentally unwell, which was corroborated by testimony from his parents, as they later claimed that he had anger issues and suffered from drug addiction and bipolar disorder. But what's so unusual about this to me was that this video was published just 2 days before the killings, and it was clearly not meant to be a one-off post. It was something that he seemed genuinely excited to continue, yet not even 48 hours later, he resorted to this. What happened in that time frame may never be known, but the effects of it will last forever. And I can't help but wonder how differently this all could have gone if that initial 911 operator had just taken Naomi's report seriously. Noah's spree didn't start for a full 10 minutes after she started that call, which would have been more than enough time for police to intervene. But instead, Noah was given all the time he needed to end 3 innocent lives. It wasn't an attraction for the faint of heart. Standing over 1,300 feet above the ground, the Deoghar ropeway was built to take tourists up and down the Trikut mountain in Jharkhand, India. It was the tallest cableway in the entire country, offering an unparalleled view of Deoghar and the picturesque landscape around it. Because of this, videos have long since been posted on YouTube showing just how dramatic of a ride this truly is, with one such video being recorded on April 10th, 2022. That day, a woman and her family had been filming their adventure to the Trikut mountain, and were now filming a first-person view of the descent back down. It wasn't the kind of place for anyone with a fear of heights, and the loud sounds of the car passing the support towers only added to the anxiety of the trip. But the group filming this all remained relatively calm, quietly conversing to themselves, seemingly unfazed by the spectacular height. Even enjoying it. A feeling that wouldn't last. Without any warning, the car was met with a massive force, sending the occupants and the camera to the floor, causing the footage to go dark. In that moment, one of the ropeway's axles had dislodged, causing a failure on the pulley system, which resulted in 2 carts crashing into each other, and the rest coming to a sudden and violent halt. The impact was brutal, but somewhat surprisingly, the footage continued. Showing just enough to reveal that the ropeway and the cabin these people were in were both still intact, before the recording came to an end. This group had survived the impact, but the nightmare was far from over. News of the collision quickly spread throughout the region, leading to the scene being flooded with rescuers and news crews alike, with everyone trying to figure out what exactly was happening, and the initial prognosis was grim. In the impact, 1 man in a separate car had been killed, and many others were left injured. And making matters worse, due to the broken axle, the ropeway was now no longer operational, meaning that the 70+ people spread throughout the various cars were now stuck, some of whom were still suspended over 1,000 feet in the air. It was going to be an incredibly difficult rescue operation, just given the height of the ropeway alone. And ultimately, it was determined that the Indian Air Force would utilize their special top-of-the-line helicopters to fly over the cars and lower down ropes with harnesses attached to them for survivors, who then would strap themselves in and be hoisted up to the helicopter above using an electronic winch. It took hours for them to even make their first attempt, before finally trying their approach on a middle-aged man, who slid on his rescue strap and was then slowly pulled up towards safety. The footage of this is horrifying. These people were already over 1,000 feet in the air when their cars got stuck, and now they were being lifted even higher, tethered only by a single rope and a safety harness. Worst of all, it was a particularly windy day, which was made worse by the swirling of the helicopter blades, a combination that caused the man to start swinging wildly from side to side as he hung onto the rope for dear life. It was a grueling journey up, but finally the man reached the aircraft, and with safety just a few feet away, he instinctively reached his arms above his head in an attempt to grab onto the helicopter, a decision that would have disastrous effects. As he did so, his harness slid upwards and was pulled over his shoulders, and then over his arms, before eventually landing in his hands, meaning the only thing left holding him up was his own grip, as he clung to the now useless harness. For a full minute he dangled there, just inches away from rescue. Meanwhile, the rescue crew searched the craft for something they could use to safely hoist him in, but before they got the chance, the man slipped out of his harness, momentarily catching himself on the side of the helicopter itself, but by this point, his strength was gone, and seconds later, his grip would fail for good. Causing him to plummet approximately 2,000 feet to the ground below, killing him instantly. For those waiting to be rescued, the sight was especially horrific, as they watched the man who they thought had made it to safety fall to the ground right in front of them. The fear they must have felt knowing that soon it would be their turn is unimaginable. After this, the rescue crews began making tweaks to their operation, which started to lead to a few attempts going off without a hitch, but the entire process was incredibly slow, as a full 24 hours would pass before 60-year-old Shubha Devi would finally get her chance to be removed from the car. And as she started her ascent up to the helicopter, the wind also caused her to start swinging wildly, so wildly in fact, that the winch used to lift her suddenly stopped working, leaving her hanging there, only moving side to side rather than up towards safety. As she hung there, rescuers on the helicopter frantically tried to figure out what the problem with the winch was, but before they could ever get their answer, the rope suddenly snapped, causing her to free fall to the ground below. It came without any sort of warning, and from what I can find online, there isn't a definitive answer as to how this happened, but either way, it resulted in Shubha's tragic death. It took a total of 48 hours for the last of the survivors to be rescued and finally brought to safety, an unimaginable amount of time in an unimaginable position, with survivors having to watch two people fall to their deaths before them, unsure if they too were going to meet the same fate. Since its release, the footage has sparked some debate online, as the media actually hailed this as an impressive and even successful rescue operation for the Indian Air Force, while others have hit back on this, as both incidents seem to have been entirely preventable, with more people dying from the rescue than the accident itself. Though ultimately there were no repercussions for the rescue crew, with the only punishments being dished out to the operating company DRIL, which was accused of not properly maintaining the ropeway and not following proper safety protocols. It was even alleged that when the initial crash happened, the people operating the ropeway at the time actually fled the scene and never even called authorities, but I'm not sure if this was ever actually proven. DRIL was fined over $1 million and has since been blacklisted from operating ropeways for 5 years, while the families of the deceased were given around $33,000 in compensation. Currently, there are plans to repair and reopen the ropeway, though at this point, no official date has been.
Like black pepper, and they would make a fortune because of it. So the area was kind of killing it, and for lack of a better word, you could say it was lit. Dumb, stinky, lit. It's for the younger demographic out there. Please like. Life was really good over there in Salem, if you could survive the horrific, disease-ridden winters, but that is a minor detail. Now, I think it's important to paint a picture of what this community was like at the time, and one word that I can think of to describe it would be religious. Like, really religious. Salem was home to a large group of Puritans who took religion more seriously than anything else. I mean, here's a quote from an actual minister at the time of these trials. "The whole life of a Christian should be nothing but praise and thanks to God. We should neither eat nor sleep, but eat to God and sleep to God, and work to God and talk to God. Do all to his glory and praise." I mean, that alone shows you just how extreme this religion really was. And people were expected to go to church for 8 hours a day. So literally going to church was a full-time job, which is absolutely crazy. But this community truly believed that there were two things to blame for everything: God and the devil. So when good things happened, it was because of God, and when bad things happened, it was because of the devil. And they were terrified of the devil. I mean, this fear caused them to outlaw things such as dancing, birthdays, and even storytelling. And though that really doesn't make a lot of sense now looking back at it, this was a group of people that was scared. They didn't understand medicine and science, and people would literally just get a small cold and drop dead the next day. And there was nothing they could do about it. Like, people were just dropping like flies and they had no idea why. So you could imagine how scary of a time this would be to live in. And this kind of caused people to cling to their religion and cling to God because they believed that that would protect them from the forces that they just didn't understand. Now, this little community took a shift towards darkness in 1689, when a new controversial pastor took over.
His name was Samuel Parris.
Now, immediately this guy caused a stir, because not even 1 year into his job there, he was already looking for a new and better contract. And this understandably rubbed a lot of people the wrong way. But his preaching style also gained a lot of heat, because he was really into Orthodox Puritan theology, which I have no idea what that means, but apparently people didn't really like it. And apparently this divided the community so much that they formed into pro and anti-Parris groups. So there was a lot of distress on this community, and we all know how important religion was to them, so this was clearly a huge deal. And it only got worse from there. Along with Parris came a slave of his named Tituba. And without her, there would probably have never been a Salem witch trial, so she is very important in all this. Now, being a slave, Tituba was obviously not of British or American descent, and though her heritage has yet to be confirmed, many believe that she was Caribbean or African. And in both of these cultures, storytelling is a very important thing. I mean, it's huge, and Tituba no doubt grew up hearing a lot of these stories. Stories that she took with her to Salem. And so Tituba would end up telling some of these spooky stories to the children of Salem, which was a big no-no considering storytelling was seen as the work of the devil. But she told them anyway, and she told these kids stories of voodoo and dark magic and all sorts of other creepy stuff, which obviously didn't have a great effect on these young children. And soon after hearing these stories, the children began to act really weird. They would contort their bodies in disturbing ways, and they would scream at the top of their lungs for no apparent reason. And this strange behavior continued as some of the kids would start to hide under their kitchen tables and bark like dogs at anyone who got close to them. And not only that, but these kids would start scratching and tearing into their skin, claiming that there was something inside of them. So they really seemed like they were possessed. And when questioned about what was possessing them, the kids came clean and told them that Tituba had been telling them stories of the devil, which, wow, really threw her under the bus there. But this was the beginning mark of the witch hysteria in Salem.
This was because many people in the town believed that Tituba was a witch who had cursed these little girls with her stories.
And over the course of the next year, 20 people would be killed, with hundreds of others thrown into prison. Here is a brief timeline of those events. Now, the first execution of the witch trials took place on June 10th, when Bridget Bishop was hanged due to her alleged involvement in witchcraft. And throughout the years prior to this, Bishop had actually been accused of witchcraft on multiple separate occasions. And this was all because she had a very flamboyant fashion sense. And flashy fashion was frowned upon in the Puritan religion, as again this was seen as the work of the devil. So on the 10th, she was executed, despite the fact that she maintained her innocence and the fact that she was an upstanding member of the church. And this execution sent ripples throughout Salem, and people actually decided to kind of take it easy on their accusations. And I think maybe for a minute there they realized that what they were doing was messed up here, but those feelings did not last long, as the witch hysteria was about to completely derail the town of Salem. Now, after about a month of no executions, the people of Salem just said screw it, and they popped off. On July 19th, 5 people were executed due to suspicions that they were witches. These 5 were Sarah Good, Elizabeth Howe, Suzanne Martin, Rebecca Nurse, and Sarah Wilds. And something really terrifying happened this day. When Sarah Good was about to be executed, she turned to the clergyman Nicholas Noyes, and she said, "If you take away my life, God will give you blood to drink." And if somebody said that to me, I would be out. Like a light, eh? And also, this guy's last name is literally Noyes. Noyes. That's pretty silly, right? No, not really. But what makes this story so fascinating is that Noyes actually died unexpectedly years later due to hemorrhaging in his mouth. So he literally choked on his own blood and died because of it. And Sarah Good said that he would drink blood, and he died from, oh my god, okay, this is too much. So perhaps Good really did curse him, which means maybe she was actually a witch. Now, exactly a month later, on August 19th, 5 more people were executed. John Proctor, George Burroughs, George Jacobs Sr., John Willard, and Martha Carrier were all hanged. And it's interesting because I never knew that men were accused of witchcraft in these trials. Like, for some reason, I remember hearing that it was only women that were executed. So it's nice to know that Salem was a sexist-free community. Now, it's worth noting too that at this point, many people were convicted of witchcraft and thrown into prison. And these witch jails were brutal, as prisoners were chained up in the basement of the jails and barely given any food or water. And this caused many of these prisoners to actually die of dehydration and starvation. And not only this, the basement would frequently flood. So prisoners would actually drown to death down there. And they were chained up, so there was literally nothing they could do about it. Which is so messed up, and that is way worse than the actual executions, in my opinion. Now, the next death in these trials has got to be one of the craziest stories to come from all of this. So at the time of these witch trials, you could either plead guilty or not guilty. And the funny thing is that no matter which way you plead, you're gonna be screwed anyway. You're either getting executed, thrown in prison, or having all your land taken away, even if you pled not guilty. So a man named Corey Gillis had a brilliant idea. He was accused of witchcraft, and he knew that no matter which way he pled, he was likely going to be, screwed. So he had the idea to just not plea at all. And when the sheriff would question him and ask how he pled, he would just not say a word. And because of this, at first the law really couldn't do anything. So my man's basically finessed the game. But eventually the sheriff had enough, and he ordered Corey to be pressed until he confessed. So a board was placed over Corey's body, and every hour a rock would be placed on the board. And this would slowly crush Corey's body, forcing him to say something. But all he ended up saying was more weight. So they kept adding more and more weight, and after 2 whole days and 750 pounds of weight on his chest, he still hadn't confessed. Now, some of the details of this are very graphic, but at one point, his tongue swelled up so much that it actually, fell out of his mouth. Like, his tongue became detached from his body and flopped on the ground. And the sheriff shoved it back in his mouth. Yikes. And after these 2 days, the sheriff had just had enough, and he decided to stand on the rocks and the board and jump up and down until Corey's chest caved in, killing him instantly. So a total baller move by Corey, but also what a horrible way to go. But at the end, he didn't go silently. He looked right at the sheriff and he said, "Damn you, I curse you and Salem." And many people believe that he actually did curse Salem along with the sheriff. As years later, that same sheriff that stood on his chest and jumped up and down had a heart attack so massive that it caused his entire chest to rupture. And in all the years since Gillis laid this curse on them, every single sheriff of Salem has died due to heart conditions. Like every single one. And now they don't even have one anymore, which is not surprising because would you want to take that job? So maybe Gillis really did curse Salem and its sheriffs. Now the next executions took place on September 22nd, when Martha Corey, Mary Esty, Alice Parker, Mary Parker, Ann Putitor, Wilmot Red, Margaret Scott, and Samuel Wardwell were all hanged for witchcraft. And at this point, these hangings had become a spectacle
is what I meant to say. My bad.
As people had nothing better to do, so they gathered around and watched them. And the kids would bring buckets of rocks to throw at the bodies as they were hanging there, which is so twisted, really. But this actually marked the last executions of the Salem witch trial. So all in all, nearly 200 people were convicted of witchcraft, 20 were actually executed, and many more died in the prison. And this all happened in just the span of a few months. So knowing how horrible this span of time was, we're now left to wonder why it ever happened in the first place. How could a whole community of people just collectively lose their minds and go crazy like this? Well, there are a few theories out there that might just explain it. So the first theory is that the Salem witch trials all started because of fungus. Now there is a parasitic fungus out there called ergot, and ergot is a full-blown psychedelic. So it causes people to see, hear, and feel things that aren't actually there and aren't actually happening. So this fungus would regularly grow on grains, which was a huge part of people's diets back during this time. And back in the day, there was barely any safety or health regulations on these grains. So ergot poisoning was somewhat common back in the day. So maybe it's possible that the people of Salem were eating tainted grains. And maybe this is what caused the little girls to act strangely in the first place. I mean, after all, hallucinogens like this would most likely affect little girls the most due to their small size and small body weight. So perhaps they were eating tainted grains which caused them to hallucinate and maybe act like they were possessed. And what's also interesting is that this fungus typically grows in cold, damp environments, which is very significant considering this was an extremely cold and wet year in Salem. So maybe fungus really caused these little girls to act crazy, and also maybe made the adults act crazy too. I mean, the truth is that this has neither been proven or disproven by science to this day, so at this point it's really just a theory. But it's crazy to think that maybe fungus was the cause of this massive tragedy. Universally believed as one of the most probable causes of the Salem witch trial, mass hysteria is defined as a phenomenon that transmits collective illusions of threats, whether real or imaginary, through a population and society as a result of rumors and fear. And it's clear that the community in Salem would have been especially susceptible to this mass hysteria. And this is due to the high amount of stress that this rigid area and strict religion caused them. I mean, society was brutal back in the day between the winters, the diseases, and the Native American attacks, and so much more. It was just a rough time period to live in. And so that obviously would stress these people out. And not only this, but these people were bored. I mean, this Puritan lifestyle really shunned the idea of having fun, and because of this, they all had boring lives. So when something like a witch trial begins, people are going to pay extra attention to it because they got nothing better to do. And I truly believe that this is 100% what happened in Salem. I think the community just fell under mass hysteria. But now I'm left to wonder if maybe someone was to blame for this hysteria. Now our next theory is that this whole witch craze was all cultivated by Paris, the new pastor in the area. And the belief is that he started this hysteria to draw people back into the church. Now remember, the town was extremely divided thanks to the controversy surrounding Paris. And church attendance was starting to go down as people were losing faith in their own faith. So maybe Paris knew that he had to bring the community back together. And what better way for a community to come together than tragedy? So maybe he asked the children to start acting strange to spark the witch craze. And from there he may have promoted the idea that witches had infiltrated their community as a way to force people back into the church. And what's also interesting is that most of the people who were convicted of being witches were those who didn't regularly attend church, or they shunned some of the basic beliefs of the church. And oh my god, this actually makes way too much sense. Also, the family that appointed Paris was called the Putnam family, and they were so wealthy that they basically had control of the entire town at this point. And interestingly enough, many of the people who were accused of witchcraft happened to be enemies of the Putnams. So perhaps the Putnams came together with Paris and they created this mass hysteria in a way to benefit them both. I mean, it's really dark, but they both did benefit from this horrific tragedy and these horrific events. And just looking at this theory, I think it's at least partially true. I mean, how deep their involvement actually was is impossible to say, but they no doubt added fuel to this fire. And they had no reason to try and put it out because they were benefiting from it. So for that reason, I also think that there is truth to this theory. And then of course, there's the theory that witches truly were practicing in Salem. And though there's no evidence of that, there is one thing that is for sure. There was evil present in that town. And whether it be the responsibility of man, the devil himself, or both, is ultimately left for you to form your own opinion on. What's true now though, is that Salem has embraced its past. The same past that once brought it shame. Initially, for hundreds of years after these trials, it was illegal for anyone to mention them in that town. But today that past is celebrated and learned from, as the tourism brought there because of these trials has ultimately helped the community in a tremendous way, and it's also become a hotbed for those who act. These men in black claim to be government agents, and it's said that they will harass anyone who has seen a UFO or have claimed to have been abducted. And it's said that the government employs these things to stop the spread of alien evidence. And believe it or not, stories of these men in black date all the way back to the 40s. And over that span of time, there's been countless terrifying stories surrounding these things.
And here's one of them. So the story goes like this. Dr. Albert K. Bender was a well-written and extremely intelligent researcher who had founded the International Flying Saucer Bureau. That is a badass name, let me just say that. Now in 1955, his research was about to yield serious fruit as he prepared to unveil a paper that would prove the US government had, to one degree or another, covered up proof of UFOs. He planned to publish his findings in Space Review. This was until he was visited by the Men in Black. Bender claims that 3 men dressed in all black visited him at his home and warned against pursuing the topic of UFOs any further. The men left Bender scared for his life, and he immediately shut down all research for the Flying Saucer Bureau. Many people who knew him claim that Bender was a changed man after his encounter. His later works were rambly, almost unreadable, and he seemed to live his life in constant anxiety and terror. He purported to still receive mysterious phone calls with nobody on the other end until the end of his life in 2002. That's kind of crazy. Like, take the Men in Black out of this equation, and the story is that you have this guy who loves flying saucers so much he created a whole bureau around it. Not just a business, a bureau. And all of a sudden one day he just stops. He shuts it all down right when he was about to release his most prominent work. It doesn't make sense unless you add the Men in Black in there. I'm just saying. And honestly, there's all sorts of other stories out there surrounding the Men in Black that are all fairly similar to this one. Some of them involve the Men in Black just all of a sudden appearing in people's houses and threatening them to stop whatever research or whatever talking they're doing about UFOs. So it's really scary stuff. And what scares me most is there's no stories that really show what the Men in Black are capable of doing, which means maybe nobody has ever lived to tell about it. But there has been many close calls with these Men in Black.
Like the story of a hotel owner who had recorded a UFO and sent it out to the local media. And just days after the video was released, 2 big white men with expressionless faces, black suits, black hat, and black sunglasses came into the hotel demanding to speak to the owner. Now, luckily for the hotel owner, he was not there that day, and they never ended up coming back and trying to talk with him. But the reason the story is so significant is that the 2 Men in Black were actually caught on camera entering the hotel. And so if you put the pieces together, one could believe that these Men in Black were showing up to threaten the owner in some sort of way and maybe try and make him discredit his own video.
and claim it was a hoax or something. Kind of like what happened with the alien autopsy video. And honestly, who knows what would have actually happened if the owner was there when these men arrived. Just say that he's a lucky man he wasn't there. And it wasn't the only time that the men in black were caught on camera. And although some of these might be hoaxes, it's important to remember that where there's smoke, there's usually fire. So people say that a picture is worth 1,000 words. And in the case of the supernatural, it is worth a lot more than that, let me tell you. So that makes video evidence practically priceless. So what I want to do is take a look at some iconic UFO videos and try to determine whether these are real or not. But first, I want to mention some theories that may make you think differently about UFOs. Now, the most obvious theory for these strange lights shooting across the sky and these strange little saucers floating around is that these crafts are simply created by our government, and the technology is so advanced that they don't want to let the public know about it. Perhaps they don't want other countries to know that we possess this kind of technology, and so they hide it and they cover it up. It's possible, and this certainly may account for at least some UFO sightings, but it also doesn't really account for alien abductions or even crop circles for that matter. But personally, there's a theory that I find a lot more interesting than this one. And the theory is that instead of aliens being in these little UFOs, it's actually people from the future. I mean, perhaps they're traveling back in time to just kind of observe humanity, see where we're at back here. And that might explain why they usually don't disturb anything and they just kind of hover just barely out of sight. I mean, it kind of makes sense because these crafts are rarely, if ever, spotted on the ground. And this could be to avoid disrupting any part of the landscape. Because as some of us will know, if you travel back in time and you literally just move one blade of grass or you disturb one little thing, it will change the future. Quite literally, one little thing will change the future, and this is a phenomenon called the butterfly effect. But this is a theory that it deserves its own video, and I'm not going to get into it now. So yeah, that would explain why these things rarely ever land or even disturb anything. And maybe in the cases that they have landed or crashed, it has changed the future. And maybe that's led to a phenomenon called the Mandela effect. I mean, really, this is way too deep for a boy like me to understand, but just going to leave it out there. So with all that being said, I'm not really sure about this theory, but I wanted to throw it out there for those of you who are, well, smarter than me. It's all of you, if we're being honest. Okay, so with those theories out of the way, let's take a look at some of the most iconic UFO sightings caught on camera. All right, so the first clip is actually from an official US government employee and specifically a pilot. And this video was recorded like 20,000 feet up in the air or something like that, and at super high speeds. The pilots found something strange while they were up there. They found a UFO. Here's the video.
Dude, this is a fucking drone, bro. There's a whole fleet of them. Look on the ASA. Oh my gosh.
Okay, that's crazy. I wish it wasn't in black and white. Like I said, this is an official government released video. That's kind of terrifying, right? I tried to do a little more research on this and they still have yet to determine what this is. I think one of the explanations used was a weather balloon, which always seems to be the case when it comes to UFOs. This just can't be that. It's because it's matching their speed. It's moving so fast. And the pilots themselves are traveling at such a high speed. And this thing is just hovering and matching that.
Well, if there's like a thing, it's rotating.
Okay, so I'm not going to pretend to be an expert or anything on this, but holy cow, this might be legit. So in terms of believability, I'm going to give this one a 10 out of 10 because it actually is a UFO. It is a proven unidentified flying object. Are there aliens involved? That much I can't say, but I can say for sure this is a UFO. So this is actually, I believe, the first ever UFO captured on camera, and they made a little program about it. I'm not going to show you the whole program. I'm just going to cut right to the footage of the supposed UFO.
This is the Montana film, projected exactly as it was photographed. The objects are moving against a 25 to 28 mile an hour wind.
So at first, this could be a number of things. Could be two planes, it could be two birds, honestly. So far, nothing too scary.
This is the film in double frame or slow motion. A slight bounce in the movement of the objects as well as the tower is perceptible. This is due to the handheld camera.
Okay, I can definitely rule out birds from this now, and I think airplanes. They definitely look circular for sure. So it said that they ruled out atmospheric mirages and they ruled out any sort of cloud reflections. So
I don't know. But then again, it doesn't really show too much. It literally could just be two lights reflecting off of something.
So as much as I like this clip, given the historical contents, in terms of believability, I'm only going to give it a 5 out of 10 because it's so grainy, it really doesn't show much of anything, but there still is a little something there. So I'll give it a 5 out of 10.
But when it comes to the most believable I've ever seen, we got this next one. And let me tell you, it's the motherfucking T. I don't actually want to hit the lens. It's an expensive camera. Now this footage is from 1997 and comes out of Phoenix, Arizona. And as many of you will already know by now, this is the case of the Phoenix lights.
I can't see how this works. How does this
Holy
work?
oh, you got shit.
Before?
No. That's weird. They're lined up in a pattern, man. There's geometry behind this.
Okay, so first off, the way these things just appear and just kind of line up like that, it is so iconic and so cool, but at the same time, crazy, because literally what could be doing this? I heard it was government flares or something, but where's the plane that dropped them? It's definitely not any kind of airplane or anything like that. These are aliens, straight up aliens.
I can't even get this. I've never seen it. Look at that.
Man, this is...
What is this? Let's see. Oh, there's 3 of them all lined up.
No,
four, Bill.
one
Over here, there's 4.
What makes this video so crazy is that the entire city witnessed this. A whole city, thousands and thousands of people witnessed this firsthand, live and in person. Oh my God. Could you imagine? I would have loved to be there to see that. I would have, well, I would have lost my shit.
Now, in terms of believability for this one, I am giving it a 10 out of 10. I do not even care. This truly is one of the greatest UFO clips of all time.
Let me know what you guys think about this video evidence. To me, some of it's really interesting. Not all of it's believable, but it's hard to discredit a lot of this stuff. I'm just saying.
Okay guys, so I actually just found the craziest website ever, and it is called the National UFO Reporting Center. And it's kind of in the name, but this is a website that reports on every single UFO sighting, I guess ever. I don't really know. But the sheer amount of sightings on this list is crazy. Like, I'm just in New York alone, and there's over 4,500 sightings. And there's a lot of really recent ones too. You know what I don't like about this website? They have no sightings in the exact city that I live in, which is kind of messed up. So I think we should try and change that tonight. Let's do a little UFO hunting.
Do you have anything to say? Alright, so
Spooky.
that's your commentary on this. Fun fact about tonight. I've been trying to record this for about 1 week now, literally 1 week, and every single night there has been just immense cloud coverage. Have you ever seen a UFO?
I don't think I have, no.
I've seen one once. Actually, a couple times when I was younger. I was too young to be confident in it, so I would see these random little things in the sky every once in a while, maybe 3 times in my life. And I would see them, and I would pull up my phone, record them, and you know what I would do with the videos? I would delete them because I was embarrassed and I felt stupid. And now I regret that to this day. Oh my God, wait, what the fuck? What the fuck? We got one. What is that? What is that in the trees? Well, it's something in the sky. Wait, it's a plane. It's a plane. Whoa, that looks really creepy. Wait, look at this plane through this. That's crazy. Oh my God, it looks just like a UFO. Oh, I feel good. We captured something.
But you want to know what's
We did it.
interesting about that?
What?
Is that like people that post videos about like, hey, I caught a UFO, and you see the video and you're like, that doesn't look like a plane to me.
That could show how easily it is to fake something like this. I could have easily edited that, cut it up, and made it look like a real life UFO clip. And I feel like a lot of people would believe it.
People can tell when you Photoshop things.
Right.
But that, you don't even have to Photoshop. You just have to cut up the clip.
It's all on the camera work.
So what this experience proved to me is that it is so easy to fake a UFO video by simply using camera tricks. But it does bring up an interesting theory that a lot of these UFO sightings and these UFOs caught on camera could possibly just be out of focus airplanes.
What the fuck? Wait. That was weird. Hold on. What is... Oh my God, it won't focus. No. There was something else. I swear to God.
So I'm still kind of confused over what happened during this clip, but basically I was trying to film an airplane that at this point was practically out of frame, and while I was doing this I noticed a flashing light, but this light wasn't an airplane because I was literally looking in the sky and there was no airplane there. In fact, there was nothing in the sky where this light was blinking. So I don't know if it's a UFO, something paranormal, or just some weird camera glitch. Either way, it really scared the hell out of me. Well guys, that wraps up my little deep dive into the world of aliens. I think I should probably mention that I'm not the biggest believer in aliens, but for some reason they terrify me, which kind of makes no sense. But with that being said, I am glad to be done with the topic of aliens. I am going to move on and leave this in the past for a little while and just mentally recover from all the spookiness that Game 1 of the series. Now the game was close and well fought by both sides as the halfway mark of the third quarter approached. But that's when things took a drastic turn for the Celtics. One of the Celtics' star players, Paul Pierce, went down with what appeared to be a gruesome injury.
The Lakers, the number 1 seed in the West this year, Kobe Bryant knocks it down. Beautiful move.
Now Pierce appeared to be done. Like, this man was writhing in pain, holding his leg, and to anyone watching at home and in the stadium, it looked like it was some kind of ACL or something horrible like that. An injury that would most definitely end his entire season and could even spill over to next year. I mean, that's how bad people really thought this was. And these thoughts were all but confirmed when Paul Pierce was picked up and carried by his teammates towards the locker room and eventually put on a wheelchair and wheeled back. The whole time Pierce had this look on his face that said the pain was immense. It looked really bad for Boston. And Boston fans knew they were in trouble. And the whole stadium was quiet as the fans tried to comprehend what had just happened. But this silence didn't last long, as just a minute and 20 seconds of game time later, Paul Pierce emerged from the locker room, sprinting out towards the court. He would go on to check into the game and basically dominate for the rest of the game, leading Boston to win Game 1. It was crazy. It was a crazy comeback. People thought this man's career could be over, and he comes running out literally minutes later. Now, some viewed this as a heroic move by Pierce, as many people believe he was simply playing through the pain. But some aren't necessarily convinced that there was ever really any injury on this play. And that brings up this incredibly strange conspiracy theory. The theory is that Pierce wasn't injured at all, but that he had actually pooped his pants. Now, as crazy as this sounds, this has actually become one of the most popular NBA conspiracy theories that honestly I've ever heard. And here's why people believe it. For starters, why would he need a wheelchair for an injury that seemingly was so minor that it didn't even really exist? Well, perhaps it was to cover up the fact that he had soiled his pants, and he didn't want the whole nation watching to see that on live TV. I mean, for God's sakes, he was wearing white shorts. It would have been very, very noticeable, and think about the embarrassment. I mean, if I was in his position, I would fake an injury too. I mean, you would never live that down. So faking an injury and taking the wheelchair out is the perfect scapegoat. Also, a now infamous picture has been posted of what appears to be some type of stain on the back of Pierce's shorts that definitely kind of looks like it could be that. But that being said, it isn't totally clear what the stain could be. It could just be sweat, or it could just be weird lighting. I mean, we really don't know. And when it comes to this picture, there's also some dispute that it might not even be from Game 1, but it's never been officially confirmed. I mean, really, this theory would explain why he was back on the court in just 5 minutes after suffering that gruesome injury. 5 minutes would be probably the perfect amount of time to clean yourself up, get changed, and get back out there. Now, Pierce came forward and said that he was actually afraid that he had suffered some form of major knee injury, but here's why I'm not really buying that. I mean, the time that he was in the locker room wouldn't have been enough time for them to run hardly any tests. Now, as I watched the tape back, I personally don't necessarily believe that Pierce actually defecated himself. For me, there's too many angles where it would have been really obvious if this had happened, like this one and this one. You would know if something was going on down there. But perhaps maybe he just felt like he was about to. And he felt like he was right on the edge, just barely holding it in. And that's why he called for the wheelchair. But you know what? Whatever you choose to believe actually happened on that day, it's still an incredibly interesting story. Okay, so not gonna lie, this is the type of theory that could get me taken out. The year was 1998 when inventor Stanley Mayer sat down for some lunch at a restaurant. Now, Mayer was the creator of one of the most revolutionary products and inventions of all time. A car that ran entirely
on water. Now, this water-powered car could apparently drive from New York City all the way to California on just 22 gallons of water.
If we take the dune buggy from Los Angeles to New York, we would roughly use 22 gallons of water.
Surely this incredible invention would go on to change the world and revolutionize everything, right? Well, obviously not, because where are they? You would think with such a game-changing invention, it would have taken off. Well, there's actually a reason why it never did. And that's because on that fateful day in 1998, when Mayer was out for lunch, he dropped dead. It was a tragic tale of a brilliant mind of someone who had just simply died due to the strenuous effects of high blood pressure. It's sad and it's tragic, but according to some, including even Mayer himself, his death was no accident. You see, one of the most profitable things in this world is the energy industry. Our world practically runs on oil, and it's a business that makes trillions of dollars every single year. I mean, money like that is honestly impossible to even comprehend. So imagine how much power the leaders of that industry have. I mean, with that kind of money, they could control the world, and maybe in a way they kind of do. I mean, like I said before, everything relies on oil. But what happens if we don't need oil anymore? What happens when Stanley Mayer releases a car to the public that runs solely on water? Well, you could take that technology and transfer it all across the world to a bunch of different things and practically eliminate the need for any sort of oil whatsoever. And that would probably be, in a way, pretty good for us. Well, all of us, but the oil industry. I mean, that one man's invention could have single-handedly taken down one of the most wealthy industries in the entire world. So with that being said, it has led many people to believe that Stanley Mayer was murdered, and that the murder was done on behalf of the big oil industry. Now, before his death, Mayer was well aware that something like this could happen to him. And so he would openly tell people that if he were to die, especially under strange circumstances, to investigate his death, because he knew that his work directly interfered with those who are practically controlling our society. And that brings us to his actual death. Now, the day he died, Mayer was out for lunch with two strange Belgian investors. Now, at this point in their meal, Mayer had already turned down a deal from these Belgian investors. He didn't want to give them any rights to his product. Well, after he said this, he took a sip of his cranberry juice and immediately grabbed his throat. Now, immediately realizing something was wrong, he ran out of the restaurant and fell to the ground. So his friend came running after him and he asked, what's wrong? What's going on? And that's when Stanley Mayer said, "They poisoned me." And those were the last words that he ever said. Now, his friend went on to claim that later that week, the actual car that Mayer had built that ran solely on water was stolen from him. So these are definitely some strange circumstances. And obviously there's a clear motive for the oil industry to silence this man. I mean, he was going to put him out of business. And it's also clear that they had the power to do it. So why wouldn't this conspiracy theory be true? I mean, to this day, the story is still not confirmed. And if we're being honest, it never will be. But I have to say, this is one of the craziest conspiracies that I've ever heard. And I think it's true. But legally, I can't say that. So it's not. So one of the most popular conspiracy theories here in the United States is that the government controls our media. For example, some people believe that the news here in the United States is controlled by the government. Like the government has an agenda and the news pushes it. Everybody's heard that before. And I'll admit, some of the examples are pretty damn convincing.
A child's happiness is priceless, especially on a birthday.
A child's happiness is priceless, especially on a birthday.
A child's happiness is priceless, especially on a birthday.
A child's happiness is priceless, especially on a birthday.
But for whatever reason, aside from, the news stations, I thought we were safe when it comes to movies and TV shows. We can just enjoy that, not have any government influence. I mean, and it's not possible for the government to control all of that, right? Wrong. It turns out that Washington actually does have some control on the movies and the TV shows that we watch. And it's pretty crazy. Let me read you some of this initial report from The Independent to show you just how bad things really are. Files we obtained, mainly through the U.S. Freedom of Information Act, show that between 1911 and 2017, more than 800 feature films received support from the U.S. government's Department of Defense, a significantly higher figure than previously estimated. These included blockbuster franchises such as Transformers, Iron Man, and The Terminator. Why are we bringing the Transformers into this? On television, we found over 1,100 titles received Pentagon backing, 900 of them since 2005, from Flight 93 to Ice Road Truckers to army wives, ice road truckers. When we include individual episodes for long-running shows like 24, Homeland, and NCIS, as well as the influence of other major organizations like the FBI and the White House, we can establish unequivocally for the first time that the national security state has supported thousands of hours of entertainment. So at this point, this is not even a conspiracy theory, it's just a weird fact. Our government controls at least some of our media. So the question is, why? Well, public perception seems like the obvious answer. By paying for these movies, they can in turn tell the creators to kind of paint the US military in the best possible light. I mean, they always make us look like heroes. They always make us look like the good guys, no matter what the situation is. So when these movies come out, and the military is always painted in the best light possible, people who consume this content will subconsciously start to think that our military can really do no wrong. And it might make them less likely to question decisions made that could be considered questionable. Now, whether this is actually a good or a bad thing is ultimately left for the individual to decide. So you can decide for yourselves. But the fact that it's happening so often and nobody's really talking about it is just something that's kind of weird, and it rubs me the wrong way.
So I am on my floor now. That's because for whatever reason my audio just decided to stop working on me, and I have to refilm this entire part. I love being a YouTuber. So if you have a cell phone, I am willing to bet $100 that this has happened or will happen to you at some point. You're just sitting there chilling with your phone in your pocket, and all of a sudden it buzzes. And this is a really strange thing considering you have absolutely no friends and you're a worthless loser. So you excitedly pull out your phone and then you realize there's no message there. Your phone never actually buzzed. Now, this is a phenomenon that is so common that it has actually become a legitimate medical syndrome. And the syndrome is called phantom vibration syndrome.
Phantom vibration syndrome. It's when you feel your phone vibrating in your pocket as if you're receiving a call or text, but you pull your phone out and you look at it and it never actually rang.
Now, WebMD says an expert is warning about a modern day phenomenon called phantom vibration syndrome, where people think their mobile phone is ringing or vibrating when it's not. Apparently, some of us are so concerned about missing a call or text that we become extra aware of the sensation that one is incoming. So first of all, the fact that WebMD is posting about this and talking about this is crazy enough. But also, I'm not sure I totally believe this. Listen, there have been times when I am sure that my phone buzzed. Like, I am positive. And then I go and check and there's nothing there. No Twitter DM, no Instagram DM, no Snapchat. I got nothing. Now, of course, there have been other times when I'm like, oh, I think I felt my phone buzz. And then I look and there's nothing there. So maybe that describes situations like that. But no, I am telling you, there are times when I am 100% certain that my phone has buzzed. And apparently, I am not the only one who feels this way, which brings us to our next theory. The theory is that cell phone companies send out these phantom buzzes to get us back using our phones. I mean, think about it. The more time we spend on our phones, the better it is for these cell phone companies, obviously. And when our phone buzzes and we're trying to figure out where it came from, then all of a sudden we might start looking through our Instagram or Twitter, start scrolling around, and within seconds, you're back hooked on looking at your phone. Now, I have to believe that it would be so easy for the cell phone companies to do this and to get away with it. So for that reason, I totally kind of believe this theory. But also, there's really not much information out there about this. So as of right now, it is just a hunch. But doesn't it just make way too much sense? So the next time you feel your phone buzz in your pocket, that could just be a cell phone company trying to get your attention.
Okay, Google Translate is on some weird shit. If you haven't seen this yet, just prepare to have your mind blown, because honestly, it's just so weird. I don't even know what else to say about it. So before I sit down to film a video, I like to have solid knowledge on the topic. I like to really think that I know what I'm talking about. But in this case, I kind of have no clue. Like, this is the weirdest thing ever. Now, this theory is about a glitch in Google Translate, and why it's happening is really anyone's guess. So this glitch occurs when you set Google Translate to translate from Maori to English. Then you basically type in some gibberish, and all of a sudden it will translate it into something really weird, and in most cases absolutely terrifying. Now, apparently it works best if you type in 2 to 3 letter increments, and the words that you type don't actually have to make any sense. But some people have actually typed in questions and just kind of separated them into 2 to 3 letter increments. So instead of looking like this, it looks like this. but it practically asks the same thing. And this is where things get terrifying, because a lot of the times when they type these broken up questions in, they'll actually get somewhat of an intelligent response. Now, there are people who genuinely believe that this is something demonic and like the site is possessed or something, which, you know what? I'm just gonna clear the air and say I'm not a big believer in that. But other explanations are honestly probably even more scary. Some believe that Google Translate is actually giving out warning signs of an impending doomsday. And finally, there are those who believe that higher ups in our world are using this weird glitch in Google Translate to communicate about some shady stuff, which doesn't make sense. I don't know. You're asking the wrong guy here. So with that being said, let's just go on to Google Translate and figure out a theory for ourselves and see if this actually does work. All right, guys, so I got my laptop here and we're about to go on to Google Translate to see if we can get any really weird responses. I'm sure this camera angle is really great right now. All right, so you can see right up top, these are the 3 languages that apparently work the best when it comes to this Google Translate glitch. We have Maori, Somali, and Igbo. That is actually my native language, is Igbo. So we're gonna start off with Somali, because that's where this whole glitch started, was with Somali to English translations. So I'll just start typing random stuff. I'm just gonna try 2 letters right now. Whoa. Oh, okay. So how did we go from this clear gibberish to there are 2 things in the world? All right, what happens if we add to this? It goes right back. There are 2 things you can do. This is eerie. It is important to note that there are 2 ways in which you can work. Wait, let me hear what it sounds like. I want to hear the Google Translate lady say this.
It is important to note that there are 2 ways in which you can work.
What the fuck? What? Wait, what? It is important that you and your family are involved in the community. What? Why is this happening? I'm so confused. Oh my God. Okay, so I'm gonna try typing in a question. I'm scared, but I'm gonna just break it up. Is anyone here is what he is? I'm not getting any good responses. What if I change the language to Maori? It is your own. How about Igbo? It is your own. So there's one really weird glitch, and I'm not sure what happens when you do it, but all I know is you're supposed to type in prophecy a bunch of times. Just the word prophecy, and translate it from Maori to English. Apparently something weird happens. Let's find out. Prophecy. Oh. That's weird. Let's listen.
Prophecy, 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 prophecy. You country, you are living on borrowed time, reader mail. Prophecy of necessity is at the door. My distress come upon the world.
Oh my God. What? I do not like this at all. So it says, you country, you are living on borrowed time. So I know that's not clear English, but it kind of sounds like, well, it obviously sounds like your country is living on borrowed time. And then it says, prophecy of necessity is at the door. My distress come upon the world. That sounds like a dark prophecy right there. So by typing in prophecy, maybe we're getting a real prophecy? I don't know. How could a bunch of the same word turn into a whole full-fledged sentence? All right, so there's some more that I was told to type in. Apparently this one gives a good result. First Somali. Oh my God.
You are the one who is going to die.
Goodbye, world. It's dark. I heard this one's crazy. It's Igbo. Copy paste. What are we stumbling upon here? So look at this phrase says human trafficking. Now remember, one of the theories for this glitch is that it's used by higher ups to conduct shady business. Now look at some of the terms that are associated with this specific glitch. You have human trafficking. Watch, you remove 1 letter, free shipping. You remove 1 letter, not worth it. 1 letter, cheapest. Money. To him, money again. What if people really are using this to communicate for human trafficking? A cheap man, like this could all be seen as like sketchy business talk here. It's a cheap man's business. This is a great deal of money for you.
Guys, this is just so weird. Seriously, like, I didn't realize this was gonna take that kind of turn. I really thought this was gonna be like a funny glitch. This could really be something serious in a weird way. I mean, I'm probably overreacting, most definitely am. But you have to admit, that's really, really weird. I feel like this is only the beginning of this theory. I don't know. If you guys want me to take a deeper dive into this specific theory, let me know down in the comments. I will be happy to make a full-fledged big video.
They were clean and ready for the day. As they stepped out of the tub and onto their towels, she noticed small white bubbles on the water, just floating on its surface. It caught her eye, but not necessarily her attention, as the water swirled down the drain, taking the strange bubbles with it. Perhaps it was from the soap or the shampoo, but something about it lingered in the back of Mrs. Go's mind as the days went by. Something about it seemed different, and that's because it was. In the following days, Mrs. Go would be notified that a body had been found in their building complex, and to be more specific, the body had been found inside the hotel's water tank, a water tank that led to over 150 different rooms, with hers being one. She had been bathing her children in water with particles of human remains floating in it. They had also been drinking that very same water. It's a story that we've now all become familiar with. One of the most shocking cases of many of our lifetimes. A lady mysteriously and inexplicably found within a hotel's water tank, as those in the building drank that very water she was decomposing in, with this lady's name being Elisa Lam. Only, this isn't her story. In fact, at the time that Mrs. Go was bathing her children in that tainted water, Elisa Lam was still very much alive, and she would remain living for over 2 years after this case. Rather, this incident took place back in 2011, halfway across the world in Singapore. The lady who had been found in the water tank was a 30-year-old maid named Rulyawati, who was in a forbidden relationship with a married man. And upon her employer finding out, Rulyawati's life spiraled, and she fell into a depressive and suicidal rage. She walked up the stairs and onto the roof of that building and jumped into the water tank. She continuously sunk her head under the water again and again until eventually she drowned. Death by water tank. The darkness of it. The loneliness of it. It's a fate that was highlighted in the movie Dark Water, but it was the death of Elisa Lam that has permanently ingrained it in my mind, specifically because of how terrifyingly unique it was. Besides the movie, I had never heard of anyone dying in a water tank before that incident. It's something that I figured had never happened, as it really shouldn't. It's just too improbable. But I was shocked to discover that Elisa Lam wasn't the only one to have died inside of one of these water tanks. And surprisingly, some would even say that this is something that happens with regularity all across the world. In fact, on May 13th, 2011, the body of a 19-year-old girl was found in Johor, floating within the water tank of an apartment complex. That was the same exact day that Rulyawati's body had been found, too. It is believed that she had also committed suicide by jumping into the tank. And the stories just go on from here, with every example proving to be extremely disturbing. Back in 2014, the then 26-year-old Carmen Esparza had just recently graduated with a degree in psychology. But for Carmen, her dreams went far past being a psychologist. Instead, she wanted to become a famous actress a dream that those in her life genuinely believed that she could achieve, as she had the drive and the looks to make it in the industry. But things rarely go the way that we hope or expect, and in Carmen's case, tragedy would strike before she'd be able to live out her dreams. In February of that year, Carmen was seen working out at a gym in Mexico City. After exercising for a bit, she was spotted leaving the gym and heading home. There were no accounts of Carmen being seen after that final workout. She had just vanished. Over the following months, her family and friends would lead a search to find this missing girl, but no trace of her had turned up, with the lack of results eventually leading her family to believe that she had been kidnapped, which, if that were true, then there would be no telling where she could have wound up. But as it turned out, she didn't wind up going far at all, and in the end it was revealed that she had been at her apartment the entire time, just not in her room. After multiple people had called the service desk of the apartment complex complaining about foul-tasting water, a maintenance worker would open the hatch to the water tank and discover Carmen's severely decomposed body. This discovery was made nearly a year after she had gone missing, and it's believed that she had been in there the whole time, meaning that for nearly a year, hundreds of residents in the complex were drinking and bathing with the very water that Carmen was decaying in. It seems that officials may have believed that foul play was involved, with her wealthy ex-boyfriend being one of the main suspects. It's obviously a terrifying case, with the most disturbing detail being how long she went undiscovered in that tank. A whole year, with people consuming literal bits of her. It's just so morbid to even think about, but it's not even the most extreme example. In 2016, a routine plumbing inspection was being done in a special education facility in Brisbane. The water tank was searched, revealing the body of a man. Except, the body had been in that water for so long and had deteriorated so badly that all that was left were bones. To make this case even more disturbing, the water tank was underground, underneath the school. It's not a place that anyone would just stumble into. Because of this, cops believe that this man had been thrown into the tank years and years before. The only good news to come out of this case was that the water tank had actually been disconnected and the facility was no longer using it. But unfortunately, not all cases are like this. In 2018, maintenance workers were cleaning the water tank at Mukhlampur, India. The tank was located on the grounds of a public school and provided water to the drinking fountains and the bathrooms. During the cleanup process, one of the workers spotted bones in the tank and immediately notified the school. A search and cleanup process was done following this discovery, which revealed that someone had died inside the water tank, and again, it had happened so long ago that the body had deteriorated fully. To this day, there hasn't been a certain ID on who this person was, but one family has come forward and claimed that the decayed body belonged to their son, who had gone missing in that very area and whose age, sex, and projected decay seemed consistent to the bones that were found. But it's how long that he was missing that's the most troubling part, because their son had gone missing 18 years ago. If this turns out to be true, then an entire school full of kids had been drinking and using that water for 18 years. This truly has to be one of the worst ways to go. Just trapped in darkness, no one can hear you as you drown. And not only that, But the after effect is just as gruesome, because people will literally end up drinking you and bathing in you. It's so gross, so gruesome, it's an unimaginable death. And yet I was surprised to find something, that many have chosen this way to die. In the Elisa Lam case, the consensus conclusion is that she had suffered some kind of mental breakdown and had voluntarily jumped in the water tank. But despite this being the mutually agreed upon conclusion for this case, I always had doubts lingering in the back of my mind. Because again, this stuff just doesn't happen. No one would pick such a horrible way to go. But this actually isn't really the case. And suicide by water tank is a very real and somewhat common thing. It just doesn't get talked about. In 2019, a 40-year-old man named Sudhakar jumped inside a water tank owned by a water supply company in India. He did so in an attempt to take his own life, thanks to the overwhelming debt that he was under. The giant water tank serviced water to 11 districts in the area, and his body would be fished out 4 days later. In the previous year, a security worker named Jasima was guarding an apartment complex in Hong Kong. Midway through her shift, she complained about not feeling well, so she dismissed herself from her post and never returned. Despite her colleagues searching the entirety of the property, there was no sign of Jasima anywhere. It would later be revealed that she had taken the stairs up to the very top of the building, climbed a ladder, and jumped inside the water tank, leaving behind 2 suicide notes. The most disturbing suicide case that I came across came from India. There, 38-year-old Vans Devi had been living a life that seemingly most would enjoy. She was married and lucky enough to have 5 children of her own, each of whom were described as being intelligent, respectful, and focused on their schooling. But there was one issue. Each of the children that Vans Devi had were girls, and her husband, Ranaram Jat, had grown concerned that he may never get the son that he always wanted. Authorities believe that this caused Devi to feel guilty, knowing that her biological clock was ticking, and the time to have a son was running out. Perhaps it was this guilt that broke Devi, but whatever it was, she snapped. She took each of her daughters to a nearby water tank and one by one threw them in. The oldest daughter was just 13 and the youngest was only 3 years old. Once her children had landed in the water, Devi too decided to jump in along with them. It was in that claustrophobic, dark tank where the family all drowned together, with their bodies being fished out days later. The sheer number of these cases is staggering compared to what I was expecting, but this is something that isn't even new either. In 1989, residences in Princeton, West Virginia, complained of strange tasting water. A quick check revealed that a man had fallen into the tank 2 months previously, with authorities confirming that the man had taken his own life. And this isn't even the earliest example, with that coming all the way back in 1964, where a 59-year-old man had drowned in the water tank on top of a New York City apartment. But this example, sadly, was no suicide, as the man was simply doing repairs on the tank and had fallen in. He desperately tried to claw his way out, with scratch marks later being found on the inside of the metal tank. His attempts proved futile. This is just something that happens. People die in water tanks, and in the majority of these cases, people choose death. And it's honestly shocking to me. And out of all these cases that I've read up on, one of them really has stood out. Not because it's especially shocking, but it's because of the similarities it shares with the Elisa Lam case. In Bhubaneswar, India, 19-year-old Prayak Jena had been struggling with his mental health. During this struggle, he had began dabbling in drugs, further heightening his mental state. He was in a bad place, and one night, it all came to a head. He went on the roof of his living quarters, removed all of his clothes, and jumped inside the water tank, where eventually he would drown. Officials believe that he may have been having some sort of mental breakdown at the time, as he had been spotted acting strangely that night. To me, when I heard this story first, I immediately thought of Elisa Lam. They were both struggling with their mental health. They were seen acting strangely before they died, and they both removed their clothes and jumped into a water tank. So what's the point of me sharing all these cases? Well, for starters, I feel like they help to normalize Elisa Lam's death. For years, I struggled to comprehend how she could have just jumped into that tank. I felt like something far more sinister must have happened because of how unique the situation was. But hearing these cases, it makes the theory that she had committed suicide far more believable because it shows us that it's happened many times before. And in a way, it strips away from the creepiness of the case, and honestly just makes it a lot more sad, if anything. I'm also sharing these stories because no one else is. We've all heard Elisa Lam's story over and over again, and it was an obsession for many of us, including myself, because I always thought there would never be another case like it. But Elisa Lam wasn't the only one to die inside a water tank. The other stories just aren't being told. And truthfully, I would bet that right now, there's a body out there.
Since she was last seen, it seemed the only possible explanation is that she had gone overboard. Now, an investigation was quickly started, and it wouldn't take long for the case to get its first big break. An unnamed crew member had come forward and had actually said that they had seen Rebecca jump overboard that morning at 3 a.m. Why did she jump? Well, nobody really knew. I mean, from all accounts, everybody seemed to say that she was a happy, upbeat, and cheerful individual. But with this report, it seemed obvious that this was a clear-cut suicide. And with an eyewitness account, this case seemed over before it ever even really began. But as we'll soon find out, things were never quite as simple as they seemed with this case. While reviewing CCTV footage, investigators were able to find the last moments that she was caught on camera. Now, oddly enough, the cameras didn't capture her falling overboard or jumping off the side, which is odd considering how many cameras were really on that ship. I mean, they virtually covered every square inch. But instead, her final moments on camera came in the crew member's lounge, where she stood on the phone. And this footage was taken at 5:45 a.m. So that means whoever the crew member was who reportedly saw her jump overboard was wrong, because he said it happened at 3 a.m. when she was clearly seen alive at 5:45 a.m. And I'll go as far to say that this crew member straight up lied. Like, you can't mistake that for something else. It's literally a person jumping overboard. How can you get that wrong? And you also can't say, oh, that must have been somebody else. No, there was only one disappearance on this ship. So whoever this crew member was lied. My question is, why? I mean, first of all, it was an unnamed crew member, so it's not like they get any clout for this. It's really not like they're getting anything out of it. Maybe Disney asked the employee to do this, to cover up a much darker truth. Otherwise, what do you get out of lying? But regardless, the initial report was clearly falsified, and the investigation continued. So an investigator from the Bahamas was flown out to the ship to work this case. And after just a few days on the ship, interviewing crew members and reviewing CCTV footage, this investigator was able to piece together what he believed to be the timeline of events that led to her disappearance. So here's roughly how his timeline went. And this is the official report, by the way. Keep that in mind. At 5:45, Rebecca was in the 5th floor crew lounge talking on the cell phone. And during this conversation, you could tell that she was clearly distressed. After a phone call, a young man comes up and asks,
"Is everything okay?" And she says something along the lines like, "Yeah, I'm fine." From there, she walked along the 5th floor till she reached the pool deck, and that's when a rogue wave came and swept her out into the sea, never to be seen again. Now, further backing this report, her sandals were found on the pool deck right where investigators believed that she had disappeared. So with that, Disney placed a bouquet of flowers in that exact location, and the ship continued sailing.
The ongoing investigation didn't keep the Disney Wonder from embarking on another cruise Sunday evening, just hours after it had arrived.
Now, although this is a fairly short and simple report, the amount of flaws in it are honestly just shocking. So my first issue with this whole situation is that her being swept away wasn't caught on CCTV footage. I mean, think about how high security Disney is. There's got to be cameras facing every single direction, covering every square inch. I mean, it literally makes no sense that she wasn't captured once on camera, walking all the way to the pool deck and being swept over. But you know what, we'll get into that a little bit later. So flaw number 2, the official report had claimed that she was in the 5th floor crew lounge right before she was swept over. And they had the pictures and the CCTV footage to prove that. But here's the problem. It was later discovered that footage that was supposedly taken on the 5th floor was actually taken on the 1st floor. And Disney actually cropped the footage so that the location tag wasn't even in frame. So already there's such a huge and blatant lie in the official report. And here's why this is so important. There's no possible way that she could have gone overboard on floor 1. It's impossible. It is actually impossible. And the direction that she was heading wasn't towards the stairs and wasn't towards the elevator. It was towards the medical center. And the only way for her to have gotten upstairs would have been to backtrack from that direction, because the stairs and the elevator was in the opposite direction. And obviously, if she would have backtracked, she would have had to have passed by that same security camera again. And she obviously didn't. So how did she get up to the 5th floor? Alright, so flaw number 3. So let's say she did manage to make it up to floor 5, being undetected by these security cameras. Is it impossible? Probably. But you know what, let's just play along with this report. So she gets up to floor 5, and there she's swept overboard. Well, guess what floor 5 has? Floor 5 has 6-foot-high barriers preventing people from going over. Making the case of her falling over or being swept over by a wave, it just makes it so unlikely. And that brings me to flaw 4, which is the rogue wave itself. Now, it's estimated that a wave capable of reaching the 5th floor and swiping her off would have to be 110 feet high. 110 feet. High. So you're telling me nobody felt that wave? Nobody saw that mammoth of a wave? Are you kidding me? And also with a wave that big, it certainly would have damaged the boat. I mean, even just cosmetically, but there was no cosmetic damage. There was no damage at all. This is already looking like such BS. How could not one person have seen a 110-foot wave? And how could it not have been captured on camera? It gets worse with flaw number 5, the absolute nail in the coffin for this report. And this has to do with the key piece of evidence, her flip-flops. So you remember when I said her flip-flops were found on deck right by where she was washed over? 2 things. How did her flip-flops not get washed over too? I mean, a wave that big would have swept everything up with it, right? But here's the real kicker. So her parents were shown these flip-flops, and immediately they said, they're not Rebecca's. They said, first of all, it's not her style. And second of all, they were way too big to fit her. Worst of all, guys, you know what these flip-flops had on them? They had the name and cabin number of another crew member. They were literally someone else's flip-flops. Clear as day, they said their name on it. Now with these 5 flaws, the official report is literally destroyed. Like, everything seems incredibly inaccurate in this. But this is Disney's story, and they've stuck with it to this day, which has led me and many others to believe that Disney is trying to cover something up. And this has obviously led to a ton of conspiracy theories, each of which are incredibly heartbreaking. I want to add a disclaimer that from here on out, we're going to be talking about topics that are heavy and dark, such as suicide and sexual assault. So if you guys are uncomfortable with that, I would recommend turning the video off now.
Now, by all accounts from her family, Rebecca was an extremely happy individual. So to them, the idea of suicide was totally out of the question. It just didn't make sense. But the truth is that suicide is still a likely theory, which leaves us with this question. What could have happened to make such a happy individual feel so low that she decided to take her own life? Well, it turns out there was one situation that happened on the day of her disappearance that may have led her to do just that. So when reviewing the CCTV footage, there was a specific thing that caught a lot of her friends and family's attention, but it kind of flew under the radar. And that was the fact that Rebecca was wearing men's clothing that clearly didn't belong to her. Why is this weird? Because Rebecca was a lesbian who actually had a girlfriend on the ship. So the clothes didn't belong to her, and they didn't belong to her girlfriend. So who did those clothes belong to? Now, like I said, it kind of flew under the radar, and after a little while, nobody was really thinking about that. Well, years later, in 2017, we learned whose clothes those belonged to, and it revealed a shocking story. So Rebecca had a girlfriend named Tracy, and Tracy had a boyfriend. So already an interesting situation to say the least. Now Tracy wanted Rebecca to engage in a three-way with her and her boyfriend. And despite a lot of hesitation, Rebecca actually agreed. Although it's widely believed that she never really wanted to take part in this, and she was only doing it because she was jealous of the attention that the boyfriend was receiving. And all this went down the night right before her disappearance. So it's possible that the whole situation left her so traumatized and so messed up that she took some of his clothing, left the room, and eventually called Tracy from the crew members' lounge, hysterical over what had happened. And obviously the phone call didn't go well, and she was left still hysterical. And she was feeling so low and so terrible that she went to the edge of the ship and she jumped. I mean, it's definitely possible. And the whole story of the love triangle was actually verified by Tracy. And Tracy even said that she believed that Rebecca was so distraught over the ordeal that she jumped over the side of the ship. But there are a few flaws in this theory. For starters, why did Disney go through such great lengths to cover it up? Like, if this really happened, then they would definitely have the video. Why not just show it to the family? I mean, sure, a suicide on the happiest cruise line on Earth probably isn't the best look, but I'm not sure it's worse than someone getting randomly washed over by a rogue wave. So this leads me to believe that she didn't just jump. I mean, if they were really gonna try this hard to cover something up, I think it would have to be a lot darker. Okay, so who would murder Rebecca? Where's the motive? Well, personally, I think about that love triangle, and I think, what if it went down differently? What if Rebecca never agreed to be part of this three-way, and instead she was forced into it? And there's actually evidence of this too. Her favorite pair of shorts that she wore for virtually most of the time on the ship were given back to her parents with a large rip in the crotch area. I mean, that seems really suspicious already. And so maybe she was forced into doing this, and when it was all over, she felt so violated that she left the room, and she went to the crew lounge, and when she was there, maybe her girlfriend called and begged her not to tell anyone what her and her boyfriend had just done to her. So she hangs up the phone and she's distressed. She doesn't know what to do. Should she tell someone, or should she just try and get over it? And maybe eventually she decides she's gonna tell someone. So where does she go? She goes to the medical center. That would be a likely spot to go. And as I said before, she was clearly headed in that direction. And maybe one of two things could have happened here. Maybe she did report this situation to the nurse or to a doctor, and maybe the doctor told Disney management, who obviously wouldn't want a story like this to get out. So they silenced her. Or two, and probably a lot more likely than that, she told Tracy that she was going to tell someone and report what had just happened to her. This would obviously mean huge legal ramifications for both Tracy and her boyfriend. And they probably saw that their whole life was about to be ruined by Rebecca telling on them. Well, maybe they panicked and they caught her before she could get to anyone else, and they threw her overboard. And it's also possible that they knew a way that they could get around the security camera and push her overboard without being caught. And it might be unlikely, but they're employees there, so you would think that they would know the ins and outs. And it's also possible that Disney actually captured these two murdering one of their staff members and decided to delete the CCTV footage and cover the whole thing up. Two members on the happiest cruise line on Earth murdered and sexually assaulted another employee. That's horrible for business. That would be terrible. And obviously Disney wouldn't want people to know that. But I mean, regardless of how it actually happened, the hole in the shorts and the distressed look that she clearly had when she was on the cell phone right before she disappeared show signs of some sort of violent struggle. So it's not outside the realm of possibilities that Rebecca Coriam was murdered.
That new clue in the search for the young cruise worker turns out to be recent activity on her credit card.
Now, in early May of 2011, Rebecca's father received an email from the bank. Now, this email showed that someone had tried to use Rebecca's credit card, meaning that that card was either stolen or she was still alive. Now, sometime after this, Rebecca's family tried to log on to her Facebook profile, which they had the password to. But when they tried to log on, the password had changed, meaning that someone had either hacked them or, again, Rebecca was alive. And then, nearly a year later, Rebecca's father received another email, this time from a lady claiming that she had seen Rebecca alive in Venice with her arm around a man. She followed that by saying she was 85% sure, so it wasn't a 100% confirmed sighting. So although it's kind of unlikely, there is a chance that Rebecca is still alive, or at least was, which is a good thing, right? Well, maybe not. It's unfortunately a known thing that cruise ships are ideal for human trafficking. Now, this is because when a cruise ship enters international water, there's often confusion on who is supposed to handle the investigation of a missing person. And because of this, these investigations are often done very poorly, which, may I add, Rebecca's clearly was. I mean, the whole thing really was a mess. I'm not going to get into it too much, but you see it with the official report. I mean, everything seems to be wrong. So maybe Rebecca was kidnapped and sold into human trafficking, which could be how she ended up in Venice with a random man. I mean, it's horrifying, and as I said before, it's unlikely, but again, it can't totally be ruled out. And that to me is just like so heartbreaking to think about, and the fact that that's still even a possibility and still a theory all these years later, it's sad. It's really sad. So after the official report was released, a private investigator boarded the ship for a week to see if he could come to a better conclusion. After his investigation, he stated that he believed that Rebecca, a fitness lover, went for a run on the 4th floor on the morning of her disappearance. Now, the 4th floor had a jogging track that was surrounded by incredibly low barriers, so it's possible as she was running, maybe she slipped and fell over the side. I have a couple quick issues with this conclusion though. First of all, she clearly wasn't dressed for running in the picture. I mean, that much is obvious. Nobody is running in the gear that she had on. And my second issue is that a lot of runners like to run early in the morning, especially on cruise ships. So the fact that she would be all alone at like 6 a.m. on a running track and nobody saw or heard her go overboard, it just doesn't seem to make much sense to me. Now, a lot of Rebecca's friends on board claim that she was actually quite the risk taker, and she liked to climb on the railings and find little secluded spots that no one can get to. So a lot of these friends actually believe that she was crawling on the railing trying to get to another one of these spots, and she slipped and fell to her death. But again, what is with the big cover-up from Disney? I mean, if that was true, Disney would have just said that, and they could have blamed it on her negligence rather than a rogue wave. I mean, no. So for that reason, again, I'm not really buying this one. So with all these theories and with all these lies surrounding this case, it's hard for me to say what I really believe. The only thing that I truly believe is that Disney knows more than they're saying. And the sad truth is, we'll probably never know exactly what happened to Rebecca Corriam. I just feel so bad for her family who never got closure on her disappearance. I mean, picturing that and just imagining that with someone that I love disappearing and me never getting an actual answer as to what happened, that's heartbreaking. And honestly, I hope they're doing okay. So I know this video is probably a lot longer than I wanted it to be, but I wanted to make sure I included everything that I could. And the crazy thing